Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the North American Championship 2026. My name is Brandon True, and I'm sitting here with the other Brandon.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brandon Lynn, and welcome to Day 2 of North American Championships 2026.
Coming at you from Raleigh, North Carolina. First event of the day is going to be 2x2. Not something that I'm guessing a lot of competitors like to start with. Hands are a little bit cold, still rubbing the sleep out of their eyes after a long day one. But as we're going into this first group, Brandon, how are you feeling today? How do you think the competitors are feeling going into the first round?
It's definitely an early round for them, given that we had a long day one yesterday, so a lot of them will be warming up a lot in this first round of 2x2. It is the first round 2x2, so a lot of these top competitors are maybe not taking this as seriously as they would at it's the semifinals, but still maybe looking for a PR average or PR single here or there. So on the screen right now, we have Brennan Lynn, who is starting his first solve of 2x2, the first round here. Brennan's the Canadian national record holder for 2x2, I believe 159 for Brennan.
Notable competitors in this group include Brennan Lynn, Nolan Wood, Jude Dolan, Christopher Sun, Elijah Slater, Sebastian Stone, and William L. And I'm not going to butcher the last name because I'm very American.
Ooh, cube drop there for a 369. Correction. Brendan is the NR2 for Canada in 2x2. A little bit more here. 180 here. 2x2 is a very fast event, so I'm trying to catch what these competitors are doing, but with the blink of an eye, the cube is solved. It does look like there's a...
8 seconds.
Oh, no, I think it's the lighting. I was going to say there's a nice yellow face down there, but I think it's mainly the lighting that was giving that illusion. 168 here.
Brennan Lynn coming back for his second solve.
I turned it back on and it looks focused now. I had to turn it off and on.
Yeah, it's currently 8:52 a.m. here in Raleigh, and again, it's the early morning, and the venue is not going to be as warm just because there's like going to be less people in the venue. So
Brendan also coming off of second place in the Regions Relay last night, where the Canadian team lost to the Great Lakes A team. But that still meant that he was up till almost 9 a.m. in the venue.
204 for Brennan.
Probably just.
Still waiting on some more competitors here. Shout out to Blake Thompson as the judge right now for the first round of 2x2 here.
Know when you're ready. I'm ready.
So far, no super notable times. Nothing super bad. A few threes, a few ones.
Oh, shoot.
That's a really unfortunate DNF.
Ooh.
Brennan Lynn off stream, pulling in a 156. So that 2 that he got previously will not be counting in his average.
Usually, if a DNF like that happens, it usually results from one looking the cube incorrectly, which a lot of these top competitors are doing, just planning the entire solve entirely in inspection. So you're at that point, you're optimizing for just stopping the timer as soon as you can and not really checking that your solution is good at the end.
Off stream, Sid Shivnoth with a 132. That's the fastest single we've seen in this group so far.
.272.
Another single that he doesn't look very happy with. 340 or so earlier this round.
There's going to be a lot of groups for 2x2. To be exact, I think there are 10 groups here.
Yeah,
for
this
2x2.
This is one of a few events at this competition that was completely open to enter. The qualification times were set very, very aggressively for a lot of events. Like 6x6, you had to get a sub 2 minute mean. 7x7 was sub 310, which means that even though there are almost 1,000 people competing in total, there are just over 100 competing in 6x6 and 7x7. This is the case for a lot of the events today. What that means is that for events like 2x2, where anyone can compete, there are a lot more people doing it, which means that there's a lot of groups and a lot of time is going to be dedicated to it in the schedule.
Jude Dolan here with the 258 single.
Brennan Lynn off stream 161. Potential to get a solid average. Chris Sun.
Mid-Atlantic local, starting with a slight pause there on the second layer there. Chris Sun. Off stream 161. .288, not very happy with that time. Also a slight pause checking what that last, basically PLO was during that last 2x2 solve. Ooh.
First very good time we've seen, .68. Do we know who this competitor is on stream?
William Lavoie with a .68, super good single. Again, the fastest single we've seen so far today.
By a wide margin, too.
We got Jude Dolan here. I'm not sure what number solve that was. The .68 was on. 169 for Jude here.
Jude really hasn't had anything that he's super unhappy with. I think he had a 3 earlier in his average, but he's been reasonably consistent.
I believe we're calling up the second group of 2x2 next. So Brennan still has one more solve of his average with a best possible of 159 and a worst possible average of 175. Not a huge spread there, so his last solve is not going to have a huge effect. but still should be good enough to make the next round here.
Group 2 is making their way up right now as well, so we'll have a little bit of pause in the action.
And if you're just joining us, welcome to 2x2 happening at North American Championships 2026 here in Raleigh.
Yep, we're just heading into Group 2 right now. Notable solvers coming up on the schedule include Ezra Severson, Braden Roten, Ron Arma, Matt Mao, Dominic Shoji, Ethan Mai, Nico Ozvath, and a long name that I'm going to try, Vamaniswar Kumar. First group, we saw one really good .68 single by William Lavoie, and other than that, kind of average performances from everybody in that group.
And with that, we are going to cut to a quick break. We are going to be swapping casters to cut an interview with the current multi-blind world champion, Andrew Tao. So, see y'all soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to North American Championships 2026. I'm joined by none other than Andrew Tao.
Hi.
Andrew is last year's world champion for multi-blind. So attempt 1 did happen yesterday. How do you feel about the attempt generally? And just how do you feel about the attempt? What are you thinking about going into multi-blind tomorrow? And just what are your thoughts on those?
Yeah, yesterday on the attempt, I got a 54 out of 63. Graham,
57 out of 64, right?
no, it was 56 out of 64. Yeah, Graham had 8 DNFs and Joshua had 16 Fs.
All right.
Okay, we're back.
Oh, we're back. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry. What were you saying about how you did multi-blind in your first attempt versus the going into the second attempt? What are you thinking here?
Yeah, so yesterday I got a 54 out of 63, and then Graham and Joshua both did 64, and Graham had 8 DNFs, and Joshua had 6 DNFs. So going into the second attempt, I think these days, and I say this with a little bit of a grain of salt because at the last major this didn't happen, but I think these days, I think a 50-pointer is considered, pretty standard. I don't know if that's actually the case outside of my mind. But at a Virginia comp earlier this year, me, Graham, and Joshua actually got the world record podium. We got a 53, 52, 50-point podium, and it was 155 points. This comp is actually WR2 for multi-blind podium right now, even though it's not as good. It's 145. We're down by 10 points. So I think for me, I'm the 1 in 3rd right now. I have 45 points. I think I can do a lot better. Yesterday I was kind of feeling a little tired at the beginning, and I think my long-term memo just went really poorly. I guess I woke up during midterm. I caught up on my splits. I actually got 31 out of 31 for midterm and short term, but then when I got to long term, it just all fell apart because the memo was really weak. I had 90 in Fs, and I actually ran out of time because I was spending too much time pausing. So I think I can do a lot better tomorrow, provided that I don't know, sleep well, wake up. I think the mental part of multi is kind of strange. I think if I had just not tried to remember as many cubes, if I had like bailed on cubes earlier, I could have gotten an extra 4 points. I think I was just being silly. I think I was being stubborn. But yeah, I think, multi is what it is. It's a very high variance event. I have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. Hopefully it goes in my favor, and if it doesn't, that's all right too. 52 points from Joshua is very respectable. It's a very, very good result, and I mean, even just 2 years ago, it would have been ridiculous to even be talking about 45 points getting third place at, this comp. 2 years ago, at this comp, the one that I'm wearing, the 2024 NAC, the podium was, well, Graham got a 58-pointer, but that's because Graham's built different. But then I think second and third were like 42 and 38 points. So it's a very different sport now. I think there's just a lot of more people who are very serious, and I enjoy getting to compete with my friends more than anything else.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's crazy that the podium you won with a 49-pointer at Worlds last year, and this year that's looking, I wouldn't say sketchy for podium, but it's definitely not winning at this point. So I think it's just like a testament to showing how like much multiplied is growing. I think it's like I think it's crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, January of this year, there was a multi-mayhem comp in Virginia that me, Rose, Stanley, Joshua, and Graham were all at. And actually, that comp was the first time that, I believe this is the first time, that a 50-pointer didn't win a multi-blind comp. It was the first time that there was more than one 50-pointer in the same round. Actually, there were like many of them. Or like more than one 50-pointer from multiple people. Like there have been comps where like Graham does 3 attempts and he gets 2 50-pointers or something. Like that's not uncommon. But it was the first time multiple people got 50-pointers in the same round, and it was 50 points was third place. And yeah, earlier this year, like Graham and Joshua were at some comp together, and I think Joshua got second place on a 54-pointer. And same thing happened to me and Ro actually earlier this year. I think I got a 56-pointer and Ro got a 54-pointer, and that was second place. So this is the first time that these like results have been considered like not automatic wins.
For sure, yeah. It's absolutely crazy to me. So yeah, you won Multi Mayhem earlier this year. For those who don't know, Multi Mayhem was a competition in Virginia earlier this year that was focused specifically on multi-blind. There were 6 attempts there, which is a crazy amount of multi attempts to do in a weekend. So you won that comp in addition to Worlds. How do you how did you feel about that win, maybe compared to your like Worlds win last year?
Yeah, I said so on the stream. There was a stream at that comp.
Yeah.
But I was really, really proud of that win. Actually, almost more so than my Worlds thing. So I'll start with the Worlds thing. So I won with 49 points. I think 49 points is like a pretty decent result. I know it sounds crazy to just call it decent, but I would not expect 49 points to win a major these days. Or at least not a major where, many people have gotten 50 pointers before. I guess at that point that wasn't the case yet, but I think me and Joshua both were still getting better at that point. So I guess the competition was growing, but it hadn't reached there. But I still think 49 points was maybe not quite the level of like achievement that I would have expected to win Worlds. Going into Worlds, I think I was like seed 8 or seed 9 or something like that. And I think 49 points, like I expected that to maybe get third when I got it. I really wasn't expecting to win. I think it was more of a everyone underperformed kind of situation. I think like Worlds is a very stressful stage, and it's very hard to, perform your best under that kind of pressure. But I wasn't nervous at all. I was seed 9. I was just having fun. I did 55 cubes. I got 52 out of 55. That was very good for me, but I was just there for fun. I was trying to snipe third place. I wasn't trying to win or anything. So when I found out I won, I don't even think I popped off. I was like, huh? I was very surprised.
Right.
I was so convinced that someone else would just get like a low 50-pointer or something that the idea of winning didn't really cross my mind. So I wasn't really that excited about it actually in the moment. I'm very excited about this looking back in hindsight, but I still think that like yeah, I just like wasn't expecting to win, so I wasn't excited about it when I did win because it was like it just got handed to me. I didn't really feel nervous about it at all. So there was less of this like excitement.
Sure.
For the Virginia comp earlier this year, I really was very excited, and that's because I did 5 attempts at this comp. My flight ended up being a little bit late, and I like had a bunch of travel issues, and so I got to the comp like right before the first attempt was supposed to be, and I had gotten like 5 hours of sleep. So I just took a nap during the first attempt. I did 5 attempts out of the 6, and I have 4 multi-blind memo palaces. For those who are unaware, when you do multi-blind, you have this like memo palace thing. Sorry, wait for the announcement here. Yeah, so when you do multi-blind, you have this like memo palace thing, and usually very serious multi-blinders have multiple palaces, so you can do multiple attempts close together. Because if you reuse a palace, you end up like memorizing stuff and then remembering it in the next attempt. So I have 4 multi-blind palaces, so it's great to do 4 attempts. But on the 5th attempt, I had to reuse a palace, and I was reusing a palace that I had used like 2 days prior on that Friday. And so I had very low expectations. I think I had not gotten a 50-pointer that round, and I think like Joshua already had a 52-pointer, and Graham already had a 50-pointer. And so I wanted to I wanted to do well. I wanted a podium, but I was doing 61 cubes, so I had to like DNF only 4. And so I like knew the stakes going in, and I went in and I actually got a 57 out of 61. So I actually got like the 53-pointer I needed to win. And I think that's like the only time I've actually been clutch. I think I was very, very proud of it. Given the stakes, given the multi-blind, the memo palace that I reused, and given that like it was 5th attempt of multi after in 3 days, I was pretty happy with my performance there. And honestly, I was very excited about that.
For sure. Yeah. That's definitely something to be proud of. 100%. One thing that has obviously changed since like last year and this year is that the number of cubes you're doing is approaching like potential world record territory. Has that like changed your mindset, or like just like the nerves like doing attempts as you were crossing the 61 cube barrier, or has this not really affected you at all?
Yeah, that's a great question. So last year, actually, sometime in September, I sub-hour'd 60 cubes in a comp for the first time. I mean, back then, the world record was still 60 points. It was row 63 out of 66, but row 63 out of 66 is a little bit slow. It's in 59.50. And so basically, if you get a 60-pointer with more than 10 seconds left, it's a world record. And so that was like the first time I actually had it was mathematically possible for me to get world record. I don't think I really thought about it at all because like there's no world where I'm getting a 60 out of 60 in a competition, and you
never know.
Yeah, but I wasn't
But
nervous about it or anything.
Yeah.
And then Graham got the 63 out of 65, and I had it somehow at 61 cubes, so I was like, well, I'm not nervous anymore. I think this year, actually, yeah, beginning or so of this year when I started doing 64 and 65, and I was like actually starting to get into that territory where it's not unrealistic to like say that I have a shot at world record. I wouldn't say it's probabilistic. It's like, but it's a possibility, and it's not like crazy. And yeah, I don't think that's affected my mindset that much. It's kind of affected like, oh, well, I'll go for 64 instead of 65 because 64 is even and the world record is odd and fast. But it hasn't affected me that much. I will say there was a comp earlier this year, a multi-blind at, what was it called? Multimate, sorry.
One of the multimates.
One of the multimates, one of the 5. And I was doing a 64 cube attempt, and it felt very good. And it was the first time I've actually gotten nervous during an attempt in a competition because it felt very good. I thought it could have been a 62 out of 64. And that's not world record, but Roe has a 60-pointer and slow, so I was like, I was very nervous about the possibility of getting a 60-pointer. And yeah, I guess this is the first time that like nerves during the attempt itself have been a real consideration.
For sure.
But other than that, I try not to think about results too much. I don't really care about my personal results or rankings as much as like I like improving in multi-blind, and as you improve and you get more cubes, the results will come naturally if you maintain relatively the same accuracy. So yeah.
Sure, that's a good mindset. Is there like a specific preparation you've been doing for major competitions like this, like day of or like day before? Or do you have any like, I don't know, any rituals or any like superstitions you have you prepare with?
Yeah, sure. So I don't use my multi-blind palaces, the ones that I'm going to use in the competition, for a couple weeks before. just to let them clear out so I don't remember anything. And then, yeah, the days leading up to it, I try to get enough sleep. That's about it. I try to sleep well the night before, which is not always great with nerves and stuff. So I try to give myself a lot of time to fall asleep. And, right before the attempt, sometimes I walk through my multi-blind palace because, I don't know why, but I'm very good at making room mistakes. It feels like it should be very easy at this level to not skip rooms, but I keep skipping rooms and eating DNFs for no reason. So I try to, walk through my multi-blind palaces right before the attempt. So I, try to avoid skipping rooms. And that's about it. I think a lot of people have very, complicated warm-up things, but I personally have gotten a lot of I've had a lot of attempts where not having done any solves of the day helps my mind be fresher, so I barely warm up. So yeah, I don't really have much of a ritual.
Sure. Well, this is a testament to say that sleep is very important.
Yeah,
In general.
I think sleep is very important in general, but especially for multi-blind. Multi-blind is kind of a weird event. When you solve a 3x3 and you're done with F2L, you're done with F2L. It's over. Right? F2L is solved. Maybe you were slow, but it's done. Multi-blind, you're not done with the cube until you do it in exec. So even when you finish your memo split, it's not over yet. Even if you're done with memo, you could have done a bad job on memo, and it might not stick that well, and you'll find out in exec. And it's very hard for you to know how well your memo is going to stick when you are about to start an attempt. It depends on a lot of factors. Of course, technique is one of them, but I don't know. Personally, when I'm feeling really tired, my memo just sticks worse, which I think makes sense, but it's very hard to tell, hey, this is not feeling like it's going to stick well. We'll find out in exec whether or not I remember it. These kinds of things are very up in the air, and so I think giving yourself the best possible mental conditions, as in you're sleeping well, you're doing whatever, helps a lot. And actually, as a funny tangent, last year, beginning of this year actually, I had this New Year's resolution to lift more in the gym and maybe run a little bit less. And I found that when I started running less, I got worse at multi-blind. I guess it makes sense in hindsight. You spend an hour sitting in a chair. Maybe there's a lot of stamina aspect to this. Maybe when I'm nervous, your brain is better at handling your heart rate being faster if you do a lot of cardio. But I found that when I stopped running, I got worse at multi-blind. And when I started running, I got better again. It was only a few months, so it could have just been a correlation. But yeah, I mean, I think multi-blind is just like that sometimes.
Yeah, it definitely helps to keep your health in check. I think personally, I've observed this happening too.
8 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else you want to mention to your fans? Anyone you want to shout out here on the stream or anything?
Yeah, well, I'd like to shout out all of you guys watching who know who I am. Thank you for tuning in. I'd like to thank all the people who helped me get here. I've been in a lot of places. I moved into New Jersey for college, but I'm from Texas, and I live in New York now. So I have a lot of friends in the Texas, the New Jersey, the New York cubing scene. And, you guys have been friends with me since day one, and I appreciate the support. And, I appreciate all my friends in comps. Brandon's one of them. But all my friends who are at comps with me when I do badly, when I do well. Yeah, I'd like to thank my parents for supporting me and my family at home. I'd like to thank my girlfriend for supporting me because sometimes at home I suck at multi-blind and I'm sad about it. And not every day is a good day, but, you have to go through the bad days to get to the good, and it's always great to have those people with you in the bad days. And yeah, I don't really have much else to say, but thanks for supporting me, guys.
Sure. I think you said a lot. So, and yeah, no, good luck on the second attempt of multi tomorrow.
Thanks, you too.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, thanks for coming on to the stream and talking to us for a bit.
Yep.
Yep,
All right.
for sure.
Hi, guys.
See ya.
Oh, do I leave? Or
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to 2x2 at North American Championships 2026.
8 seconds. 12
Here
seconds.
we've got Will Cowan here on his 4th solve of 2x2.
Oh, that's tough.
Ooh, a +2 from Will. That's going to count that 228 on the 3rd solve here.
8 seconds.
We've got Kate Graham. I'm not sure what solve this is for her.
She'll be over here for an interview in just a few minutes.
So it looked like that last layer was slightly lucky, or maybe just not knowing the AOF or how to turn the top face at the end of the solve. .177. We're on the 3rd group of 2x2 now. There are 10 groups in total, so we've got a lot of 2x2 solves to be watching for the next,
Oof.
I'd say, hour or so. Oh no, whoa. That's a new one for me, unfortunate. We've got Eli Rogers from the Mid-Atlantic region.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
161 for Eli here. I believe 2x2 is one of his main events here, so little fist bump from him.
No, 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 no. Okay. Oh, no, no, no.
789.
Oh, okay.
Elliot Perkins finishing up his group 3.
.188 here to wrap up the last group of 3x3. We're gonna take a quick break here for 2x2, and we'll be back in a bit. Thanks, everyone.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Rubiks WCA North American Championship 2026. It's Manu Singhal, my first time on the stream here today. It's day 2, and I'm joined by Kate Graham. She's the female world record holder in many big cubes and also just probably one of the funniest cubers I know. And just a great personality. Kate, welcome to NAC. How's your NAC been so far?
It's been pretty good. Day 1 was kind of like, day 1 was really chill. I only competed in 4 rounds, which felt like, I don't know, really not that much. I had like a 4-hour gap, like somewhere in there. But yeah, I only did like 5x5 Pira OH, and out of that I only cared about 5x5, and I made finals, so yeah, we're all good.
Excellent, excellent. Good to hear. Because that was one of your goals coming in, right? Was to
Yeah.
make all the finals in the big cubes, basically.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Do you want to introduce yourself a little bit to the audience, like where you're from, like what your cubing journey has been so far?
Yeah, so I'm from SoCal. I've been cubing for 9 years, so I'm old.
Don't worry, you're not as old as me, so you still got time. Awesome. How did you get into cubing?
So I saw, like, one of my classmates in 6th grade. I saw he was able to solve a cube, and I thought that was cool, so I just, like, wanted to learn from him. Or not from him. I just, like, wanted to be able to learn how to do it myself, and then I wanted to get faster, and then fell down the rabbit hole.
How did you find out about WCA comps?
I think I just, like, watched a lot of cubing YouTube when I was younger.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Makes a lot of sense. Did you have, like, a favorite channel or something? Or, like, a set of channels?
Maybe like DG Cubes.
Yeah, dude. they had like this like group of like 4 friends, right? It was like DG, Derpy, Allison, and Ava, I think.
Yeah,
and they would just like, all make videos together. Those were really fun to watch. I miss kind of the days of like the old comp vlogs. Do you think we should bring those back?
Oh yeah, no, those are iconic.
The only thing is, I feel like comp vlogs these days are gonna be a little too brain rotten for someone like me.
Maybe.
Because there's just so many memes these days that I don't understand that like what's going on or whatever. But no, I mean, the vibes are good. The vibes are good here at NEC. This is like, I don't even know what number major of yours that, because you've been to like so many majors. How has that like kind of changed like your competing perspective a little bit? Like, how do you feel like you're way more prepared for this major than your first one?
Yeah, but also like my first major, I wasn't really like a big name or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to make it. I guess my first major was NATS 2019, but I was a child, so I don't really count that.
Sure.
My first real major was NAC 2022. I just wanted to make all the big Q finals, and I did. And I don't know, I just had a lot of fun at that comp, and like I didn't really go in setting like that many goals for myself.
Okay. When you come into like a major now, do you still like not set goals, or do you like set goals these days because you feel like the expectations are higher?
Like somewhere in between,
Okay.
probably. I didn't really set that many goals for this comp because, like, honestly, I haven't been able to practice that much.
Sure. Yeah. Because I mean, you're super busy because you're like a college student and everything like that too. Do you think like going to college made it harder to practice, or was it like easier because now that you're in SoCal?
Well, like a little bit harder, but I also still go to a lot of comps.
Yeah. Definitely. Do you have like a practice like routine or like regimen that you do, or is it just like let's just do a bunch of solves?
Not really. I kind of just spam solves, which is probably not the best idea.
Sure. Do you think like there's like specific points in like your solve that like need work or something like that, or do you think it's just for big cubes in particular? Do you think it's like more like a holistic type thing?
I think there's definitely parts of my solves that need more work. Like my last 2 centers are pretty weak.
Mm-hmm.
Last 4 edges on 7x7 is pretty hard, and I have days where I'm like really, really bad at L4E and days where I'm just fine. So I want to kind of make that a bit more consistent.
8 seconds.
Other than that, like some of my other smaller problems can kind of vary day to day. Like sometimes my turning is really bad, sometimes my look ahead is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I feel like look ahead is like one of the trickiest things to kind of dial down because I really do feel like it's very day to day sometimes.
Yeah.
Even for a solver like me, it's like, yeah, sometimes like you're just dialed in and you're like, yeah, dude, I see everything. And then other days it's like, where is the next piece? It's just completely non-existent. What do you think, I guess, like, so how did you get into big cubes in particular? Let me ask this.
I got into big cubes like at the start of quarantine. I just like started doing a bit of 5x5, and I
Uh-huh.
just like found that practice really fun. And then I switched to Yao a few months later, and I like really started grinding because I found Yao a lot more fun.
Interesting. Was there something specific about Yao that was more fun, or just like it was just something new?
No, it just made the 5x5 as an event like more fun. I already kind of found it fun with Redux for some reason, but
Okay.
yeah.
Interesting. Did you find it easy to transition to Yao then for the for 6x6 and 7x7 also?
I think it actually took the longest on 5.
Interesting.
And 6 and 7, I just like I didn't switch until like early 2022, so
Okay.
I was pretty late on that actually. But I had been using Yao on 5x5 for like a year and a half at that point,
Okay.
so it didn't take me that long to switch. I switched because I think I was just like bored. I was just like trying a few solves on it. I'm like, wait, I'm getting like the exact same times as Redux, and this
Okay.
is like more fun. Like, wait,
Okay.
let me
So
try.
yeah, just a super no-brainer. No-brainer. Do you think like so? A lot of people sometimes, especially like the slower solvers, are like, oh man, like should I pick Redux? Should I pick Yao? Do you think there's a right answer for like the people who are kind of like just getting started?
Yeah, so like I think Yao is probably just straight up better for like 80-90% of people.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
But like, is there like a specific like so who falls into that 80-90%? Because I've heard stuff like, oh, like Yao centers are like definitely way harder than Redux centers, right?
Yeah.
So it's like if you have good centers, then maybe you should consider sticking to Redux.
No, is it the opposite actually? If you have
Oh,
good
really? Okay.
centers, you should use Yao because you can take the hit like from Yao
Oh, interesting.
and then improves your edges.
Interesting.
So people who are really good at edges, like Mark Zimmerman, should use Redux because if like Redux is more efficient at least on 7 and 6. So if you have the ability to like look ahead during edges pretty effectively, then Redux can definitely work.
Okay, interesting. That's good to know. What other like tips do you have for people who are like wanting to get into big cubes? Why should people get into big cubes perhaps also?
I don't know. They're fun.
Yeah,
They-
that's a good reason.
They have, I don't know. They have some taste, I guess. I don't know.
Taste. Okay, I like that. Yeah, like any sort of tips for people who like want to get like better?
Probably just watch walkthrough solves to see like good solutions.
Yeah.
And do slow solve, do like untimed solves to make sure you yourself are doing efficient solutions. And then other than that, just kind of like spam solves.
Okay. Let me ask a selfish question because I'm so bad at edges.
Yeah.
So how does one get better at edges?
Like slow down your turning during edges. I was
Interesting.
actually talking about this with Brendan yesterday.
Okay.
He was practicing 5x5 with Arhan Serene.
Uh-huh.
And he was like, Arhan was telling him like, oh yeah, no, just like turn blazing fast during centers and then slow down a lot during edges. Have that like contrast and you like reach flow state. I don't know. He was saying something like that. I'm like, okay, yeah, no, low-key. That's the move.
Okay, interesting. I guess, yeah, if it works for you all, then it's definitely something that I'm willing to try. Okay, interesting. I want to ask a little bit about kind of like where like your cubing journey has like kind of taken you. So you grew up in India and then ended up in SoCal, but you were also in New Zealand for a semester. You've been kind of like all over the world. What's like kind of something you've taken from each place you've been?
I don't know. I kind of just like go to different places, just like vibe check them, honestly.
Yeah, I like
Uh,
that.
It's not really that deep, I guess. I don't know. I just, I just like go around. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, just have fun.
Yeah.
I hear the New Zealand community or the NZ community is like really lively. What's like something fun that you did in New Zealand?
Yeah, the community is pretty nice there. Shout out to my Auckland Keepers. Yeah, I mean, we had back when Ram Takar was studying at University of Auckland. We would like meet up a few times. Sometimes just me and him at uni on Tuesdays. And that was really fun. And he also organized a couple like larger meetups at his place with like Elias, his brother Levi,
Yeah.
Yuki, Vera Huang. Yeah.
Shout out to the NZ folks.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome. I know you were studying like the Kiwi accent. Do you think like it's kind of like become more natural for you to be able to pull off the NZ accent?
Oh no, my Kiwi accent is terrible.
Oh no. No, I remember you and Liv would was Liv doing the Australian accent?
She was doing the Kiwi accent.
Okay,
I'm a
she was
lot
doing the
better. I'm a
Kiwi
lot better at an Aussie accent. I don't know if I'd call myself good.
Okay, fair enough. No, that was funny. I also know are you still studying Swedish?
A bit. I've kind of fallen off. though.
Okay.
Like I've gotten lazy.
Are you excited for Worlds in Sweden?
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah. Are
Yeah.
you gonna spend like extra time in Sweden? You think, like just like traveling around?
Probably. I'm also not really sure what my plans after graduation are, so
Sure.
that will definitely play a big factor.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm like 85, 90% sure I'm going to Worlds.
Okay. Yeah. I think it'll be very, very, very exciting. And yeah, I mean, Worlds is yet to be like fully announced. Of course, we'll get all the details of that really soon. But I think it'll be a really, really, really fun competition. I think it's the first time it's returning to Europe since Worlds
2017.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Are there like other places on like your bucket list that you kind of want to like visit, explore?
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I wanna see Singapore for sure.
Singapore is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
I got to go late last year. It's really, really, really cool.
Nice.
Hong Kong is very similar to Singapore too. So if you get a
Yeah.
chance, definitely visit some of those places.
I would want to. Yeah, I do want to see like Hong Kong, Taiwan. I mean, Japan is on everyone's bucket
Yeah,
list
yeah,
probably.
yeah.
But also Korea.
Yeah,
Seems really cool.
yeah. Korea is super awesome. Do you have like long-term cubing goals? Like what else do you want to like kind of achieve? So you have both FWR. You have a bunch of FWRs actually.
Yeah.
What else do you kind of want to achieve in your like cubing like life?
The only main thing I have left, like I'm pretty satisfied with my cubing career as is, and I don't really think I'm gonna get that much more done, more
Okay.
than like what I've already put down.
Sure.
But I really, really want a championship podium. I want that section on my profile. Like,
Yeah.
even if it's just like a U.S. podium at this comp, because
Yeah,
Omar
yeah.
from Canada is fast. Like,
Mm.
just anything will do. I
Yeah.
just want the section on my profile.
Yeah, totally. That is a really, really good goal to have, and you definitely have the caliber
Yeah.
to reach that. And I know whenever I see you compete, I'm rooting for you. Ever since I think, what was it, Nats 23 or whatever, you set really high standards for yourself, I must say, which is good, I think. Because I think it's good that you have like lofty goals that you want to reach, which is awesome. I think that propels you forward certainly. You're actually also a pretty good all-rounder. Some people they like are big cube solvers and they like only do big cubes, but you like do like a lot of other events also. Do you practice those other events, or is it just more so like, yeah, they're at the comp, so I'm just gonna do them?
Yeah, so I pretty much just do every event and every comp.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's something to do. I don't know. Yeah, I just feel like competing and everything. But I used to be a lot more into all-rounding, like, 2-3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I would focus on certain non-big cube events a lot more. But as of recent, after, like, my second semester of sophomore year, I just kind of got a lot more busy with classes at that
Yeah,
point, and
makes sense.
like mostly just had time to dedicate to big cubes, so
Mhm.
I've become a lot more focused purely on MIN since then.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. At some point, we were racing to 15 points M blind.
Oh,
I think this
yeah.
is great because now, because otherwise your pace was so good, I was like, I'm going to lose this race. So now I finally have a leg up, and now it's like a bit more of a fair race.
What's your
now.
multi-blind PR right now?
12 out of 13.
Okay, I'm 14 out of 15.
Yeah,
so-
exactly. So, like, I've tried 15 before, and I think I can maybe get there.
Yeah.
But I'm unk, so it takes me time to like practice and like get my head like set and everything.
I don't know. I probably have some time to try. I can maybe try a couple attempts. I haven't done a multi-blind attempt at home since January 2025.
Okay.
January 18th, 2025.
Okay. Perhaps I've awoken the beast now, and now you're
Maybe.
just gonna destroy
I don't
me
know.
applied.
Yeah.
No, that's great. I think it's awesome that you continue to participate in other events. I actually think that, like I mentioned, I actually think you bring a great energy to competitions.
Thank you.
What is like your most what do you find fun about cubing?
I mean, same answer as everyone. My friends, the
Yeah.
community.
Yeah. Well, I think some of that also comes back. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy because I think you have fun with
Yeah.
your friends, but your friends definitely have fun with you. I have fun whenever I'm competing with you, just because there's just okay. I was like asking other people like, hey, like what should I do with my interview? And Lucas Aubin suggested that I ask you about the current state of TTT.
Triple T.
I don't know what this means. Can you explain to me what's going on?
It's just like some brain rot from April 2025. Tung 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 Sahur.
I
I'm
think
sure
I've-
you know the image by now.
Yeah, because
like
Nicholas
so you see
Sanchez
the
had it.
Kananis wearing it on their shirts.
Yeah,
and whatever. You see it
yeah.
everywhere.
Is it just like one of those like AI generated memes?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, sure.
But I don't know. It was like popular when it, like I guess it came out in like April 2025, and then it like kind of died off a little bit. It's really made a resurgence in the last like 3 months or so. Maybe it's just in cubing, but I feel like in general, I get like a bunch of brain rot Instagram reels on my feed now about like Triple T.
To be fair, I think a lot of people get the brain rot reels. So. I mean, hey, look, I guess it's cubing culture at this point.
Yeah.
And I'm Unk, and that means I just need to catch up. But that's why we have all you young people around to, like, bring us
Calling
all.
me young is brave.
Yeah, I guess most people in cubing are pretty young. But you're hip with it. How about that?
I guess, yeah.
No, I think that's awesome. I think it's fun that, like, the community continues to evolve, whether or not the unks like me understand it
Yeah.
or not. Yeah, I mean, any other goals, or what else are you looking forward to for the rest of NAC?
Yeah, so I didn't really set many goals going into
Sure.
NAC. I didn't really think that much at all about NAC, to be honest. I think,
Sure.
yeah, I guess I just didn't think that much about this comp, and I wasn't expecting that much from it, because I think, like, this comp just feels like the hype dying down from Worlds.
A little bit, yeah.
So, like, I remember walking in the venue yesterday, I'm like, wow, this feels kind of empty. Like, I know it's a big comp, it's a big room.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of people, but it still feels kind of empty. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Perhaps it's going to pick up during the weekend. Because 3x3 is tomorrow, and I think we have like some like popular events like 2x2s going on today.
Yeah.
So hopefully, we see a little bit more energy. I think it was also cold in the room, which I think everyone kind of
definitely.
froze up a little bit when we got hit with the aircon, especially after the humidity outside. It is quite sweltering, I must say.
I think probably another part of that is I'm really, really excited I'm going to Euros in 2 weeks in the Netherlands.
Awesome.
Because I have family in the Netherlands, so I want to visit them.
Okay.
I think part of it is like all of my hype for this summer went towards Euros, and like NAC is like, okay, yeah, sure, but I'm really excited for Euros.
Yeah. When I went to Euros in 2024, it was a fantastic experience. I'm sure Euros this year is going to be great as well. So yeah, I'm excited to hear. And I'm going to be rooting for you from stateside. I hear that it's actually easier to compete in Euros as an American because there's no podium pressure or whatever.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
I have no like expectations.
Yeah.
It's just,
Yeah, totally.
I'm there to totally vibe, meet a bunch of people.
Yeah. That's something that's super fun too. Is like in cubing, it's like a worldwide community, right? Where like you can interact with people online, like via Discord or whatever, and then you go and meet them. It's like, hey, you're that person. Like, hi, how's it going? And it's really fun when like the online interactions kind of continue into like the physical space. Like you can like talk about just random brain rot stuff online, and that's like you find out they're exactly like that in person too. It's like, yes, you are the greatest friend I've ever had, which I think is really fun. No, we have a fantastic community. Anything else you kind of want to say as we wrap up the interview?
I did want to mention I am ID 67 for NAC, but they didn't put it. I feel like they definitely put the ID on like the competitor card at Worlds last year. They didn't do it this year, and I'm like high key salty. The 1 year I get 6-7.
You'll have to like write it in with like Sharpie or something like that after the comp. That's actually really, really funny. Congratulations on getting ID 67. Were you trying to get?
No, I was kind of pissed about it at first. I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna have brain rot children surrounding me. I used to find 6-7 like kind of annoying, but my brain has just like downgraded in mental capacity since then. I've become stupider, I guess. I find 6-7 funny again.
Okay, well, I actually find it a little bit more amusing now than I think I used to as well. Anyway, everyone, that was Kate Graham. As you can tell, she's really, really fun to talk to. One of the best big cube solvers in the world. And yeah, best of luck with the rest of your NAC, Kate.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Awesome. We'll go to quick break. Actually, we'll show you the rest of 2x2, and then we'll bring on some more casting in a little bit.
Group 6. Please report to all stations. Also, there is a participation certificate available at check-in. If you have not received yours yet, please head up the escalator to the mezzanine level and grab your personalized participation certificate that shows you are here and you completed it as well.
Welcome back to Rubik's WCA North American Championship 2026. We are coming to you live from Raleigh, North Carolina, and I am joined by a very special guest, our current U.S. national champion for clock, Fiona Bao. Fiona, for those who might not know you, can you just take a minute to introduce yourself? Where are you from? What grade are you in?
I'm Fiona, obviously, and I'm the female world record holder for clock, and I'm 13 years old, going to 8th grade, and am from Maryland, representing the Mid-Atlantic. So, yeah.
Awesome. How did you start getting into cubing?
So it all started in 3rd grade, when I got like this mini 3x3 from my English teacher. And like I thought it was like really cool, so I kind of just like messed around with it a lot, and then one day I accidentally scrambled it, and then I didn't really care that much, so I just left it on my table. But then actually coincidentally the next day I saw this video of Felix Zemdeg's his 4.22 world record single. So I don't know why, that just motivated me. So I just searched up tutorials online, and then I eventually learned how to solve it. So yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, and then how did you get into clock specifically?
Specifically, so actually like fast forward a month later, after learning how to solve a 3x3, I saw a J-Perm video where he attempted to solve a clock with no help. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. I want one as well. So I just asked my parents to get me one. And after that, I just, I actually, like, technically I kind of solved it with no help. So, yeah. And then after that, I learned flip. I learned how to be efficient with flip, and then 7 simul. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, I know we should address the elephant in the room, which is that clock was announced last week is going to be retired as an event next year. And so I'm wondering how you're feeling about that and if you want to share anything.
Yeah, so I completely disagree with the WCA's decision with removing clock, because like it not only affects me, it affects like a lot of people because it's like a really popular event right now, and I feel like a lot of people enjoy it, like including my mom. She loves it, so yeah. I disagree with the WCA's reasonings for removing clock because one of them was that it wasn't spectator friendly. Like I don't really get that because like I don't think any event is like so-called spectator friendly. Because like unless you're like sitting next to them, you can't see what they're doing. So yeah, and also like another thing they said was that it wasn't time efficient. I guess that makes sense, but like big cubes are also like not that like time efficient. So I don't agree with the reasonings that the WCA stated.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I know it must have been just like a week of like so many emotions, and obviously the response has been huge and you're probably feeling a lot in coming into NAC, but I know for me, I'm excited to just see like how much for you, all the love that the event will get like over the next year and hopefully beyond, and we'll still find ways for the event to carry on.
Yeah, I really hope they bring clock back. If they can't, I guess it is what it is, but I really hope they do. So, yeah.
Awesome. I'm just hiring from production. Can you just move the mic a little bit closer to your mouth?
Okay,
Perfect.
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I want to talk to you about Worlds last year because it was your first major championship. And so what was that experience like? Is it what you expected? What did you learn from that experience?
It was kind of what I expected, like a lot of people. So, yeah, and I learned that like I should change my mindset a little. Because at Worlds my mindset was like you have to do good, everyone's watching, like you can't do bad. But like that mindset made me like do bad, and like the DNF really affected me because of that mindset. So I didn't make it to finals at Worlds. So, yeah.
Yeah, and so what shifts did you make in your mindset after?
Afterwards I just like told myself that I should just have fun. Like it's okay. Like I just don't care about what other people think. So
That's easier said than done. What kind of like what strategies do you have for that?
I don't know. I just I just try to calm myself down, like deep breaths, and just think about like having fun. Like we're just here to have fun. Like it's not like it's just a competition after all. Like it's not super serious. So
Yeah. I do notice you always like take a moment for yourself
Yeah.
to like calm yourself down. You do like I feel like it's like a classic like Fiona, like the handshakes and all that, and yeah, I mean, okay, and so how did you take that mindset with you into All Stars, the national championship in the fall, because you performed really well at that
Yeah.
competition?
I don't know. I just like continue like doing deep breaths and stuff, and then I also told myself that like like you will be the national champion, and like if you don't, it's okay. But you know, I just try to like hype myself up a little. So yeah, and I guess that might have worked.
Yeah. Was that a specific goal of yours, like going into the competition? Did you like go in and you were like, I know I can be the national champion, it's gonna happen, or were you more like, did you surprise yourself?
I think I surprised myself because like I didn't like think that I would like win. I thought I would like podium at least, but I didn't expect myself to win. So I kind of just like lowered my expectations a little, but then I also like told myself I could win. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of that win, you are only the 5th woman or girl to ever win a U.S. national title. So talk to me about what that means to you and when you hear that.
I'm very honored to be the 5th woman or girl to be a U.S. national champion. Because like it shows that all my hard work paid off, and besides like my winning and stuff, I think it's also like a good inspiration to other female cubers around the world. And yeah, yeah.
Yeah, totally. And like, talk to me about what cubing has kind of meant in your life. Like, you're obviously still really young, but like, yeah, how has it kind of impacted your life? Whether, I don't know, that's like self-confidence or just the experience of like being in these like high pressure situations and needing to change your mindset. Like, those are such, important experiences for someone your age. So like, talk to me about that.
Um, so like, sorry, wait, what was your question again?
It's okay. I'm just
I'm
wondering,
sorry.
like, for you, I'm like, I don't know, how do you think cubing like impacts your life when you're like at school, for example, and you're like in this high pressure situation or anything like that?
At school, I mean, I sometimes like show off my cubing skills.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. And then also I think like it might help me with tests a little, because like competitions are also like high pressure and like tests are also high pressure. So I think it kind of helps me do better on tests.
Yeah.
And like at home, I just like I do cubing like every day, and like that's really kind of all I do. So yeah, yeah, that's what I enjoy. So.
Totally. I mean, you're so like chill and low key, Fiona, but I
Oh.
feel like you you don't even realize like how cool you are in the sense of like just like, yeah, cool, calm, collected, and not many people your age can say that they're a national champion at anything. So it's really cool. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about is like, you're a great example of a girl who came into the speedcubing community and you found a place for yourself here, despite, I think all of us know it's quite a male dominated community. And so can you talk to me about your experience in that aspect specifically? Like, do you remember your first competition and walking in, and were you like overwhelmed and like, how will I find a place for myself here?
Yeah, I remember my first competition. I wasn't like that nervous. I was just excited. Then like I was like kind of like just a little weirded out that like there's all guys here. The only like females were like the moms that were with the cubers. But like I don't know, I had fun.
Yeah. And so what encouragement would you give? Like, maybe there's a girl watching at home right now who's like, I want to go to my first competition, but I feel like intimidated or overwhelmed by that idea. What encouragement would you give to someone like that?
Oh, like if you're nervous, it's absolutely okay. My biggest encouragement is just like just go for it. Like it won't hurt to try. You might just walk out with like friends and like motivation, and like you never know, like one day you might also be a national champion, you know. So just go for it, have fun. So
I love that. I want to talk to you about this weekend and the rest of your weekend. Obviously, I know some disappointing results for you last night, so how are you feeling?
I was quite upset with my result yesterday, but it's absolutely okay, because like I'm still young, obviously, so I have more chances.
Yep.
But clock is getting removed. That's okay though. So yeah, I'm just here to have fun.
Totally.
I'm just remembering that.
What do you have coming out for the rest of the weekend that you're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to like big cubes, like 6x6, like today. Next event. And 7x7. I enjoy those events. I'm enjoying big cubes a lot more.
That's
so,
cool.
yeah.
It's something you've been like focusing on and practicing?
Yeah, I've been practicing a lot of 6x6.
Okay. Do you have any I don't even know. I'm like, this is like breaking news. I don't even know like what your 6x6 results are or what you're like aiming for.
I'm like aiming for like 120-ish.
Cool.
Mean, so yeah.
That's so cool. And do you have any do you want to give any predictions for the clock final now that you're not going to be in it? You don't have to if you
I think either Alessandro or Brendan might win. Because Alessandro, he won both the first and second round, and he's been doing really good. So he might win. But also Brendan, he's also really good in finals. So I think he might win. So either one of them might win. And then second place, I don't know. I don't know. It's just like it really depends, because clock is pretty hard to predict.
Yeah.
Because a lot of things can happen, like DNFs and like mess ups. So.
Yeah, you never know. Well, we will all be watching that very closely later today. Okay, my last question for you, Fiona. You kind of alluded to it already. Like, you're so young and early in your career. So, right now, what would you say, your goals are, and what do you hope for your cubing career, so to speak, in like 3 to 5 years?
In 3 to 5 years, I'll probably be like really busy because of school,
Yeah.
but I'll still be cubing. If clock gets removed, then I'll focus more on big cubes. But if it doesn't, I'll still main clock. And my goals for like the next year is just like continue doing clock and like maintaining my FWR, field world record, and like get better. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I think you will you will be such a big part of, with clock being removed next year, like giving it such a good send off. So I love that. And I hope that, we just see that from you all over the next year. And I'm really happy to just hear, like, you already kind of have like an idea of like, okay, if this happens, like, here's the next thing for me. So that's really exciting. Fiona, thanks so much for joining us and chatting. And I hope you have a great rest of your weekend.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Round 1, Group 7 to all stages.
Welcome back. We're here live at North American Championship 2026. We are in the first round of 2x2. My name is Alyssa Aspraz, and I'm joined by
Carter Thomas. Really exciting group. We saw a 1.2 average. That's Mexican national record. Alyssa, can you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, it's Alan Benaga setting the Mexican national record for 2x2 average, 127, sitting atop the qualification sheet right now. Obviously, a few more groups to go, but a really solid position going into the semifinal, and setting a national record in any major championship situation at all is such a big deal.
Yeah, quite an accomplishment. For Mexico in particular, I think their NRs were also pretty good before this competition, so really good way to start off your 3 rounds of 2x2 by getting a 1.2 average.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, you can see that on the graphic on screen there. And it's just really cool, I think, for me, anytime I see, obviously, when we think about podiums and finals, the storylines are often dominated by a lot of American cubers, a couple Canadians, shout out to Canada. But It's easy to forget that there are other countries representing North America here at this competition and here to put up a good showing as well, set national records, represent the country, get as high up in those rankings as they can. So congratulations to Alon Benyaga from Mexico for setting a 2x2 national record average in the last group. We are now in group 7 of 2x2, and some names we're looking out for in this group: Ethan Zhuang, who was on the podium at the last North American Championship, Jerry Yao, Mateus Marcantoni Nunez, Ryan Pilot. So we'll look out for those solves as they come up here.
Yeah, we also saw a .999. I believe that was the first scramble of this group, so might be something good here for our top solvers to take advantage of.
Two by two, of course, is the marquee sprint event of the WCA. And yeah, just such an interesting one. I don't know, Carter, like what do you look out for when you're watching a 2x2 round?
It's really difficult to watch if you really don't know everything. I know Ethan's a very good 2x2er. So if this is the same scramble as that .99, I did see like a little L block, which is typically good if you can do something with it. Ethan, very notable 2x2 and clock solver. He unfortunately double DNF'd in clock semifinals, so he'll hope to get his redemption here.
All right, a 139 there, and not quite sub 1, but a low one.
It was pretty good turning. I'm guessing the .99 must have been the last group scramble then.
I think this is Mateus who we're looking at here. 2.46, and I believe 100 competitors are moving on from this round into the semifinals. So a little bit more of a cushion here on this semifinal than some of the other ones.
Yeah, I believe the cut to make it will probably be around that low to mid 2-second range. These top solvers more than capable of getting that, but something to look out for as people are on that borderline.
Of course, anytime you're watching a top solver at 2x2, you will notice, I mean, hopefully, them using a ton of that 15-second inspection time. Basically, the whole solve is decided by the time that inspection time ends. I mean, other than execution, obviously.
Yeah, and I mean, 2x2 is pretty unique in that sense because with Pyraminx Cube clock, you can kind of just have one solution that you're really looking at. 2x2, there's hundreds of algorithms that you kind of need to know to be able to find that right solution. And the top solvers do know a ton of them. Sujin and Zane in particular probably know somewhere south of 1,000 algorithms for 2x2. Yeah, there's a ton of different sets. I know Sujin has been working on drilling those down for this competition in particular. I'm really excited to see what he can do. Maybe get a few sub-1 averages there and try to follow up his world's title.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you look at 2x2 and you think like, oh, it's such a simple puzzle, like there's not much going on, and then you realize like you could know up to 1,000 algorithms for this, and like, you know, the power of that is how we are seeing these 1 second, 2 second solves at 2x2. You know, if you're watching at home and you're not familiar with the event, essentially by the time the timer starts, these top competitors know exactly what they're going to do already. It's called one looking the puzzle. So they take the inspection time, plan out their solution, and could essentially do it with their eyes closed. I don't think anyone actually does.
I do remember some top 2x2 solvers did like that as a joke in competition. I'm trying to remember who in particular, but they were still able to get like 1.5 averages, which is kind of insane. But Matias starting off with a counting 1.07. So that'll definitely be something to look out for. His current times are .99, 246, and 107 through 3 solves.
2.29 there. I think another. Oh, seems like it was a DNF. Never mind. Another thing about 2x2 is just like how many. It's almost like a move count game here. Like, and although it's funny because sometimes I think about it, I'm like, you know, these point. Ooh.
That
We'll
might
take
be
a
a
look.
plus
This
two.
looks like it's okay.
Oh, nice.
2.24. That's Arhan Serene, who known better as a big cuber, but actually holds. Actually, I should maybe not misspeak here. I can't remember. Either holds or held. No, held because it was recently broken. The 2x2 single Canadian national record.
Oh, nice. Matias counting a 1.3 alongside his 1.0. So
Very solid.
Yeah, that might be PR pace for him. That's a pretty solid average if he can get that best possible. 1.2 for Ethan Long. Not too happy with it. I think he got a 2.7 earlier, so he's trying to get his mind off that.
I think when we think about what's possibly going to happen on this 2x2 podium later this weekend, there's just so much can happen in 2x2, I guess. Like, it's not like these big cubes where, you know, we're pretty sure Max Park will be our North American champion. But in 2x2, I feel like it's a lot less stable in terms of predictions.
Yeah, I mean, Matias is not someone who I really had my eye on, but he has a 114 best possible, which, barring some really good scrambles in the next few groups, is pretty set to be on the top of the list there. Our top three as well are all from different countries, which is definitely unique for a North American championship, given the high concentration of American competitors.
Yeah, I think last time at the last North American Championship, Zane came in obviously looking to defend his title and didn't even end up on the podium. So it's one of those things where, yeah, again, anything can happen.
Matias with a 228. That's unfortunate way to end his average. We'll bring him closer to that where it's possible. Unfortunately, probably in the 1.5 to 1.6 range.
Ethan Zhuang here giving us his fourth solve, I believe, and hoping to not count that 2.7. Ooh, drop the cube. Doesn't count the 2.7, but counts a 2.6.
Yeah, and even though he's really upset there, even if he gets another, or he counts that 2.7 alongside the 2.6,
he'll be just fine.
He'll be well on his way to the next round.
Yeah, it's so important in this first round to, I don't know, just make sure your mindset's in the right place, get the shakes out. Again, there's some buffer here. 100 competitors are moving on to the next round, so you can afford a little bit of disaster, I guess, but not too big of a disaster.
Yeah, and another thing I've kind of realized as I've watched a lot of 2x2 is the people who are top 100 on that psych sheet, I think the average is like 1.8. It's going to be nowhere close to that. A lot of people get to that range, forget all the algorithms, and just compete in hopes of a four-mover. So we'll probably see a much lower standard to make the next round.
Yeah. That would be an interesting stat to pull, actually. Maybe someone can pull it as, like, what is the event with, like, the biggest differential on, like, the cutoff time for advancement?
Yeah, it
2x2 must be up there. Yeah,
yeah,
like the sprints, obviously, yeah.
And a lot more people compete in 2x2 at a higher level than, I believe, Scuba Pira, just because the turning is so familiar for, like, other 3x3 or n-by-n solvers. I can imagine it's probably up there.
Totally. All right, we will look at the last solves of this group here.
Might be a duplicate scramble.
Oh. Arhan just doing what looked like hundreds of moves just now.
Yeah, and I doubt he practiced 2x2 much for this competition.
No, I doubt it as well.
So I believe he's counting 2 different 2-second solves, maybe higher than that, but definitely not a great showing for him.
Okay, we will still try to get Ethan Zhuang's last solve up here for you before we transition, but it looks like there was just a little bit of an issue with that. So we will wait for his last solve and then let you know when it's ready. It's 2x2, so hopefully the correction doesn't take quite too long.
Yeah. With duplicate scrambles, though, it is a little tricky figuring out exactly what one they got, but he kept the cube in the same state, so it should be pretty easy to double check that. Jerry, for his last solve, he currently has a 173 BPA, 248 worst possible. If he gets that worst possible, he might be in a bit of trouble, but we shall see.
Really good to end that off.
Yeah, his worst solve there was a 3.6, 1.8. Should be low 2 average, so definitely good enough for him.
Oh, looks like a +2 on a 5. Okay, here's Ethan Zhuang coming up for his last solve. Again, two 2-second solves here, so looking to just close out with something good and put down a solid average heading into the semifinal.
And
oh, we're thinking again. Oh no. Okay. All right, it's a 145. Looks like some confusion, but we will find out what happened and make sure that we get that information to you.
Yeah, assuming that solve stands, 184 average. Certainly not bad. We do see a little bit of a transition to the next group. We see Sujin, current world champion, going up for his first.
All right, as we kind of figure out what's happening here, and also transition to the next group, we're going to take a quick break, and do not go anywhere. We are going to be speaking to Maddie Hiroto Inaba next up.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
You've made me feel all the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
Play again. Let's go.
Welcome back. We are joined by the one and only Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Maddie, how's it going?
It's going good. Happy to be here.
Yeah. What was travel like to get here? How you feeling?
It was fine. Yeah, I went to Denver and then to here. Pretty quick trip. I don't really get jet lag anymore because it's just all messed up. So, yeah, I'm feeling good. Yeah.
Okay. The first thing, honestly, I wanted to ask you is I feel like you do so many interviews. And I because I was doing some research ahead of this one. I was searching you on YouTube, listening to a few. What's the recent fave interview that you've done, or a favorite topic?
I thought for Speedcubing TV we did that interview, the last one that just released last night.
Oh, which is good. Yeah, got out yesterday.
I like the questions that he asked there. I like those questions. Yeah.
I was on that too, and it was like a Nardwar interview. Honestly, you were how do you know this about me?
Stuff.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I get it. Shout out to Rosie. I recently loved your interview with Brandon True, who's one of our casters. It was way too technical for me, honestly. I was listening to it and I was I'm sure this will make someone better. It's not going to make me better at 3x3, but if you're trying to get better at 3x3, I would say go listen to that interview because it was
a fun one.
Interesting.
Fun.
Yeah. Okay. I want to talk to you first about life outside of cubing because it was a big year for you.
Sure,
big move to New York.
Yep.
You are at Columbia. Tell us about that and what your first year was like.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think it was a great experience. My academics were stressful only in like certain times. Like I wasn't taking that many classes, so this year was pretty chill. It was good to have that chill year to adjust to college. I didn't have any like everything went smoothly, like as smooth as I wanted it to be. So that was good. And I still got time to practice, and I had way more comps than I've ever had being in New York.
Right,
so
yeah.
Yeah, overall, a great experience. Yeah.
Cool. What's the best and worst thing about living in New York?
Okay, the best thing is that you can go everywhere on the subway, and the worst thing is that the subway is like super dirty. So, yeah, it's like the
We're
best
getting
and the
a
worst
thumbs
combined.
up here from fellow New Yorker to your
Yes.
left. So, is there anything that you thought would be really hard about like moving or college that turned out to be like, oh, that was no problem, it's really easy?
I think I wasn't really worried about living on my own because I don't know, I'm kind of like independent person, I would say, so that was fine. I think maybe just coming from high school to college, the workload, I was kind of worried about that. But overall, I think it was manageable. Yeah, just making sure I'm studying ahead of time and not trying to put it off until the end, really. I kind of put it off until the end of the first semester, and I kind of learned from that, and I spaced it out. So then, like, even during finals week, the second semester, I wasn't really that stressed out, so that was good. Yeah.
Nice. I get the feeling that no one has to worry about your academics, Maddie, but that's just me.
We'll see. We'll see next year.
Okay, you're studying financial economics. Are you
Yeah.
enjoying it? Is it still like after 1 year, are you like, okay, I think I do see myself in this long term?
Well, Columbia has this thing called the core curriculum, which is basically like a bunch of seemingly random classes, but they are very useful. So there was this one called Literature Humanities, which is very cool. Like we just read old books. Like the only books I've read previously were like sports psychology books. So
Okay.
these are actually like classical literature texts. So those are really cool.
Like what? What'd you read?
Like Song of Solomon, the essays by Montaigne, and then like a bunch of other randoms. Inferno, Dante.
This sounds like some really intense stuff.
To the Lighthouse. Like, I mean, okay, yeah. Well, we read like 10 books, 12 books each semester.
Oh my goodness.
But they were all very good. They're all
Cool.
very good, and I learned a lot, both about myself and like the progression of knowledge as a whole. So that was pretty
Nice.
cool. In terms of like random classes, not applicable to my major, but actually I might switch to econ math possibly because I have a lot of extra credits I can take because the financial econ is not very rigorous. So yeah, I don't know though. The thing is like if I do all the math courses in econ math but don't do the econ math major, like takes the pressure off of the math classes. So I might do that just to get the knowledge, but not have the pressure of like having to get an A in
Right.
those classes. So that's good. I don't know. We'll see. I like the courses overall. Like I think I've had some good. Okay, actually, my best professors were in Japanese class. I was in the intermediate Japanese both semesters, and those professors were really good. So, yeah, if you're going to Columbia, take Japanese, I guess.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you like I guess I just assumed you might be fluent in Japanese already, but is that not true?
I can speak pretty comfortably. In terms of reading the characters, I know everything like that we learned and you should have learned for intermediate, but that's not what you need to like read some hard books and stuff. So I still need to learn a lot of those.
Yeah. Okay, I want to switch gears to talk about your cubing career.
Let's go.
A lot of people obviously know your like pandemic rise,
Yes.
cubing at home, Monkey
Yeah, for
League,
sure,
and
for
then
sure.
like NAC 22, which we'll talk about more later, but like and then obviously more recently everyone knows NAR Maddie.
Yes.
Not a lot of people know pre-pandemic Maddie, I think. So I want
that's good.
I want to know about that. Like what was
Mhm.
that time like? And what were those years like?
Yeah, that's another good question. I think my roots are in Japan,
Yeah.
the competitive Japanese cubing scene. I was there for my first comp in 2016, and then like most of my comps all the way until 2019 were in Japan, I think, or California. So let's do Japan first. So my first ever win, or first ever podium, first ever win, and first ever sub-8 average were in the Japan Champs finals. So that was
Cool.
kind of like my first like good performance, I would say.
Yeah.
And then from there, it just like picked up. And then also in that competition, I think it was the second round, I got a 558, which was ranked like 20 something in the world at the time for single. And I think that was my first high ranking as well. So that comp, like in general, was kind of like a Kickstarter for my whole like everything.
Yeah.
So that was pretty good.
Cool.
And then I won there again 2018, 2019. And that's the last time it was held. And that's the last time I went to Japan even for a competition. So I think that's the start in Japan. And then in California, I went to this competition called Qualifornia 2017. And Max Park was there. And that's the first time I got to compete with Max Park. And he was like the best in the world at the time. So
Is that where the picture is from? There's like this famous picture of you and Max. Is that from that
That's
comp?
actually from Berkeley 2018, I think.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, pretty similar time frame. But yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. So as you can see, I was competing against Max since I started. So
Yeah.
that's I don't know. He was one of the people I wanted to like be ranked ahead of since I started because he was always the best. So yeah, that was where I started, just in California and Japan. Yeah.
Cool. Do you remember what was your first U.S. Nationals? Can you tell us which one that was?
Oh, it was 2018 Salt Lake City, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I looked back into those rankings. You were 82nd in round 2 after being 33rd in round 1. And so you missed the semifinal by 2 spots after being 33rd.
Yep.
Tell me about that experience. Like, was it formative for you? Like, do you remember it? Or is it just kind of like, I don't even remember that happened?
I really like that. I really like that because I think that's one of the most valuable experiences I had because like it was hard, you know what I mean? I think that was my first ever kind of setback almost. Like I was just winning everything in Japan and like even in California I was just getting pretty high rankings, making the finals, everything. But then I came to that and I got 30th in the first round. So I was like, oh, everything's fine. And like and then that was I think a very valuable experience to know that you're never guaranteed anything, you know? Like, even though you get 30th, you could get 80-something in the second round. So always stay in the present moment and keep your mind focused on what you need to do. Because I think I was a little bit sloppy in that round. And having that experience early on, I think, really helped me cultivate, like, my focus when I needed it, yeah.
That's cool. Okay, and then the following year, you went to Worlds 2019.
Yes, finals.
And that was like, you know, obviously the last Worlds before the pandemic and all of that. And right before, I think most people would say your kind of cubing career started to really blow up. So if you could go back and tell yourself something at Worlds 2019, what would you tell yourself?
Observe everything to your fullest capabilities because these are the people who are still going to be the best when you come out of COVID is what I would say. So you just want to just take in everything and learn as much as possible because when you come out of COVID, you will be competing against these people, you know? So just like, take in everything to the highest degree you can. Yeah.
That's cool. I think a lot of people see you as a role model in the cubing community. When you hear that, what do you think? Like, what does that mean to you? Do you think about that, or are you just kind of like, I don't know?
I don't know. I think it's pretty cool if people say that. Yeah, it's an honor to be in that role. I don't really think about it much, but I try and set a good example sometimes, and just just try and set a good example. You know, if people are looking at me in terms of like a role model and things like that, I just have to portray a good image and make sure I know what I'm doing. Yeah.
What would you say was the hardest season of your cubing career?
Hardest season? That's a good question. Maybe Nats 2018. I'm not gonna lie, that was really hard. Maybe maybe Nats 2023 also. That was not a good competition. So, I had a good competition before that, so I guess that whole the whole thing wasn't bad, but I didn't really have a good performance at Nats 2023. So maybe those two.
Okay.
I would say just in terms of like how I was capable of doing things, but then didn't really do them. You know.
Right. Yeah. What do you like? How do you evaluate that? Because I've heard you talk about this before, where it's like I'm capable of it and I didn't do it. How do you come to the conclusion that happened? I guess.
I mean, it's just all part of the process, you know? Like, I think people should realize that any cuber, they'll never have perfected the mental game. It's a daily process that you can never master. And I think if people understand that, then if they face a setback, it's like, okay, this is not something that was a mistake or something that shouldn't have happened. It's something to learn from. So you should really take those as opportunities. So I took those as opportunities. And I mean, like, if you look back, like all of those led me to getting the NAR. You
Yeah.
know? Like it's just all part of the process.
Totally. Yeah, I think you're such a good example, Maddie, of like the difference between, I think a lot of people come out of competitions or come out of rounds and be like, oh, it should have been this, or it could have been this, or if I didn't do this. And it's like, you're such a good example to me, at least. I don't know if you feel this way about like, of just being really cognizant of like, it could have been better and this is what it means, not in a like, to use I'm like so young and hip, to use a Gen Z word, not to cope, but to actually like come back from it and learn.
Yeah, I think that's a crucial part for me because especially for me when I was trying to get NAR, I had a lot of like bad moments where, +2s, lockups, whatever. But I mean, yeah, the only way I could have went through those and not just like quit cubing altogether was having this like process-oriented mindset, and yeah, I think that was pretty useful.
Yeah, totally. Okay, you talked about Japan and the significance of it in your career. You are heading back to Japan later this month for Japan Championship. So tell me about the significance of that, what that means to you. I love that you are just so proud of where you're from and like both Japan and Hawaii, and like, so talk to me about that and what that means to you.
Yeah, I mean, my first ever sponsor sponsored me in 2017 at Tokyo Pyramix Open in Japan. So I'm going to meet the whole team again, who I haven't seen. I saw them at Worlds, but then I'm going to see Yu Nakajima, which is the founder of Tribox, my sponsor. So I haven't seen him since 2019, I think, around there. So, and just all the other people. Like, literally my judge when I won the 2017 Japan Championships is going to be there as well.
That's exciting.
And, like, it's so crazy to see all those people. Because, like, I don't know. Like, the whole Japanese community, like, believed in me before I was even good. You know what I mean? So it's really nice to go back there and be like, like you guys knew it.
Yeah, that's cool. And also, obviously, you're so proud to be from Hawaii. We know everyone knows that about you. And so I wanted to ask you about the Hawaii cubing tour last year after Worlds. Obviously, Yi-Hung was in Hawaii for like an extended amount of time. Like, just tell me about that experience. What is it like to just have Yi-Hung in Hawaii with you? You guys competed together for several competitions.
It's so cool. Like the world champion in best form coming to your state to compete with you was so like eye-opening to just the raw speed that Yi-Hang has. Good learning experience. Yeah, just inspiring overall to see someone of that competitive caliber just like in Hawaii, like that was pretty cool. And I think it made me faster, personally. Yeah, because I got NAR after that.
There you go, yeah. Are you like low-key a little salty that you never got him in at least one round?
Of course, of course. Hey, world champion, I'll let it slide.
That's
He's
fine,
better.
yeah.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about the Elite Cubing Initiative. Tell us about that.
Of course, yeah. So basically, Zuri Chang, Kevin Prince, and Shota Fukuoka, top 3 kids that I found in the United States that I think have the potential to do very, very good. I'm just there to meet with them once a week, once every 2 weeks online, just to feed them cases, feed them F2O cases, finger tricks, basically all that they need. Because the way cubing works, and also just making sure that they set their goals high enough is what I'm doing. Because people should wonder, or if you wonder, like, why does cubing always improve? Why do people always say, even when Felix got the 559 or 553, they were like unbeatable? Yi-Hang's 2 seconds faster now. Like, what causes that? Well, the only thing that causes that is that the next generation looks at the previous generation is like, I'm gonna beat them. So I'm telling them, you shouldn't look at me for goals. You should look at Yi-Hang and Shwani for your goals. And that's how cubing is. It's just, you set your goals, you either achieve them slightly or miss them slightly. My goal is to surpass Max Park in the world rankings ever since I met him in 2017. I achieved that, like 13 other people achieved that as well, So you have to set your goals higher is what I always tell them. And I think that might be super valuable to them. Because, okay, speaking of for most of them, like when they're on, like they could get close to my average, like at home, so they shouldn't just stop there. And they have so much potential, especially because also why the next generation is always better is that the cubes. They start with better cubes, so their turning speed is adapted to that specific cube. So that's another reason why they have a lot more potential than than I have. You know, so I'm just saying like even though I'm kind of coaching and teaching you, like you will be better than me. So just like get that in your head. Yeah.
I love that. And yeah, I mean, what inspired you to start this? Like, you don't have to spend your time doing this, obviously. Like, what's the goal? Why are you like, this is what I want to be doing?
I don't know. I think I just have a lot of fun, like teaching people new things, especially kids, and just making sure they're thinking right. Because, you know, sometimes you get off of a round and you're a little upset or something. And then I used to get upset sometimes. So it just feels good to kind of get them out of that headspace, like, immediately. And then, like, not have them have to, like, go through, I don't know, some, like, negative emotions I had when I was a kid. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you said that they formed you a little bit. So maybe it's like a canon event. But
yeah.
Okay, speaking of like the process and setting your goals high, I want to talk about the NAR from last fall. For those that don't know, you broke the NAR at what was the U.S. National Championship last fall, CubingUSA All-Stars. I heard you talk about it. You said it was never if I break the NAR, it was always when I break it. How did you stay in that mindset even in the like most discouraging setbacks?
I mean, it was hard. You know, I'm going to be honest. Like, yeah, I think if it wasn't for just staying in the process, like I would have quit cubing. Like I think I've said this in another interview, but I +2'd out of it all the way back in 2021 with a 559. It would have been 559, but a better single than max, which would have been NAR. And then like after that, I'm like, okay, I can only take one more of these. I can only little did I know, right? Like I +2'd out of 494 2022, so many lockups, and then +2'd out of 485 in 2024, I think. And then just so many lockups. I got 502 and then 501 the next round. Like, after I said I can only take one more of these, I had like 10 more of those. You know what I mean? So, like, and every one of those 10, I was like, I'm going to quit cubing. But then, like, I don't know. I just had to bring myself back to the present. You know, it's all part of the process. And yeah, I think it worked out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it worked out. You broke that NAR in round 2. Okay, this is a little bit of a harder question because then you ended up, though, in the final, and then you didn't win.
Unfortunate, yes.
Walk me through that. Was it not because of, but like, were you just like, oh my gosh, like I broke the NAR and like had nothing left in the final, or was that completely unrelated? What was it?
I mean, no, that's a valid question. I think it was a little bit of a distraction for me personally. Just like having like a 5-year struggle, 5-year journey just come to an end abruptly like that is a little bit jarring.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I tried my best to keep it together, but it did not quite work. But, yeah, I think it was definitely because of that. It's hard. It's hard to keep focus.
Of course. Of course. And so, obviously, I mean, now you're coming into this weekend. It's both the U.S. National Championship this weekend and the North American Championship. You know, you haven't been at the top of a 3x3 podium since the 2 North American Championships ago in Toronto. Shout out to Toronto. And so, what's your mindset coming into this weekend?
I think in 2022 when I won, I came in with the mentality that, like, I almost have to win. You know, I put a lot of pressure on myself. And in that time, it worked. And I took the same mentality in 2024, and it did not work. So I think it already worked once. You know, I already have a North American champs under my belt. So this one, I'm just going to have fun. And I think when I was a kid, I liked to really challenge, you know, like even in the Japan Champs 2017, there was this guy named Fushimi Arifumi, I think, who won the last 2 Japan Championships. And I didn't think going into the finals, like, oh, like I just hope I'm near him. No, I want to beat him, and I did beat him. So I think recently maybe I've gotten off of that because now I'm like ranked #1 in North America. It's easy to feel like you're being chased. So I want to adopt the chaser mindset again and be like, nothing is guaranteed. I want to just adopt that chaser mentality again.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm rounding the corner here, but one of my last questions for you is obviously you're so accomplished and decorated as a speedcuber. We are always talking about your last accomplishment, your next accomplishment in terms of like achievements, titles, things like that. What are you most proud of when it comes to your cubing career that's not achievement related?
Okay, that may be one of the better questions I've heard ever. I think maybe how the Hawaii cubing community has developed over the years, from it being just me and this guy named Seita Katayama and Hitoki Kitahashi. Us three were basically the only cubers in Hawaii, to now they have, what, like more than 5 comps a year, like hundreds of people in the community. I think that's like my proudest non-achievement related thing, just watching that happen. And like, it feels very nice to have these kids have the opportunities I didn't have coming up. You know, they don't have to fly to Japan or California for comps. They can just drive now and just like, let's go. Like, that's really nice.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Okay, Maddie, well, thank you for joining us. As we close out, remind people how they can follow you online, anything else that you want people to know about.
I don't know, the Cubing Jedi everywhere. Yeah, follow me if you want.
Cool.
Yep.
They could keep up with you to keep up with Elite Cubing Initiative?
Oh,
now?
yes.
Okay.
I post everything on there.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Maddie, thank you so much for joining
Thank
us.
you.
It's always a pleasure talking to you. Wishing you all the best for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much. See you guys later. Yeah.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So.
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
You've made me feel all the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
Play again. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2026 Rubik's WCA North American Championship. Manu Singhal, Zach Rydell. This is a fantastic pairing. You're going to see more of us later in this competition as well. Zach, how has NAC been for you so far?
It's been great. I always love these major championships, not really for results. I've been having a very bad competition results-wise, but I've been having such a great time seeing
so
all
far.
my friends.
So far.
So far. I still have Square One coming up later today.
Well, then see, that one's the one that matters.
Which will probably also go bad, but hopefully,
come on.
Hopefully good results for top solvers is what I want to see. Like Luke Garrett here on the blue stage doing 2x2. We're in the last group of 2x2 round 1 before we move on to 6x6.
Yeah, and Luke Garrett, of course, one of the competitors we will be following. We're also going to try and get as many solves from Brian Johnson, Carter Kukala, Zachary Oakes, and several others as well. Did he do something funny?
Yes, he was popping off an exorbitant amount over that solve.
Oh my God, gotta love the energy Luke Garrett brings to Speedcubing. He's such for someone who's at the top, going to a million competitions, extremely results focused. He's also so relaxed, and I just love that he has that mode about him where he can just step back a little bit and realize this is for fun and games at the end of the day. Even though he's winning real podium prize money off of it.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I really like about some top solvers is the lack of nonchalantness, I guess just chalantness.
Yeah.
But everyone here cares about cubing, and acting like you don't care is really weird because you care. Just care and be open about it and have fun, because that's why you cube, is because you're having such fun doing it on a red stage. Carter Kukala, very good at sprint events, primarily skew being a main one, but also quite experienced with 2x2. Zach Oaks in the top 215.
Yeah, this is a trio of great solvers. Zach Oaks in your main screen, and switching over to Luke Garrett now. Carter looks like, yeah, fumble there for them, 225. Let's see what Luke can do on scramble number 2. This is the first time that we're seeing scramble number 2. This will kind of inform how the other competitors might do. 166 from him. Brian Johnson now, first solve we're seeing of his. If Luke's result is anything to go off of, this should be a pretty decent one. Ooh, cube fumble. It looks like, yeah, just didn't do last several turns. Luckily, he didn't stop the timer. 321. He will certainly not be counting that time.
Here's hoping, at least. Brian used to be quite a big name in 2x2 since a lot more focus has gone into Square One, FMC, his main events, 3x3 one-handed, the works. We see Noah Swore here, 197. Noah, one of your top blindfold solvers, also Square One solvers, as you saw, the blindfold and the Square One, getting ready for later on today.
From here in the Southeast, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so
I think Florida, but don't quote me on
Florida
that.
sounds right, yeah. Yeah.
I'm getting a thumbs up from Brandon Lynn, and Brandon knows blindfolded solving, so I trust him.
True, yes. Take a look at Krish now. Krish, one of the best FMC solvers in the world. Actually, FMC attempt 1 just wrapped up as he wraps up a 161. Zach Oaks also competing in FMC, 351 for his efforts. 354, excuse me. Aiden Bryant on the bottom left, a 168. Also competed in FMC. I guess it makes sense. Since FMC just happened, you move all the FMC solvers towards the end of 2x2 here. And now let's watch Luke Garrett solve number 3. 139, 166 to his name. 236 now adding on to that. So that 166 will be accounting time.
I was going to say, it looked like a fairly medium length solution, but just too lucky to be able to get a good time on it. Carter Kukala, solve number 2. Also in the bottom, if we're talking FMC, Daniel Karna.
Yeah.
Well known for Square One solving, quite good at FMC, but also used to be a 2x2 beast back in the day.
Yeah.
But he's still got the chops. He still knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, he podiumed at like 3 straight world championships, and that only ended with the 2025 world championship in Square One, that is, as he gets a 184. Good looking time there. Let's see if Brian can bounce back from that 3-second solve earlier. Sort of yes, sort of no. I think he would have wanted something better than that. I feel like his solution was just a little too long there, even though his turn speed seemed pretty decent, 182.
Yeah, a lot of the competitors in this group are just coming off of FMC Attempt 1, as mentioned earlier. Super thought-intensive event.
Yeah.
And the very jarring jump between FMC and 2x2 solving. Maybe a little bit of a head rush here for some of these solvers.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, that's a sub 1 for Luke Garrett in the bottom center. See, he's kind of jazzed about that. This time, a real celebration for a really good solve. Sub 1, less than 1 second to pick up, solve, and put down the puzzle. Very impressive. 129 for Zach Oaks. Oh, that's a +2, I think, from the view that we have here. A bit unfortunate. So it seems like, yeah, that scramble number 4 is one you might want to look out for.
Yeah, again, worth to keep an eye on. Brian Johnson, very skilled 2x2 solver, I guess. Probably compared to Luke, one of the top names, the other really fast name in this group to keep an eye out for. We see Luke Garrett's best possible and worst possible averages have populated into the scorecard up top. Unfortunate DNF there for Aiden Bryant, 117. But we see worst possible of 180 and best possible of 133 there for Luke Garrett. Quite a bit of wiggle room in terms of such a sprint event. Of course, there's a lot of wiggle room in between those times. I mean, half a second is a lot of time.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, 133 would put him into the top 5 of all competitors who have competed so far. But 180 would actually move him quite a bit back. It wouldn't even be in the top 20. So that's kind of the margin we're talking about here. And at the end of the day, in the finals, only 20 competitors are going to advance. It's really brutal for a short event like 2x2. Any mistake you make is really, really exemplified. Yeah, it's a bit of the commentator's curse there as Carter with 236.
You see bottom right, Brian Johnson, 125.
Nice.
Good solution there. Luke Garrett, first attempt at scramble 5. No dice, 373. That's going to be worst possible average of 180. Currently projected to be 22nd in the round. Will beat Sean Mack by single, but also a tied 180 average. That is a. We're
That's
going to wait to get the ruling from the judge there.
Dylan Govic, the judge, is also a delegate, so he should be able to. Yeah,
it's a +2, 379 there for Zach Oakes.
And I think Zach had another +2 earlier too, so that's unfortunate. Counting a +2.
8 seconds.
Couple of solves left for our top solvers. There's Krish there with a 214. Daniel Karnock now. I've lost track. I think he's might be on scramble number 4. Oh wow, the cube just jumping out of his hand. That's unfortunate. 394. That will almost certainly be the not counting time.
166 there for Aiden Bryan. Unfortunately, a DNF in the average, so any bad times will be counting. But 166, pretty good to see.
There's Noah now, 184. Very classic Cuber head shake. Good result, bad result. Always got to shake the head a little bit. Carter on their last.
12.
And a 149. That is a solved puzzle. Immediately going for the 6x6 because that will be the next event that is up. Zach on his last. I think Brian is going to be on his 4th now. And the 4th is a scramble that we think is going to be pretty good based on Luke Garrett's results. And the reason I think Aiden actually DNF'd it was because I think they either like miss-one-looked it or just mis-exec'd it. Let's see what solution Brian can find. A pretty good one at that, 113.
Little hesitant in that solve, but I think likely found the same solution as Luke. Again, all that 2x2 experience. Trying to one-look as many possible solutions in inspections, you can then figure out which one is the best one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is so cool that not only in inspection can you see the solution, but you can see multiple solutions and you're evaluating which solution is not just the shortest move count, but ergonomically best. Like, a lot of people would think like, oh yeah, 2x2 is like short event, it's kind of kiddie event, brain rotty event. I think at the top level, I have a ton of respect
at the
for
top
2x2.
level, it is very brain rotty. Fun kiddie type event. Sujin and Zane both loving their fair share of memes, but no, as you are saying, it is a very skill-intensive and knowledge-based event. Aiden Bryant taking the time to recognize the case here. And this will be counting 834 because of that DNF earlier, so quite unfortunate. But at least kind of laughing it off.
Yeah, we'll have to see where they end up. Should be last solve for Carter Kukala, senior member of the WRC Regulations Committee. 259 for them. I think 100 competitors are advancing into the second round of 2x2 here at the North American Championship. Currently, that's projected to be a 271 average.
Can only imagine that that's going to go down now.
Yeah, because there are several competitors who haven't been entered yet, of course.
Of course. My average ended up being like 416. So
that's kind of a me average.
I was going to say I'm very far and away from making it into the second round. That's okay. Just gives me more opportunity to commentate.
There you go.
Brian Johnson, last solve here. 142. Going to be looking at about a 1.5 average. 1.5. Oh, look at my math skills.
Wow. That's good.
I am so shocked I got that. But yeah, 1.5 average there for Brian Johnson. Currently 7th right now in our projected rankings.
Yeah, I mean, tied with Ezra Severson, behind on single best by 1/100th of a second. Those are the kind of margins. And, you know, like, this is round 1 going into round 2, so the exact seeding doesn't super matter. But when it comes to finals, the exact seeding will kind of determine where you are seated. And then where you end up seated depends on, or rather, dictates whether or not you have like a top-down camera and stuff like that. So certainly there's a lot that goes into like the individual seating as well. So for something like this, 2x2, where it's like literally hundreds of a second are like determining the exact ordering in place.
Yeah, no, it's so interesting. I watch a ton of 2x2.
Yeah.
I think I know maybe like 20 outs.
Yeah.
There's so much we've seen with objectively optimal
Right.
solutions. UNG, some of the top solvers call it under normal gambit. There's a lot to be discovered still with 2x2, trying to optimize it fully.
Yeah.
Even trying to optimize it for the individual person, for finding multiple solutions again in inspection. 2x2 finals definitely going to be one of the most interesting ones to watch. I'm super stoked to look forward to it. I don't know if I'm commentating it,
Yeah,
but if I'm not commentating it, I am going to be watching it from the crowd.
No, it's you and me, my friend. It's you and me.
That is going to be
That'll be
amazing.
tomorrow around 6 p.m. I'm really excited to see that. Those are always crazy, these short event finals. So you'll want to stay tuned for that. We're going to move to 6x6 next and a very special interview. But before that, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So.
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
You've made me feel all of the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
Play again. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rubiks WCA North American Championship 2026. I'm here with Katie Hull. She is a superstar here in the Southeast. Katie, do you want to introduce yourself a little bit to the stream, to those who don't know who you are?
So my name is Katie Hull. I am the Southeast Region Lead, and I'm also a delegate from the state of Georgia.
Yeah,
and I'm also
awesome.
an organizer here today.
Yeah, there you go. So she's wearing multiple hats today, as well as, just in general. Katie, how did you get into speedcubing?
I got into speedcubing around the 6th grade. I learned in middle school from a kid in my homeroom, and I'm the type of personality that really is just really competitive. Everything I do, I have to do to the highest degree. I have to get really into it, or I don't do it at all. So that's kind of how I ended up here, like 20 years later.
Nice. How did you first find out about competition?
The speed solving forums, actually.
Okay,
which
yeah.
I don't know how big those are now, but that was one of the few places where you could talk to other cubers online in like 2008. So I found about meetups and then this singular competition in the Southeast, or in my state at that time.
Wow. So, I mean, we've come a long way since then. I mean, cubing has exploded, especially after COVID. And you've been an OG, so like you've kind of seen it kind of evolve, especially like here in the Southeast, which I think is one of the strongest regions in North America. So tell us a little bit of the history of like how things kind of started off and like how things have kind of grown since.
So the Southeast really started very small. Around the time I started cubing, around 2010, 2011, there were no delegates in my state of Georgia, and there was maybe one competition a year if we were lucky. And we kind of had a resurgence around 2014, 2015. Around that time, Jacob Ambrose became a delegate, and we started organizing competitions not only at our college, but also all across Georgia. And he started organizing all over the Southeast, and then started promoting other delegates. And slowly, with that, we started to develop our region to what it is now, which is very active with a lot of delegates.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's really, really awesome to see. So as the senior delegate, like, I see like new delegates get appointed and stuff like that. And it's very exciting. You recently have a couple new delegates, actually. I mean, Kevin is currently in training in South Carolina, and now there's another delegate in Alabama, Philip Lane now as well.
Great guy.
Which is very exciting. That's one of your roles as region lead, is to kind of like see how the delegates are progressing. What other kind of stuff does the region lead do?
So you can kind of view it as like I'm the manager of the delegates, so I not only manage like the quality and the training of our current delegates, but I also am on the lookout for potential trainees, seeing what regions in our Southeast region need delegates, where we need help, and trying to fill those gaps with promotions and stuff.
Yeah, awesome. And you're also like extremely active, so you're looking at like competition quality and stuff like that too, right?
That's very important.
What's like something that you're really proud about, like the Southeast does like better than any other region? This is your time to gloat, basically.
Okay. Well, I'm very proud of the quality of our competitions. I think we have really stepped it up, especially now that we are our own nonprofit. In our region, I think we've really stepped up our quality. I think our competitions are a wonderful experience for families, competitors, delegates, and I think something really important about our region is the delegates in our region are all genuinely very good friends. We're very close, and we support each other emotionally, not only just with delegating and organizing, but also on a personal level, which is really important, I think.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I hear like loads of good things about the Southeast.
Good to hear.
So, as someone who's like organized a lot of competitions and stuff like that, I'm sure there's many people who want to kind of organize their own competitions. Do you have like any tips for people who want to get started in that?
Reach out to your local delegate. The worst they can say is no. Come with maybe a plan of venues, ideas, stuff like that, and just talk to your delegates and see what time periods are open, and so you can learn about what the role requires.
Yeah, totally. Organizing is certainly a lot of work, but what do you think is like the most fun part of organizing?
It's just fun to see the entire event come together. You know, you've spent weeks or months doing all this pre-competition work, and just to see it all come together, hopefully successfully.
Yeah.
It was really a nice feeling.
Yeah, totally. And I'm sure there are some people who are also interested in being a delegate. So as, the region lead, someone who like kind of scouts out delegates, what are some tips you have for someone who might be maybe not old enough yet, but is like looking to kind of step into that role, be a leader in their community?
I would start off by volunteering at your local competitions and also exhibit maturity. That's something that's very important if you want to become a delegate in the future, but just make yourself seen by the people who are always working at the competitions. Ask if you can jump in on judging when you don't have to, running, ask about scrambling, ask if there's any way you can help, and you will get noticed if you continually do that.
Yeah, that's some great words of advice. So hope you all are listening. let's talk a little bit about FTO. You've been in the FTO community for a really, really long time. What got you interested in FTO in the first place?
It was around the time COVID started, and I had no motivation to practice official events because there were no competitions.
Mhm.
And I saw one of my friends was doing this FTO thing, and I was like, I might as well pick it up. I don't know when comps are coming back, and I was like instantly addicted to it. It was so much fun.
What about FTO? For those who might not know, is like so cool. Like, what makes it unique?
It's got unique steps compared to other existing WCA events, like triples, for example. But for me, it had a little bit of a similarity to 4x4, which is my main event. So it was a little bit of 4x4 plus just something new that really made it addicting.
Would you say it's like an easy event to get into? Like, basically, like, should like beginners to Speedcubing try it, or like should they wait until they've like solved the 3x3 first?
I'd wait till you can solve a 3x3 first, because there are some concepts just to generally Speedcubing that are relevant for FTO, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily hard. I had a harder time learning Scube, to be honest.
Okay, yeah, there you go. I find it an incredibly fun event. I think it's really awesome how FTO has really grown since out of COVID. I remember like we used to see like unofficial competitions for FTO and stuff like that, and now, recently, the WCA has announced that FTO will be the newest event added to the slate of official events. What is, like, I guess your reaction? What's like the community's reaction to this news?
I had to keep it for a secret for a little bit, but I'm so excited. It feels like the work that the FTO community has done, just from like the tiny group of people it was in 2020 to now, has finally come to fruition. It's extremely exciting. I'm very excited to be able to hold it in my region, and I know a lot of other people are too. The second it happened, I ran to the FTO server to celebrate with everyone, because it very much felt like a celebration moment for sure.
Yeah, certainly. I think another thing that FTO has really done is kind of put a spotlight on unofficial events. I feel like we didn't really used to have unofficial events at competitions before. Now we have entire competitions that are like kind of dedicated to unofficial events. Do you have any other unofficial events that you're interested in? I know the banana was what I saw in a report recently.
Yeah, I might be part of the reason we're having banana here. Actually, it was my suggestion, but it's something that we do in our region that has been one of our most fun series of competitions, because it's just so silly that everyone has a wonderful time. So I'm really glad to see it here this year.
Yeah. I think it's interesting how like the unofficial events kind of give you like a step away from official solving sometimes, because like everyone knows it's like kind of for fun.
Yeah, no, you don't have to take it super seriously.
Yeah, you can take it as seriously as you want, I guess.
Yeah.
And the regulations are, like reasonable, but not like super strict as well. So, yeah, I think it's really awesome to see more unofficial events kind of happening in and around competitions, because it just makes Speedcubing Sorry about that, a little bit of technical issues. We're back here with Katie. And actually, one question I actually want to circle back to before we get back to diversity is a little bit about the community reception. So when FTO was added, it was also announced simultaneously that clock was going to be removed from the WCA's official events. I know it's held here in the Southeast a lot, so I wanted to ask a little bit about what the kind of what the cubers here kind of thought about that.
Yeah, the Southeast is very well known for clock. Even before new hardware, new methods became popular, it's always been a very special thing to our region, and I, as well as our community, is incredibly disappointed that this has come to this. And as a volunteer for the WCA, I'm incredibly disappointed in the way it was communicated with us. All of us felt completely blindsided by it, like we had no say in it. And it's really frustrating on our end, too, to see our community so upset, and we can't do anything about it because our frustrations are with our community as well. We empathize because we have the same opinion.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, it's a disappointing to see event like Clock potentially exit the WCA, but at least we still have a year for Clock, and it will get a grand showing. I'm pretty sure.
We
at the
will
World.
be doing some special stuff in the Southeast for Clock.
Yeah,
if it's
that'll be
getting
good to see.
removed.
Is like the Clock solvers will be able to chase their goals, and I'm sure Clock will continue to be held unofficially, certainly, depending on how things pan out a little bit. So yeah, thanks for sharing that. Certainly.
Of course.
So yeah, let's talk about diversity in cubing. Yeah, you were telling us a little bit about your experience getting started as a woman in cubing.
Yeah, like I said, I started at the age of 13 in 2010, and at that time comps were 30 people, and I was just surrounded by a bunch of college-age dudes, basically, and I felt a little alien, and everyone was very friendly, but I still felt like there was zero representation, pretty much, and we've come a very long way. I know in the Southeast we have many non-male competitors. We have one of the most diverse sets of delegates in our region, which is something I'm very proud of. So and when a competitor comes, they're not only going to see themselves in the other competitors, but they're going to see themselves in the people that are running the event as well.
Yeah, and I think that's certainly a really important aspect of how we want to run competitions. And I think you're right, having that representation as the people who are kind of putting on the event, I think that's certainly that. Yeah, we'd love to have you at any of our WCA competitions. Katie, as we are kind of moving towards the tail end of this, I want to ask a little bit about Southern Cubing, like as the organization. So
Southeast Cubing.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Southeast Cubing. My apologies. Yeah, so how did the organization?
501c nonprofit, and we handle the finances of all the competitions in the Southeast, moving away from CubingUSA, which we had used in past years for like tax and money reasons, basically. And the way it differs is that we don't only focus on official competitions. We do a lot of community outreach. We do charity work. We donated tons of cubes for Cube Against Cancer. We just recently held a series of pride competitions where we were able to donate to LGBTQ+ organizations, which is really important to all of us as well. And we also support things like clubs and unofficial meetups and gatherings and STEM events promoting cubing to maybe people who've never heard of it.
Yeah, which is awesome. And again, I think you guys are leading like the region, leading the world in these types of efforts. So I want to applaud you all for the great outreach that you're doing, not just by holding official competitions, but also like outside of the official space. How can people find out about these competitions?
So
and other events?
Yeah, so obviously everything will be on the WCA website, but also our website, southeastcubing.org, has all of our upcoming competitions, and you can sort by state in our region or events or event combinations, so that's how you can keep up with us. We also have quite a few social media pages that you can search for just Southeast Cubing and you'll find us.
Yeah, there you go. Any specific competitions you kind of want to shout out, people who are listening? I'm sure there's a lot of locals who are listening. Yeah, anything you want to shout out?
I can't give too many specifics, but there will be a competition at very close to the start of the year with FTO that I'm extremely excited for. We've been planning this for a little bit now, and I'm extremely excited to have FTO for the first time in our region and be behind that comp.
There you go. So yeah, tune in to all of the Southeast social medias and the website to be the first to be notified of all that. Well, with that, Kitty, I think let's wrap up the interview. Anything else you want to mention to the audience?
Cubing's a lot of fun. I'm really glad that we are able to come together this weekend in my home region. This is a very special competition for me because it is in my region, and this is my first year on the organization team. So I'm really happy that everyone's getting to experience the Southeast who may have not experienced it.
Yeah, there you go. And I think I will certainly be back for more competitions here in the Southeast. I hope you all will also return to either watch a competition or attend a competition in person by run by Katie and also all the wonderful folks here in the Southeast United States. With that, I think we'll wrap this up. We'll let you go to 6x6. Katie, thanks for joining us.
And thank you for having me.
Awesome. All right, hello everyone. It's Manu. I'm on with Brandon True, Big Cube specialist. Brandon, we're watching the second group of 6x6 here. Tell us a little bit about big cubes in general. Like, what kind of goes into a good big cube solve?
A good big cube solve essentially comes down to doing the basics really well for a long time with no mistakes. So the guy on camera right here, Max Park, is a great example of this. Big cube solutions don't tend to be all that complicated. It tends to be find a couple pieces, pair them up, and just keep doing that over and over again. But what gets tricky is keeping track of 4 or 5 basic solutions all at the same time, having near perfect look ahead and near perfect TPS for the entire solve. Max is the absolute king of that. His turning is extremely precise. He's able to find lots of simple solutions, but like piece them all together really, really well. And do it at a speed that nobody else is able to do. Away on his first solve of the 6x6 round, I'm now joined by Kevin Hayes.
Yeah, do you guys think we can hit overhead on Max here? We got the red going, but let's see where he's at. Oh, the tail position's pretty good. We can see what's going on, which is very nice. I think it's Kate just based on the hand positions on the left on the overhead, but actually we're looking for sub 30 centers for anything decent. Max, obviously, as we all know, back half solver aggressively. When those magic solves happen, when Max gets the good centers, and then because it's coming through on the back half. 33 split opening though, not too quick. I'll still probably get like 110, but we're definitely off the pace for like anything in that low 1-0 range, which is what we're looking for if he's going to go really crazy.
Yeah, solve 1, we saw Brendan Dunnigan get a 113. So, like, if Max is getting 110s or so, and solvers like Brendan are able to get low 1-teens, that's kind of a good indication that other solvers might be doing really well. Max might be having kind of a slow day. Approaching 3x3, mid 1-0s, going to be like, a parity, PLL, several parities, and Max finishing with a 115. That means Brendan Dunnigan actually beats him on solve 1.
Yeah, double parity there. It's just kind of a slow day. We'll see how things shake out. Brendan with the 113, the first one's pretty solid for him. I mean, 6x6 has kind of become everyone's new pickup event just because hardware's so unbelievably good now with the new Moyu Cube, and skills transition pretty well from 5x5, and then it's not as the Yao like brutalness doesn't come in until you're on 7. You're trying to do all these tricks, and like it just doesn't work quite as well without like a ton of dedicated practice. But sixes become really, really popular, and like you see so many people in that 1-teen range that it's become pretty standard instead of the kind of the 120 barrier. The sub 120 to be good is like completely gone anymore, and like they're like it's like legitimately sub 110 to be really good and sub 115 to be solid.
Right. I think the other thing that contributes to that is the hardware's gotten so good with 6x6. It's almost better than 7x7 now. So if you want to just pick up a cube and do a long, chill, look-ahead-based event,
it's way better than
probably
7.
gravitating towards 6x6.
7 is that 7 hardware. I don't know anyone who's like, oh yeah, we love 7 hardware. That Alpha V5, that thing is tiny. It's way too small, just straight up. Wait, who's this?
This is Vishwa.
Oh, okay. I've not seen Vishwa too much. He's really just like burst out. Huge year for him, going all the way down to 114 mean, which is, like I said, at sub 115 is kind of the cutoff for like the really solid. I mean, you're really obviously not in the same category as the people who are in like under 110, but under 115 is significantly different than that 118-ish range that a lot of people float around in. And so he is kind of like in that in-between zone where the Jack would hang out with Jack and Omar.
Yeah. Off stream, Brendan Dunnigan with a 127.5. So after his fantastic opening, kind of slow second solve for him.
These are really nice. Let's see the speed though. It's just a really nice the way it's. Okay, it's not the fastest solve from Vishwa, but I really like the way he's handling it. Like you want to be slow in the right way, especially in these round ones. If like you're not going to get the greatest time and you're not feeling as good, it's really okay. The inner slice parity is
rough.
It's rough, but like he didn't. There's a difference between turning slow and having it not quite go as well as opposed to trying to like turn really fast and jam it. And like, cause like turning fast and jamming it just like really indicative of like a poor mental, and that's just going to carry over. It's just going to compound into the final. While, yeah, maybe you're a little slow. It's the morning. It's not your vibe right now, you just got to kind of hold it and relax. And then your look ahead's not as good. You can see Vishwa, instead of just like turning and turning and turning and doing nothing, he pauses. And yeah, you're pausing more than you'd like to because you're not maybe on your game as much. But it's just such a bad habit builder to when you panic and you just keep doing turns. It's the worst habit you can build. And you start getting used to it. Is that Henry at the 23, following up on his 12 that he didn't even like. So mediocre average from Henry coming in. But, I mean, honestly, people have not been doing too hot. Like, we have people that are all in that teens range getting 120s or 131 if you're a bit tired and washed. We'll see if I even make it tomorrow night. It's going to be right on the border. But
yeah, the way people are solving, you got a shot, but it'll be the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, 26 is the psych, so I think even without, I think like it'd probably be projected like 31. Because the psych sheet is so, I would wonder that the psych sheet is based on median, because people compete so much that like, in an event like 6, the psych will be just way slower. Or in every event now, the actual queue time will be so much slower than the psych sheet. You need a psych sheet. It'd be nice, maybe one time we'll have psychs based on like last 5 averages, which is much more indicative. But also, I think this is a pretty sluggish round.
Yeah, Max Park finishing first 2 centers at like 17 or so.
It's okay. It's not actually. It's a little slow. Max's centers have never been great, but okay, here we go. We're going in.
Last
30.
2 finishing up 32, 33, 34.
Yeah, 33. I mean, it's what he did last time. Like you gotta be 30. You gotta be hitting 30.
Yeah. I mean, as long as Max stays in the 1 teens, he's gonna pretty consistently beat out everyone else. Like Henry got a 123, Brendan got that 130. So anybody who beat him on solve 1 is now kind of like.
Oh, Brendan got 30.
Yeah, he got a 130 on a second.
Oh, that's pretty tragic. Yeah, I mean, I've actually not talked to anyone who even feels good this morning. Everyone seems really kind of sluggish. It's fine. Like, we got our round 1 / semifinal, just jockeying. Max here with last 4. Okay, saving
parity.
This is terrible.
Could he get a 120 here?
Nah. But you can see it. What is it? What is happening? Max does not turn like this. Like,
if he has PLO parity,
you see, look at that again.
Yeah.
Like Max does not make those mistakes. Max's entire definition is just ripping it out and having really good edge pick like selection, and then just really smooth. It does not mess up his turns. And he's like really having a hard time getting his turns out. And it's this whole round. I mean, like, who's doing well? No one. Jack at 120. That's terrible. Everyone's done bad. Like straight up bad. Like, it's actually kind of interesting. Like, I mean, I'm leading the pack of the badness over here, but like, what is happening? Henry is 17, Max 18. Max 18 after 2. I mean, Max's median of his last 10 solves is like 107. Kate is also in the middle of honestly a disaster. Like, what is going on? This isn't like isolated. Okay, bailed out by the nice case and okay. Bailed out. Okay, nice last 4 edge case into okay, but still, like, what do we?
Still
everyone
looking at a mid 120.
This isn't a Kate thing. This isn't a Max thing. It's everyone, like, across the board.
Some potential contributing factors, like if we're looking at commonality in the venue, the stages are kind of wonky. Like, they almost feel like little trampolines, the way like runners run across them. Like, I've been on some stages that are very stable. These are a little harder to like get into a flow state. A lot of these solvers competed in the Regions Relay last night, so they probably had a late night and then short night into this morning's rounds. But yeah, really poor performances from everyone we've seen so far.
Yeah, it is. I actually haven't noticed on the stage. I was kind of worried about the chairs, but I haven't noticed that like the conditions are, I'd say, solid for sure. I don't like something is. Bishop with a 44 flip, totally fine if you get a good back half. You're on 16. We'll see. Like, notably interesting. I have not seen Vishwa solve, so it's nice to have the overhead. Looks like he's a lefty, or at the very least, huge dominance in the lefty hand. Once again, I do like. I mean, this is once again very sluggish. Like, last 4 at 102, for someone of his caliber. Like, again, I do like how he is handling the cadence he's on. Like, the way he's being slow is indicative of someone who has good mental, who's going to pick it back up for tomorrow night. But yeah, it's like kind of this weird cursed round. Like,
yeah,
what is happening to everyone? Who is this now? Is Henry on third?
Yeah, I will add Brendan Dunnigan with a 118 off stream a moment ago. So
Brendan might come in and, depending on the change, Brendan will be sub 120. He might be like one of the only ones. Henry is no ways thinking he's going to take this round. But like, honestly, he's a little bit ahead of Max. And so it's really it's hard to tell because
Yeah, if Henry solves well here, he wins the round.
I
What
mean, the thing is, Max can just get a 59. Like, I mean, it would be. It's an interesting dynamic. We do not see these types of rounds very often. Like Worlds last year was pretty. I mean, all the rounds were pretty realistic. I mean, okay, Henry at last 4, 102 again. You want to be hitting Redux done at 102. We're not even. This is a slow last 4. Okay, 8's okay. That's pretty on pace. Gets no parity. He can get decent solve, but yeah, you got parity. Harry's parity is very strong. 117.9, closing out a 117 mean, which is in first, which is wild for the fact that 117, like 10 people are capable of 117, and yeah, you don't get that every single time, but it's just kind of an interesting dynamic here. Okay, we can see, I think, most of the results from round 1. Oh my God, did I tie for 13th and a tiebreaker lost? Okay, sorry.
Big third solve for Max Park right here.
Oh, no. Hopefully I don't get bumped on tiebreaker. Okay, so yeah, Max is here. Like, what does he need to win this round? He's got a 118.6. Henry's a 0.8 on him, so he needs like a 115. I mean, easiest thing in the world under normal circumstances, but we gotta see what's going on here. Yeah, people are having a tough time. Max, okay, much better. 30, 30, 30, 31 on the centers. We're looking more of a normal Max Park solve, but let's see if his edges are going.
It's flowing well, but he's missing a lot of his turns. Like, there's a lot of like inner layer slices he's doing where he'll do the turn and it'll go like 50 degrees, and then he has to go back and finish the turn. I've probably seen 5 or 6 inaccurate edge slices like that. It's messing with his fluidity.
Yeah, like, what is this?
Yeah,
like,
same
right
on
here.
parity. Same on parity.
Like, he did air slice parity, and 2 of the slices he had to like redo.
We're still looking at a low 1-teen here.
Even this, 3 of them on the Olo parity. 13.
Yeah, not typical Max Park turning.
I mean, that's like his best solve, and that's 6 seconds slower than not his best average in comp, what he straight up averages in comp across many rounds. Is this Kate? Yeah, you can tell. You can tell. Oh yeah, you can tell by the way Kate solves. She's much more of a burst. She's a much burster TPSer. Like, she sees her pieces and like really bursts it out. Is she doing? She went on right. She was crossed on what right? That's actually, I didn't know that. It's surprising. Where is she at? She's at 47 flip, which is fine for this round. She's gonna be right on pace for that 120 again, which is fine. Just a surprising round from everyone. We'll see how things shake out. I mean, we have a lot of the finalists are going to be filling out soon. We obviously have I think almost everyone in Group 1 is in, as it looks like a lot of those times entered. And then Group 2, we have obviously already tracking the top competitors. So those top 5 or 6 from this group are already going to be in. And then we're going to see that shake out as like the people in that 14 to 20 range are going to be in a little bit of danger. Kate with a 123 to close it out. It's going to be a 124 average, and she's still going to be top 10. Yeah, cleanly in 9th. Where's Ari's not even? Oh, I guess we're not tracking Ari. What's Ari normally at?
Let me pull up his results if we can.
This is, I mean, honestly, like, I've seen a lot of rounds. Like, I've seen a lot of round 1s at championships, and this one's just a little. It's rare. Sometimes you see slow rounds, you see fast rounds. It is rare for literally every single person in a round to do bad. I don't think a single, like, who did good? Let me look. Nope. Oh, Maddie did good. Okay, Maddie did really well, actually.
Maddie did well relative to his global, yes.
Oh, yeah, no, it's his first sub 120. It's a PR by, like, over a second.
I will add, Maddie did leave the competition, like, an hour and a half early last night after he elected not to participate in the region's relay to get an earlier bedtime, which may have contributed to this morning's results.
Okay, Garrett did decent. Maddie did good. Garrett did decent. Fiona probably did decent. Enrique did bad. We did bad. Wow, okay, yeah. So the only people in the top, like, 15 that did well are Maddie and Garrett. And Garrett, like, oh, yeah, it's pretty solid. It's very solid. Maddie's the only one who did well. Garrett did solid. Everyone else did in a range of bad to awful. which is
Yeah.
I mean, you just don't say it much. Like I get like tomorrow night, I'm excited because like it's just gonna be like 5 seconds faster by everyone across the board, maybe more. Like, I mean, look at Max. He could very realistically drop 10 seconds between now and tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, even Ari, who we just saw there, he got a 146. All of his rounds have been like mid-130s going up to this. So you're right. This is a crazy round where just about everybody underperformed.
I mean, Ari's gonna be out unless he had some crazy solves beforehand. We can also hear some of the tech team, just FYI. But yeah, so I'm kind of we'll watch these results come in as data entry does. Usually, it's not too much of a nervous thing as round 1 results go in. We're just seeding directly into the finals after this. So,
are there any unusual names at the bottom who could squeak into the finals unexpectedly?
We need to see. Can we get the cycle up on graphics for top cycling to 1 to 20, 20 to 40? Because I guess we have live up there now.
Yeah, it looks like Carter Bitts is definitely not seeded to make the final. He might squeak in.
20th right now. Okay, so we have a lot of people left to go in. It's going to be everyone that is not the superstar in group 2. So we're sitting at 136 right now, but like we're going to be in. Oh my! Oh wow! What's the double tiebreaker? Me and Curtis tied single and average.
Whoa! Curtis Chai with a double PR, matching Kevin's single and mean.
Oh no! Sorry, this is a hat. Never mind. All the times the same. It's just a data entry error. I was like, what is going on? That's
Never
crazy.
mind.
Okay. That makes more sense. I was like, that's crazy. No way. Okay, so we have a slight data entry error. It's unclear what Curtis actually got. It's probably I was like, does Curtis do 6x6? It seemed a little surprising. We're pulling up his profile right now. I'm just double checking my facts. Okay, 136 average is unlikely that he got 131. Given well, okay, he definitely didn't get 130.
We need to rack up 6x6 because we have our one-handed world record holder on stream now. So it's time for a caster change and enjoy these one-handed solves.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome back. It is the OH semi-final, second round. The top 20 will advance to the final round later this evening. It'll be one of the 4 finals we have. Manu Singh Hall, Carter Thomas on the mic. Let's watch Max Park. He's one of the best OH solvers in the world. The current Western champion at 10:37. That's actually an okay-ish middling solve for Max there.
Yeah, I saw a lot of drops and rotations on that last layer. Definitely not something he wants to have, but we also have Neo Quares, reigning world champion at one-handed. He is recently moved to the U.S., so that's why he's here at North American Championship.
Yeah, so he's not capable of winning the North American champion just because he doesn't represent a North American country, but can still certainly win overall. 908, that's a good start for him. We saw Luke Garrett earlier. I'm sure we'll see some more results from him. You can see the projected rankings on your left-hand side. The top 20, and you can see like they're shifting around all the time as the results are getting entered. They are being entered at the scrambling table, so they are going to be a little bit delayed from what you see on the live stream. Brian Johnson, a sub 10 for him, a 950. He is definitely one of the competitors that we are watching and expecting to make the final. He's coming into this round as the 5th seed overall, so definitely a strong favorite to make it in.
Yeah, on Neo's 908, he is a Ru user, so that pace looked really bad, and then he got a very lucky skip at the end. He looked a little shocked at it, but 908 is pretty good for this round in particular.
Around the park a little bit, Ray Bai also got a sub 10 at 949. He is in the top 16 by seed. And Luke Garrett, 966 earlier. Brian Johnson, that 950 was actually his second solve. He got a 1014 earlier. This is going to be Ryan Pilot's second solve that you're going to see here. First solve, a 1021.
Ryan, notably one of the best all-rounders in the world, I believe currently holds the Sum of Ranks single world record.
Yeah, which is just kind of insane, honestly, to be able to all-round at such a high level. Luke Garrett, Max Park also sitting down. All three of those competitors are quite heavy table users. So you'll see the cube on the table quite often. Just struggling there with the A-perm, not quite able to get it going. 11:59 for him. Let's go to Luke Garrett now. Relatively decent turning for him. And the puzzle popped up at the end, 868. That's the best solve of the round so far. Fantastic stuff from him. Max's turning is just impeccable. His simple solutions really work well for him in OH. But unfortunately, this is a bit of a longer solution, but still ended up with a sub 10, 981.
Yeah, that standard last layer algorithm for OLL, I believe, is around 14 moves. So one of the worst ones to get on OH, and then a G prim to round it out. So definitely not a preferable last layer. See Brian doing his third in the bottom right.
Let's see if he can follow up what is a pretty solid start, 10-14, 950. He's shaking his head. Looks like the solve is getting away from him a little bit. He's going to give this one up. Brendan Dunnigan in the main view here. He has an 11-10 average of his last 100 official results, and that is actually current and up to date, and I think he's probably improved it here with another sub 10 single from Bendy. Fantastic work from him.
Yeah, 10-9 on his first solve, 9-8 there. Plenty on pace for finals.
Brendan also a fantastic all-rounder from the state of California, Neo, in the center bottom. Crazy that he's the world champion after attending just a handful of competitions overall, and he makes it look so easy. I think he ended up with a DOTS LSE, which is the worst case you could possibly get, and still got an 825.
Yeah, he was doing some S moves there. I'm not too sure what that was about. But yeah, 825, I believe that's better than his PR average. An interesting fact I found out about Neo is that he's competed in Mega Minx for 2 rounds at the same competition, and he has a 35 average. So
what?
Yeah, and he got both NRs at that one comp, which was ridiculous when I was reading up for the Mega Minx final.
The guy's he's just gifted. That's
yeah,
that's the only way to put it. Great stuff. $10-14 from this competitor who I'm not entirely sure who they are, so I'll look that up and get back to you there. Let's go to Ryan Pilot now. So while Ryan does his solve here, just want to go around the park a little bit for people we haven't seen on the stream yet. Sean Mack, 1052 on his first. Micah Yo, also from California. He's actually from my home region of the Bay Area, 1021, 1089. Who we saw earlier, that is going to be Kevin Rajendran, 1066, 1533, 1014 there. So, I mean, other than that 15, looking pretty good if he can avoid a bad solve. He might be looking pretty good to make it into finals. Dominic Radici ended up with a PR single of 962 on the first solve and a 1321 on his second.
I'm kind of shocked that's his PR. That seems like kind of slow for how good his average is. I've had a few sub-10s, and I'm pretty sure he's better than me in OH, so kind of figured he'd have better than 9.6. We see Luke Garrett with a 9.5. Not too great for him, but still solidly sub-10 through the first 3 solves.
Max with a 10.26, so yeah, not fantastic for him, but again, another solid solve. Nothing catastrophic, which is kind of the name of the game at this point.
Oh, a 662
from Brian Johnson. Oh my goodness. That is an incredible solve, a sub-7 solve from Brian Johnson, 662. And an applause from the crowd as well. Here's Bendy with a 942. Great solve from him as well. Just pulling up the stats here, trying to figure out where exactly that's going to move Brian in the world ranking. 6.62. Saw it live on the stream. You can rewind it. Beebs on a bit of a heater. Here's Neo now.
Yeah,
going into LSE 707 for Neo Juarez. There is some juice in this scramble, whatever it is.
Well,
I mean,
Brian's was on the
both.
4th, and that's Neo's 3rd. So
okay.
Neo is yet to receive it. But that 662 single will be ranked 23rd in the world. Pretty good improvement there for Brian Johnson.
I mean, yeah, great stuff. And I mean, for all the CFOP solvers out there, Scramble 4, that's the one we're going to look out for. That's the one that Ryan Pilot is going to receive here. He has a propensity, I would say, for really good singles. Let's see if he can get something insane here. Look at that turning. That was flawless turning there in his warm-up.
Yeah, we also still have reigning world record holder Luke Garrett to do that solve, which may also be beneficial to him. Color neutral solver just like Brian.
Oh, I got chills down my spine, Carter. This is going to be good. We got a race here.
I mean, obviously scrambles aren't super applicable to all solvers on 3x3, but this definitely could be taken advantage of by the right solver.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Ryan ended up finding that. He's going to opt for the ZB there. He had that weird Y2, which unfortunately I think cost him a lot of time. Here's Max to receive that solve. Brian is going to receive that. Brian's going to receive solve number 5, and Luke is going to receive scramble number 4 as well. Luke is actually going to get started now, most of the way through his inspection time. The production has read my mind, and I wanted to go to the quad box exactly here. Can Luke find that 662 solution? No, it doesn't quite look like it. Yeah, here's the PLL now, just way too long. 1027 for him, 1122 for Brian Johnson. Can Max produce some magic? He's also a color neutral solver. Great turner in OH. He was on the table the majority of the solve. I don't think this is going to be the 662, but this is still going to be a sub 10. Yeah, 910 for Max. A little bit of a comeback after 2 sub 10s.
Yeah, Brian finished up his average with an 1122. That'll put him in the mid to low 10 second range, which should be perfectly fine to make the finals here.
Brendan and Neo at the same time. I think we're going to go to Neo first. Brendan needed some attention from the delegate. Neo is on quite a pace. He's counting at 825 already. He's actually leading the pack in the projected average. And if you can get the 707 to count, then we're here for some really, really spectacular stuff. 857 is his PR average. So let's see if he can improve on his current standing. The best Ru user in the field, completely different method. Yeah, not quite getting it to go here. The CMLL, not fantastic. I mean, still ended up with 885. I don't know how he... That's the thing about Ru. Like, I feel like it's so efficient that even though the number of turns is so low that even if you aren't turning super fast, you can still get a really good time.
Yeah, and he still definitely has PR potential here. 857 or 856. It was 857. For Neo's PR, 806 best possible, 873 worst possible. Even if he gets his worst solve, well on pace to win the round.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's the only one who has. Actually, I think he's basically guaranteed won the round already. I think he's the only one who has sub 9 potential at all at this point. Brian Johnson, the first one, the leader in the clubhouse, you could say. 1029 for him. I mean, that's great work for Brian. Luke Garrett now. He's going to look at a sub 10 average. It will start with a 9. Just a matter of will it be 928, 981, or something in between here. A couple other fantastic solvers starting their solves at the same time. We'll get to them once Luke finishes up here.
An F prim here, so not going to be a great end to the solve. Going to be on that higher end of 9 seconds.
This is a great solve from Max. He got to PLL super early, and 864 from him. Good turning all the way throughout. That is the type of solving we've seen from Max.
The potential to usurp Max, given the right circumstances. And we're still on PR watch for Neo Quares, so that'll be an interesting thing to see. We got Eli Parker in the main stage. CFOP user has 311 so far, so really not great for him. So we can pull it back a little. Oh, what a nice PLL skip.
Perfect. That's the commentator's blessing, perhaps. Get onto the camera and then get a sub 10, 848. Great work from Woji Parker. I love his hat, I gotta say.
Yeah, we got both Neo and Brendan doing their solves. Brendan off camera here. Doesn't look like he's on great pace.
No,
yeah, definitely
tough
not
F12.
Neo in the main screen.
This looks like it's going to be worst possible for him. Yeah, this will be worst possible for him. He's going to end up with an 873 pedestrian by his standards, perhaps, but it is leading the round by almost an entire second, and actually no one is going to catch up to that. The world champion is so far ahead of the field, which is insane. I didn't expect to say that at the North American Championship.
Yeah, even though you have the two best one-handed solvers in the world by rank with Max Park and Luke Garrett, Neo's still beating him pretty handily.
That's, yeah, what an accomplishment for Neo Quarz. And what's like his 15th competition overall? Like,
yeah,
are you kidding? This is Micah Yo. He's actually basically already qualified for the final. He has an 11:15 worst possible average, so he should be good to go. Of course, he doesn't know that, so he's going to go all out as possible. 11:55, that's going to be his worst. Sorry, he's going to count that time, so he's going to get a little bit better than worst possible average. Is he going to end up with a sub 11 average? He did. 1088 for him.
We were talking a lot about Ruin CFOP, but there is actually at least one ZZ user in this group. And Nathaniel G uses ZZ.
I didn't know he used ZZ.
His one-handed solving got a 1257 average. That's actually, I think, pretty good for him. Right on the border of finals there, though, currently in 20th place.
Yeah. We'll have to see how the projections shake out. Looks like we got Brendan on the solving stage. So we're going to go to him. I think this is solve number 5 for Bendy. So, I mean, we'll still see what his best and worst possible is from here. Oh, he got a 12 in the last one.
Yeah.
So he's going to want something pretty nice, although I think he's probably qualified for finals as is. Let's see. If he can keep up this turning, he should be good, but I think he made a major mistake there on F2L number 2. And did he do his cross wrong, potentially? That's another 12 for Bendy. Okay, we'll have to see.
I think he did like 6 F2L pairs. Like he missed a corner insert, and so he had to do a pretty long F2L and then an okay OLL into mediocre last layer finish. But nonetheless, probably will be in that 10 to 11 second range, so well in the range to make finals.
This is Andreas. He's actually a native of North Carolina. He actually did an interesting. Oh man, why am I blanking? Keyhole. Yes, he did an interesting keyhole with a D2 there. Not sure I'd see a lot of that in OH, but it's certainly much more efficient than taking out the corner and whatnot. So he should be making it into the final round as well. Yeah, everything is just kind of coming together. It's materializing. It's a semifinal. These semifinals are very, very hectic. They're very crazy sometimes, just because everyone is competing at the same time. Everything's happening in one group, and you don't really know what's happening as a competitor. So you just have to go all out and just hope that you made it into this final.
Yeah, and as the majority of America kind of shifts to these stationary competitions with the running judges system, for me at least, it's been quite a culture shift to come back to having a waiting area and having to move from station to station as the round progresses. But obviously we'll have stationary for finals, so people will be able to maybe lock in a little bit more.
Andreas did end up with a sub 11 average, so he's going to get one of the top seeds going into the final. Want to shout out Aiden Dincher, 11-12 PR average. Great time to get a PR in the semifinal. Not easy by any means whatsoever. Looking for the final solve from Alejandro Daniel. He is the best solver in the country of Mexico, and he was actually 3rd place on the South American Championships podium overall, that is. So he grabbed a bronze medal. He's going to be a force to kind of watch out for, even if he's a little bit inconsistent. 11:25 is his worst possible average, which I think should put him into the final regardless.
Yeah, right now 12-4 looks like the cut. Tyler G really underperforming. He has a sub 10 OH average and is currently in that 20th spot, so might be a little dangerous for him.
So yeah, so as those all shake out, you can track everything on WCA Live, where we're getting results for that. We're gonna have Pyramix semifinals coming up shortly after. You can tune into the OH final. It will be the final tonight. It'll be one of 4 finals, along with 5x5 clock and Pyramix. And that will get started at 6:40. I think we are going to transition now. Yeah, okay. Let's transition a little bit, and we'll bring you back with Pyramix.
All right.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So.
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
You've made me feel all the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
And welcome back once again to the Rubiks WCA North American Championship 2026. Manu, Zach Rydell here once again. We're going to bring you the Pyraminx semifinal now. If you thought the OH semifinal was crazy, hectic, fast, I regret to inform you, or actually I'm pleased to inform you that Pyraminx is going to be more of the same high-octane speed-cubing action here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Zach, what are we looking for from the competitors as they vie to get into the final here tonight?
So we're going to be looking number 1 seed going to the semifinal, Micah David Theus. An amazing result in the first round, 157 PR average, I believe. Trying to live up to that hype that he has maybe created for himself just now. Also going to be looking for, of course, Michael Nielsen, second at North American Championships 2024, but undoubtedly, unquestionably, the greatest Pyraminx solver at majors in a modern era. Right here is your North American champion from 2024, Andrew Mao, 165, hot start there. Andrew is your 3rd seed going into the semifinal behind Parker Traeger and Micah David Theus. Michael Nielsen sitting in the 4th position there with a 182 average in the first round. Got a lot of great Pyraminx solving going on here. And speaking of great Pyraminx solving, David Andron Silva, your 5th seed going into this round.
And 8th seed overall, 2nd place at the U.S. National Championship, U.S. All-Stars 2025. He was 10th place in the World Championship Finals last year in Seattle after being seeded 4th from the semifinal round. So definitely experienced a little bit in this type of situation. And for a sprint event like Pyraminx, it matters all that much more. We're taking a look at the scrambles now. 164 from David. Very, very solid start here as he opens his account.
Just 100th of a second faster than Andrew Mao, we just saw a couple seconds ago. So it seems to be, at least for these top-level solvers, something quite nice on his first one. I only saw a few tips. Parker Traeger in the bottom left of your screen right now. Another one of the big names to look out for. Again, your 2nd seed going into this semifinal. And right here, 4th seed, Michael Nielsen. Again, since North American Championships 2022, has gotten 2nd or better at every major except Worlds 23. Parker Traeger, 170. Nerves of steel. I got a chance to interview him yesterday. He is... he's been having issues dealing with nerves, but at this competition, it looks like it's been smooth sailing for him.
No, he is looking fantastic. Looks like par for the course as far as the top solvers are going. Marcus Kamen in the bottom center, 238 for him. He's also one of the best Pyraminx solvers. He's actually from here in the southeast, from Tennessee, I believe. So a little bit of hometown advantage, perhaps home region advantage. Let's go to Michael Nielsen from the state of Virginia. Our notes call him the most dominant solver in major championship history. Point blank, period. Let's see if he can live up to that expectation here. Scramble number 2 now. 3-tip scramble.
This is a number 1 for Michael.
Oh, number 1 for Michael. My apologies.
3-tip. Ooh, 294. Not being able to execute that as well as some of the other solvers so far in this group, but it's okay. Still got 4 more solves. We do see Micah David Theus, 210. Kyle Mead, 174. So Micah not holding up to his PR average from the first round. Kyle Mead making his name known. Former national podium holder. Andrew Mao solving now 3 tips. 144. Super short solution there. Going to be looking for a lot of good times from these top solvers, being able to hold up to the pressure. David Andron Silva.
Yeah, he's going to be in your bottom left to 126. Wow, so yeah, this is also
126 for Micah. That is back on pace. It's too early to say he's on PR pace.
It's too early.
But definitely getting his hat back into the race is a threat going into this.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, great competition to pop off at the North American Championship. Of course, there's the chance to get PR, of course, but also the chance to get a continental podium that unlocks a new slot in your WCA profile, which everyone will certainly be chasing. Let's see what David can put together here. 164. He is the leader after solve 1. Parker Traeger, 165 again. Oh, rather 165 for his second. So 100th of a second difference.
Yeah, quite on good pace there. Parker Traeger, 2467. Not very happy with that. I mean, you can't blame him. Knowing what he's capable of, 2.4 is well above what he should be getting on these times. Marcus came in there, 166, finds that short solution that we saw earlier. That's going to bump him up in the rankings a little bit.
Yeah, I started a bit lower down because he didn't have a good first solve, but getting back into it. This is Darshan, I believe. Represents India, but lives in Canada. 169 from him. That's looking like it will be a good comeback as well. As the projected rankings get populated, you'll start to see people like move up and down a lot, and that's because after 2 solves, it takes the mean of those 2 solves, and then after 3 solves, we only start taking the mean of the counting solves. So it shifts a little bit as we start to get more and more times in. Again, everything is being entered at the scrambling table, so there is a little bit of delay for when you see it on the stream and when it actually gets entered.
And here we see 2 big names, your runner-up North American champion and your North American champion in Pyraminx from 2024, Andrew Mao and Michael Nielsen. Andrew, gotta go first.
Ooh,
This looks like a 1 tip, fairly blocky, but I don't know if there's anything, you know, it looks blocky, but it seems to be a trick. Let's see what Andrew can pull off here. 141.
Good turning on that one.
I was gonna say quite a high move count solution,
Yep.
it feels, but that counts 144 from solve number 2 for Andrew. Going to be looking great going into solves 4 and 5. Michael Nielsen did open up.
Trying to find him on the projected ranking here.
I was going to say, I was also, oh yeah, Michael Nielsen opened up with 294. We haven't seen his second yet.
Okay, yeah, so this must be, okay, yeah, this is the 3-tip scramble number 2.
144.
Wow.
Back in it. Ooh, big reaction. Micah, 151, but it might be a penalty. Is there a penalty to be applied? Parker Traeger now in the top right now. I don't know. Micah reacted very negatively to that 155. Maybe just knowing that he could do more. Maybe it was a penalty. We'll see when it gets inputted into WCA Live. Parker Traeger inspecting now. 1-tip solution. 167. A little bit of a reaction there.
Let's see. Can David Andron Silva get the straight here with a 166? Hopefully looking for better. 169, he actually gave it a good run for its money.
No, but that's a great pace. And Micah David Theus did get 151 on solve 3. So right now that's counting for him. We might be seeing some juicers, Manu.
Yes, I think so. I think the
161 for Darshan on solve number 2.
The scrambles are looking decent. 207, a big fumble there from Marcus Kamen. I mean, still a good solve, but just the potential of this one feels like there should be a lot more in it. I do want to shout out Kyle Mead. I think off stream 131 on scramble number 2, scramble number 3 upcoming for them. So we could see some magic there as well.
Andrew Mao going up now for solve number 4. This could set the pace for the rest of the average. Ooh, it's 4 tips. Doesn't it looks to be a little bit of blocks, but counting those 1-4s could be great. Let's see what he can pull off.
Fumble.
197. So he's guaranteed sub 2. He's probably guaranteed around a 1.7 mark for average, which is going to be great going into the final round. We're going to get that put in as soon as we can, as soon as the cube goes back to the scrambling table. Michael Nielsen here going up for solve number 3, taking his time. Micah David Theus in the bottom right inspecting now. Again, Micah counting 151, has a 126 on solve 2. Drops the cube, 322. That is going to count the 210 from earlier. You could see the look on his face. He is not stoked about that.
Yeah, now we enter an interesting situation where it's kind of turning into a best of 1 for Micah David Theus. Definitely needs to put his best foot forward, make sure that there are no unforced errors on scramble number 5.
Scramble number 3 here for Michael Nielsen. Got a 144 on the second. Hoping to keep that pacing. 181.
I feel like he didn't even try on that one. He was like turning very calmly there and just effortless 181.
Starting out with that 294, you kind of have to play it safe. Andrew Mao, with his 4th time entered, has a best possible of 150, worst possible 169. Guaranteed, basically, to make it into the final round.
Yeah, that is fantastic stuff from Andrew Mao, the Canadian national record holder. 171 from Parker Traeger here.
Very consistent counting times there for Parker. Should set him up nice going into that 5th and final solve. David Andron Silva, 166.
Wow.
He is, there's the 166 we asked for
right,
earlier.
Yeah.
He is guaranteed a 1.6
average.
Yeah, he is at least in the mid 1.6 range, but still some very fast averages we're seeing from this pack of solvers.
Yeah,
197 for Darshan in the bottom right of your screen. Marcus Kamen, 190. just happy to have it solved.
Yeah, so I think that means Marcus is going to end up with something like, I think 1.7 best possible average. These scrambles are good.
Andrew Mao, best possible average here is 150. Only needs a 141 or better to get that BPA. Let's see what he can pull off.
One of the best solvers in the field. It's looking like a one-tip scramble.
2 tips.
It's a 2-tip scramble.
196. It isn't worst possible average, but it's very close to being. I think we're going to see a 168 or a 169 for Andrew Mao. Again, not a bad average. 1.6, and we're thinking that that's maybe not that good, is just showing the pace of pyramid solving. Kyle Mead currently projected first, even though he's only done 2. Maybe also taking his time to get through his solves. Michael Nielsen here up top. Micah David Fias in the bottom right. Let's cut to him. Again, Micah has a counting 2.1 right now. And 170 reacting at what the average could have been if he didn't drop the cube, the pyramid on attempt number 4.
He should still end up with something pretty decent. He's going to end up, I think, with like 1.8.
We might be looking
actually
close
a little bit
to,
better than 1.8, I think.
We might be looking close. Sub 2 might be required to make it into finals, or at the very least low 2 with how these scrambles look. Michael Nielsen looking at scramble number 4. This 4 tips. Let's see if he's able to pull anything off. Best thing we've seen so far is 166 on it from David Andron Silva. 218. He is taking his time. I don't think he's too worried about winning this round. You can't win in the semifinals. Save it for finals. 271. Parker not too thrilled about that. That does count a 246 from earlier. So it's a 196 average there for Parker Traeger.
David Andron Silva, the most consistent solver in the field thus far. He has a BPA and WPA separated by only 0.02 of a second. He's actually going to be ahead of Andrew Mao. So he's actually the leader at the moment, and the only person who can really catch him, Micah David Diaz, didn't get BPA. So he is actually looking good to end up in the first position going into the final here at the North American Championship. An incredible position for him to be in.
Oh, no, absolutely. Marcus came in here. .228 there, just smiling.
That's gonna
unsure. He's not sure. Looking out into the crowd, at least giving us the thumbs up. Looking out into the crowd to see if that makes finals. But with how the scramble set looks, it looks like there's going to be a lot of competition to make it into this finals. Going to maybe need sub 2 to make it into finals. Darshan, 157.
Great turning. Just
incredible turning.
Fantastic turning from Darshan Pavanasi here.
That should set him up for a guaranteed sub 2 average.
Yeah, he's guaranteed sub 2, and he's...
Kyle Mead 124 on the third, counting a 131.
All right.
Hopefully we could find some eyes on Kyle Mead. Though we might not even be on one of the stream stages, unfortunately.
Right.
Michael
This
Nielsen,
is the nature.
Bottom right. He's got one more solve to do. Worst possible average of 231, which at this rate might not make it into finals. He might be thinking that he can play it safe, not knowing how competitive this round has been. He's going to need to give it his all here.
Yeah, certainly. Both him and Elliot Perkins are kind of in like this precarious situation. They have one really bad solve that they are going to want to avoid counting as much as possible.
We see Scramble 5 again. 2 tips.
A little bit of a different orientation than we've seen other solvers approach this from. So slightly different solution, perhaps.
166.
Nerves of Steel. He's good to go. I mean, was it really ever a doubt that the greatest pyramid solver in Majors history was going to miss out?
I mean, anything can happen.
True.
But being able to make his own luck there, 166 for Michael Nielsen, will absolutely slide him into the finals. Parker Traeger, 196 average confirmed. Micah David Theus, 177 confirmed. Andrew Mao, 168. David Andron Silva, 167. All those averages finalized. David Andron Silva now confirmed to be in finals, though I don't think there is really any doubt there.
No. Kyle Mead, though, is pacing quite well and has the opportunity to take over first place in the clubhouse. Again, it would be huge for him to take the first slot. We see Darshan also with his time now entered. He is projected at 165. Worst possible average of 176, so that would put him third place amongst competitors who are finished thus far. Want to also shout out Rishikesh Kakati. We call him Rishu out west. representing India, lives in California. 186, 186 are his two best solves. Does have a 267 that he will need to avoid counting. It seems like most competitors on our stream stations are wrapped up, so we're going to look around to see if we can grab anyone else on one of the side stages. I think we were thinking that sub 2 was going to be required. Kind of looking at the times that are coming in, I think it will still need to be a very low 2, but it looks like scrambles 4 and 5 haven't quite been giving us the same types of results.
Yeah, really, eyes right now, very importantly, on Kyle Mead, only doing 3, as well as Milan Vincent Andric has only done 3 solves as well. A lot of potential still for those averages to sway. We have 3 confirmed finalists so far, David Andron Silva, Andrew Mao, and Micah David Theus, with plenty more lined up to come soon. Oh, here's Kyle Mead. He is here on the main stages. So this is solve 4 for Kyle. This is a 4-tip scramble. Fastest we've seen on it so far, I believe, is 166.
157 from Darshan?
Oh, 157 from Darshan.
Yeah.
Sorry. It was right above that time. Let's see what he's able to pull off here. Kyle could cement himself an amazing average if he's able to perform.
Oh, and
131.
131 second solve from Kyle Mead.
We are on NAR watch here. We are going to work very hard to figure out what Kyle needs for North American record average. But 131, 131, 124, and 174 right now are his times. Things are heating up, Manu.
I didn't realize. Yeah, you're right. We are on NAR watch.
It's only fitting at North American Championships
There
that we
you go.
could see a potential North American record. Manu, I'm shaking.
Dude, Pyraminx is a crazy, crazy, crazy event. Here's Darshan now, scramble number 5. Seemed like some okay-ish results. Best result from Michael Nielsen, 166. So something is in this a little bit. Let's see what Darshan can put down here. 2-tip scramble. Too long of a solution, 222. It's going to be his worst possible, 176. He will be guaranteed to make it into the final regardless.
We do see Marcus Kamen is confirmed with a 208 average, meaning that you don't need sub 2 to get it into finals, but it's going to be low 2 necessary. I'm keeping an eye to my left to the waiting area to see when Kyle gets called up. Do we have any idea what Kyle needs for North American record?
Yeah, so what is the North American record right now?
138.
138. So let's just do some math. So 38 times 3, and we're going to subtract off worst 31, 31 counting.
He needs 152 for North American record.
152.
Which
That's
is
the time to beat.
Fairly achievable. We haven't seen a time that fast on this final scramble.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at the pace Kyle's been solving at, I wouldn't be shocked if it happens. And here we're going to see him now. 129 best possible average. That would be 3rd in the world if he's able to perform on this last one. Let's see what he can get. Again, 152 is the number we're looking for.
It's a 2-tip scramble, which is fairly average. Again, haven't seen great stuff from the other competitors. No one has gotten a time better than 164 from Simon Kellum. But
He's actually, he's guaranteed personal record average, which is fairly impressive, over 145, and 1st in the round. Let's see if he can find anything here. He's smiling but shaking his head. I don't know. I think he may think it's not possible. It's not over till it's over, though.
Is for the NER, not quite.
Not
205,
enough.
worst possible. 145 did win the round overall. Is going to be the #1 seed going into the final round here tonight. It will be the 3rd of our 4 finals. Pyraminx will be. Several other competitors confirmed to advance. Luke Garrett, 235, is the last ranked competitor to be guaranteed to advance.
Elliot Perkins not making the final round, guaranteed with a 245 average, not going to be enough. Clem Tucker, also a huge name on the national podium, will not be in the final round of Pyraminx here at North American Championships.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Rishu Kakati has one more solve to be entered, but 233 worst possible. He should be good to make it, considering, we see like 235.
It is guaranteed, yes.
Yeah. Evan Waters currently sitting on the bubble, 239 already in the clubhouse, just waiting for some other results to shake out. Somehow Pyraminx never manages to disappoint. I think we have an incredible cast of characters in Speedcubing, and somehow they manage to show up exactly when the pressure is highest, when it matters the most. NAR watch is no joke. To have NAR BPA is, and again, it's similar to your finals thing, right? You can't get the NAR if you don't have NAR BPA. And so to be in that position at all at the North American Championship in the semifinal of a very chaotic event like Pyraminx is incredible. Huge props to
Evan Waters, sorry, not to cut you off. Evan Waters is guaranteed 239 is the time to beat, and I believe
that should be it.
Yeah, Rishu is guaranteed to get that, and Kyle Mead, obviously 145 average, will be making the final round. So we see our finalists, notable names again that didn't make the final: Elliot Perkins and Clem Tucker, both very big names with a lot of experience in Pyraminx, not making it. Quite unfortunate for both of them, but an amazing podium we just saw.
Yeah.
Of the top 3 solvers: 145, 167, 168. It's blazing fast, Manu.
We're going to have one incredible time commentating the finals because, yeah, we have 3 incredible solvers at the top and a bunch more who are in the hunt for a title win at the North American Championship. That will conclude our very, very exciting day 2 morning. We are about to head to a fantastic lunch period. Grab your lunch, and you actually will want to leave the stream on. We have 2 fantastic interviews coming up with 2 sponsors of the North American Championship. Of course, we'll not be able to make this competition happen without our generous support from our sponsors, Rubiks and The Cubicle. So you will hear from representatives from both those, as well as some of our commentating crew to sit down with a little interview. This is your great time to grab some lunch, put it on the background, eat your lunch with some great voices on the mic, and get ready for what is going to be an incredible afternoon. Day 2 of the North American Championship is coming to you soon. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's all happening right here in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So.
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
You've made me feel all the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
Play again. Let's go.
Hello, welcome back to Rubik's WCA North American Championship 2026. It's our lunch break, and we have a very special guest joining us for a quick conversation. George, why don't you just introduce yourself to us?
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. Yeah, so my name is George Scully. I'm currently the Associate Brand Manager on the Rubiks brand. I've been at Rubiks now for about a year and a half. Actually moved from the UK to Toronto, kind of, yeah, your end. Yeah, and I've been there, yeah, for a good while now, and kind of the representative, I guess, for Rubiks this year at this North American Championship, and of course continuing to support the WCA, yeah, as the Rubiks brand.
Very cool. Can you just move this closer to your mouth?
Oh, for sure.
I'm gonna
there
do
you
it
go.
for you. There you go. Thank you.
How's that? Yeah.
Yeah, talk a little bit more about like what are your jobs or responsibilities as a brand manager for
Yeah,
Rubiks?
it is
What does
like
that
quite a vague title, and I do think like it varies brand to brand.
Mhm.
So firstly, obviously, like Rubiks is owned by Spin Master,
Yep.
which is a bigger brand. They own other franchises, Paw Patrol and that sort of thing. But ultimately, day to day, it's actually quite a lot of product development,
Okay.
which I think like a lot of cubers, they think like, but like what do Rubiks really do aside from like the 3x3 and like maybe, some of the core cubes like through to 5x5. But we do a lot of like sort of miscellaneous twisty puzzles. We did the Pulse last year, which is like a light up 3x3 cube. And ultimately, these aren't necessarily adhering straight to cubers, right? There's sort of that people at that in-between stage, the curious observers, maybe they've like picked up a cube, they've solved it a couple of times, and they're thinking about that new interesting step. Maybe on the younger side too, compared to your like typical cuber, or maybe not some of the faster cubers nowadays, but you know what I mean. So yeah, it's a lot of product development. Obviously, at its heart, it's also marketing. So I mean, this is technically marketing right now.
Yeah.
Rubik's being represented at large scale events. But yeah, also just kind of like showing our products to even like retailers, distributors, like obviously like Target and Walmart. They sell the cube, and that's important for us. So it is a very varied job. I actually love how varied it is. And no day is the same.
That's cool. That's cool. On the stream, we've been seeing an ad for this new product or
Yeah,
thing.
Rubik's
Tell
Rush.
us about that.
Yeah, this is a great product. I'm really excited about it. And I think like an important thing to communicate here is like Rubiks is really trying this year, and especially in the latter part of this year, as you'll see, to get the cube into people's hands, right? Like, so rather than making cool products for people that already have the cube in their hands, or already have a couple of cubes, are really focused on actually like building a new generation of solvers right now. And the way we can execute that is just by lowering that barrier to entry. And the way we can do that is with stuff like Rubik's Rush, which is like a game, very easy to play, one player, which we really always want to try and have with a game, like the opportunity for it to feel solo, because the cube is ultimately quite a solo pursuit. But yeah, we have the Rubik's game, this Rubik's Rush, and it's 1 to 4 players, and you're just trying to find a line of 3. You can like pick up, fill in a blank, press the button, it fills in a line of 3 colors, any color. But it's a nice, fast-paced game. 3 strikes and you're out is kind of the way it goes. But yeah, it's fun.
Cool.
Yeah.
Are you like in the office just like playing this game like all the time?
Definitely when we were like testing. It
Yeah.
is testing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like sitting down for a good while, like maybe by yourself with other people, just playing a Rubik's game.
That's
Pretty fun.
Okay, you've been part of the cubing community for over 10 years.
Yeah.
And so how did you bring that experience into your role at Rubiks?
Yeah. So yeah, I guess it is an interesting one. I think like when you first start with a brand like Rubiks, like ultimately I was really always pushing, look, let's like get Speedcubing like more, associated with Rubiks. And by sponsoring these competitions, we try to prove that. But I think like it's a weird one because Rubiks really is like a mass product. It's a cube you see at mass retail, right? In like your local place, whereas like pretty much all other 3x3 cubes and all the cubes that most people are using it. These competitions ultimately they're getting online. So kind of like finding that kind of weird balance where like Rubiks ultimately is like a mass puzzle, and where that sits and who that sits with. And really it's kind of a different demographic to your like typical cuber. So like just kind of seeing where Rubiks works with like the cubing audience. I'd say like obviously it's great to have a knowledge of just puzzles that exist. And like I knew the whole Rubik's portfolio going in. So like that was very useful for like honestly just like, understanding the job. And you would be so surprised by like stuff like license approvals, like things that Rubiks puts the logo on but isn't necessarily made by us. Like, it could have the wrong color scheme before. Like, there are things like that where like being a cube is definitely very useful,
There
right?
you go. Yeah.
So yeah, there's plenty of places where you can use your cubing knowledge to your advantage for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I will say, I feel like for me as a delegate at competitions, I obviously see a lot of first timers. I see the cubes they're using, and the Rubik's Speedcube has been showing up more and more.
Definitely, 100%. I really think that's a great entry point, and like that's really where Rubik's it lies. You know, in like the user journey is like that entry point.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's the Rubik's Speed is a great product. 100%.
Yeah. Very cool. Okay, you've also been attending major championships for a super long time as part of your cubing career, obviously. How have you seen major championships kind of shift over the years? And then from your perspective, I guess, like, how is it different for you being at a competition like this, but now you're representing Rubiks and not just here as George?
Capacity. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess that's two questions. I guess, like, so with, like, majors, I definitely think they have become more spectator friendly. You know, they can adhere more to your like standard mass demographic rather than just like a cuber, which is really cool. Like, I think like finals have just always been really fun to watch, like always, but I think we've like really honed in on that. Like I remember like even from the UK watching like the Paris 2017 finals and being like obsessed and like being able to just tune into that now on like such a more elevated level. Like now we see it's over the shoulder, like point of view. You see their times coming up. You see bios of these people. Like it's just so much more elevated. Like so that's amazing to see. Yeah. And then like as you know, George rather than like a associate brand manager, I guess in a lot of competitions we'll be like operating a Rubik's booth, so that's quite different. I'm not really like sitting down always with like all my friends and like chatting, and ultimately all my friends aren't like cubing anymore, right? Because like that changes over time as well. But it's also been interesting because I've obviously moved continents, so it's like not all the people that I was seeing at competitions I see now, but when I do it's the best. But yeah, it's just changed a lot.
Yeah. What differences would you say you've noticed between the like European speedcubing community and the North American one?
I'd say they're pretty similar.
Yeah?
I'd say they're pretty similar. I think like, I think obviously also Canada's might be slightly different to the US. I haven't been to many US competitions. But obviously what I always liked in Europe is how close everything is, which differs a little bit, when you're around here. Like a 4-hour drive is like the whole of the UK. So it was like, that's the max distance anywhere, like a comp could be from you. So, and they're like 2 every weekend. So but I mean, it's great. It's still great. Like it's the same kind of community for sure.
Right. I mean, you've been cycling to comps in
I have in Toronto.
Ontario,
I maxed out about 50K.
Okay, I was going to say it's like
back.
a 4-hour drive or...
Yeah. It's a long way though, yeah.
What role do you think Rubiks has had in growing speedcubing as a sport? I know you talked about this a little bit already, but...
Yeah, I just think it's about getting new eyes on it. And Rubiks has those eyes, right? Like, because it is the heritage brand. I think is that it can actually be a disadvantage and an advantage with Rubiks, right? Because it's the heritage brand, which means that everyone's going to call it a Rubik's Cube, regardless of if it's Rubiks or not.
Yeah.
So in bringing people into speedcubing, it's very good. In keeping people with Rubiks, not as good.
There you go.
You can imagine, right? So yeah, it's got its positives and negatives, but yeah, no, I think it's been very important and valuable for bringing new eyes into speedcubing.
Yeah, totally. And I think like on the flip side of that, like I'm curious about your perspective. I didn't really think about this question in advance, but like your idea of like the Rubiks brand. I think there's a sport side of it, but then there's more of like the lifestyle side of it, I guess.
Right.
And
no, exactly.
I have Rubik's Cube nail polish for some reason. So
yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I think we need to be careful sometimes, like just brand slaps. Like we don't want to put Rubiks anywhere,
right?
Because I think it can kind of dilute the brand and like what it means. Ultimately Rubiks means problem solving.
Yeah.
It's a brain teaser brand, and like that's very important to us. But I agree that like the way you can expand Rubiks as a brand is by getting it into more people's eyes, or like so it could be like whether that's on lifestyle apparel, whether that's nail varnish maybe, but like I think it's really important if we do it intentionally. There are amazing ways we can bring Rubiks to new people. Like I think the Rubik's Tetris Cube is an excellent example of that. Like and again, not many cubers might know of it because it is like for more like a slightly different demographic maybe, but the Rubik's Tetris Cube is great because it's like another nostalgic brand. People are buying it not necessarily to solve, just to own and to have it as an ornamental piece, right? And I love that about it. Just the idea you can have this Rubik's Tetris Cube and people are buying it just because it looks cool, right?
Yeah.
But it's also like, ultimately, it's Rubik's. So it's perfect as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's fun. What exciting trends are you seeing in the puzzle or toy world that in your position?
What trends am I seeing? Yeah, I think there's an interesting one which like maybe it's not like as applicable to like to speed cubing, like core speed cubing, but I just think it's interesting. Is right, like everyone is seeking analog play, right?
Yeah.
Because people are so self-aware of their phone use and their screen use. People are thinking, let me try and get away from that, and that's a great avenue for Rubiks to go into, right? Because yeah, it is analog play. It's kind of like the analog play. You don't need a screen. Like you might want one for timing yourself. Sure, you might want one for like learning initially, but it is a screenless time.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, and I think that's a really cool item that it stood the test of time for 52 years as an analog play item.
It's true. I mean, I know I use it for that. I'm like,
Yeah.
I need screen-free
no
time.
phone, no phone, please.
Exactly.
Just,
I'll
yeah,
just
just
put the keyboard.
mess with the
I
cube.
mean, I thought of this made me think of like I haven't seen the movie yet, but I've seen the trailer. Like the new Toy Story movie is
Right.
like literally all about this. I think.
Yeah, I think unfortunately I actually haven't got around to watching it yet,
Yeah.
but I don't think it's got as big of a part in it as we hoped. You know?
Okay,
'Cause,
okay.
What like in an ideal world, honestly, it's the villain, right?
Yeah.
It's like it should just be the villain.
It
It's
was
like,
scary.
people
The
wanna
trailer
solve it.
freaked me out.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyways, I was more keyed into that because of Taylor Swift, obviously.
Oh,
but-
of course. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I want to ask you about Rubik's brand ambassadors because you guys have a roster of brand ambassadors, and some of them are, familiar faces to the WCA
course,
community. Some of them aren't, and so just tell me about those people, what role they play for the brand, and why you guys kind of maintain that group of people.
Yeah, great question. So of course that is my background. I was an ambassador for
Yeah,
5
yeah.
years until I started working for Rubiks directly. And I think a huge part of it really is going back to what I was saying is we're really trying this year to just get the cube in people's hands, get people into it. And I think ambassador is just the perfect word, to be honest. They're an ambassador for the Rubiks brand, so they understand where that brand sits in the whole speed cubing world, but also in just the mass market, right? Almost everyone here, their first cube they picked up, the first cube they solved on was probably a Rubik's Cube. And we need to just ensure that that is where people recognize they should start, all right? So and I think, it's really a sense as well of making the cube represent just problem solving generally. Is if we just see Rubik's in a bunch of different avenues, it's just going to get people interested in right, Rubik's just represents just problem solving as a whole. But in terms of what the ambassadors actually do, well, they're content creators, for a start, obviously. So they're creating content about the cube, but you'll notice it's not very speed cubing specific a lot of the time. Of course, we have Max Park and Charlie Higgins. We have some really fast cubers out there, some of the best in the world. And that's to show this is the ultimate, this is the North Star of where you could be if you pick up the cube. But also, we just want to teach you about the cube and just get you excited about it. And the best way through that in today's age is through content. So that's a big part of what our ambassadors do and how they serve us.
Yeah, it's so cool. I feel like every day something new is coming up on my feed. I'm like, oh, it's Rubiks. It's the cube can be that high performance thing, obviously, but it's it can also be art. It can also be jumping out of airplanes. I feel like I saw recently. All of that.
Skydiving.
Yeah.
I feel like you can permeate so many cultural categories. If you wanted to.
Okay, are there any upcoming Rubiks initiatives that you want to tell us about?
There actually are. I'm willing to talk about something that's happening in September, I think, just because it's cool.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Maybe it won't super excite speedkeepers in the same way, but I think it is a really good thing, and I think it's something speedkeepers will appreciate that we've been working on. So of course we've got the Rubik's Rush coming out, right? So that's a game, get a lot of people into solving, and that's one of our core initiatives. But another one is we're actually redefining our standard core 3x3.
Okay.
So our standard core black gridded cube, we're very familiar with it, and we have actually improved it over the years. It's not a really bad 80s cube anymore, but it's still not like performing as well as just other like mass market competitors that exist, right? And there is this kind of like speed cube proposition at mass, which is why I'm so glad we have a speed cube, right? But really, we want everyone to pick up just that regular core cube first, right? Because not everyone is going to want to become a speed cuber, so it's nice to have that option. And so we've kind of like made it more like a speed cube, our like actual core cube. So starting in September.
Cool.
So it's still got that like iconic black grid, but we're like thinning it out. We're kind of just redefining it for our next generation of solvers, essentially. But yeah, that's a really big one for us. It's a proper rebrand, essentially. So it's going to be a lot of change, and hoping just to make just Rubiks like just seem pretty cool, you know?
Yeah.
Pick up the cube, get off your phone. Yeah, that's kind of the plan. And that's like starting late September this year. But you'll start seeing bits and bobs of it, you know, on our social feed and all sorts soon.
That's huge. I mean, I feel like playing around with something so iconic is always like a touchy thing.
It's very scary.
So like, what goes into like how many months or years goes into something like that?
It was a pretty like honestly quite late pivot, like that we suddenly decided this needs to happen. Like just knowing that there are these other cubes out there, and like Rubiks is just so important. It should always be that first cube, right? That we were like, okay, how do we like keep that iconic speed cube look, but still keep the iconicity of it? And it was just kind of like thinning out that black grid, giving that same like, you know, like kind of rounded off center, square corners kind of look. Like that's very important and very iconic to speed cubing. And we realized that like people are used to that now. So let's put that on the core cube, but not mess around too much. And then obviously we were looking at performance improvements too, looking at maybe using matte plastic instead of glossy plastic, making it turn better, you know. And you know, this is everyone's. Like we don't want to make it like customizable because this is also just a toy, right? I think that's the thing people forget too is like there are a lot of like speed cubes out there, and they're not necessarily for your standard 8+, right?
Yeah.
And these Rubiks are being sold at mass retail, and they need to jump through a few more hoops than maybe other brands would have to that we're just getting online from anywhere. So. Yeah, it was just ensuring that like it's adhering to all these like QA, quality assurance guidelines and all that.
The less fun part of your job,
that's you know, jumping in Excel, you know, all that kind of stuff too. But no, it was still, it was a lot of work, and I'm very, very grateful for our, you know, product development team, everyone that's kind of worked on getting it done. I'm very excited about just the packaging, even like the packaging looks great. It's going to stand out on the shelf a lot more, like not a lot more than before. So yeah, feeling really good about the latter part of this year, and I think we're going to see more cubers, which I'm excited about.
That's awesome. I'm so glad that you just said the word Excel, because lest anyone think that, you know, it's only fun and games, you know, working for a toy company. There's Excel too.
Product development, it's not like all fun and games, but like because it's all tied back to the cube, I'm like, this is good for me. I enjoy it.
That's cool. Okay, as we wrap up, can you just tell us how people can follow along with Rubiks and anything else you want us to know?
Yeah, so I'm actually covering everything that's kind of going on here on the Rubiks socials.
Great.
So the Rubiks official account on Instagram is kind of where most of our content is right now, to be honest. We're hoping to branch out more into like, we have a following on YouTube, but we're not like necessarily honing in on that right now. So hoping to like, you know, focus on that a little bit more going forward. But yeah, it's mainly going to be the Instagram socials that you'll see us, and then our website, but all of you can solve the cubes.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to get too much there. Yeah.
Okay, so it's at Rubiks_official, I think. Yeah. On Instagram. Make sure you're following along all weekend. George, thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Wishing
Appreciate
you
it.
the best for the rest of the weekend.
Cheers. See ya.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So.
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
You've made me feel all the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
Play again. Let's go.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We have another guest here on the stream. It's Phil Yu, the owner and current CEO, I'd say, of The Cubicle, one of our sponsors of today's competition. So thank you for stopping by and sitting down to chat with us. My first question for you is, you've been to a lot of these competitions in your career. You've been to so many. You've probably been competing since about 2009, if I remember correctly.
2010.
Yeah, 2010. So what's the energy like here at this major here in Raleigh compared to other comps like Worlds last year that you've been to?
Okay, so it's all different because we're all going there for different reasons, right?
Mhm.
But it's all similar in the sense that I am super, super tired, but I'm also super, super happy. I don't know if it's like, is there a word for that? Like if you're tired and happy at the same time?
I don't know. Maybe more like a bittersweet feeling? I don't know.
Or hired.
Yeah.
Higher, yeah, because we're here for work. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
We
I
gotta
mean,
invent a word for this.
Yeah, we gotta come up with a word for this. Everyone in
Yeah.
the chat knows a word. We can maybe bring that up.
Yeah, tired and happy.
Tired and happy.
Yeah.
So, do you have any results or competitors this weekend you're watching out for too?
Not specifically. I just want to see everyone be happy.
Yeah.
And cube. I know, like, well, 3x3 is like the main thing, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, 3x3 in NA has been really inconsistent. Like,
Yeah.
we have people that just pop off, but also don't consistently win every single thing.
Yeah.
And so I think it's going to be really exciting to watch. And yeah, definitely want to see NA establish some consistency.
Yeah, yeah. So a lot of our younger viewers in here maybe will probably know you as the Cubicle guy, right? But they don't really know that you were actually one of the top one-handed solvers on the planet
quite a bit back.
Yeah.
So take us back a bit. How did you get into cubing in the first place, and how did OH become your thing?
Okay, it's an interesting question. So I got into cubing in 2008 when I finished applying to college.
Yeah.
You know that feeling, you still have senioritis these
Yeah.
days, like, I'm invincible, I applied to college, you can't do nothing to me, you know, like that. So we picked up ridiculous hobbies. I think cubing was one of the more ridiculous ones we picked up because it was completely foreign to us, like no one knew anything. And it was actually really fun to be bad. Like, I grew up my entire life being competitive and fearing being bad, right? Like, if I was bad, I was afraid people would look badly on me or people would judge me or whatever. I did get NAR, Rizvi, Rapid Cubing 19, thank you.
Yes.
But, yeah, it was just like the first time in my life where I was actually really cheerful and bad at the same time, and it was just liberating.
Yeah.
I grew up playing classical violin,
Mhm.
like nonstop. I did that oftentimes more than I slept.
Yeah.
On certain days, and so like my left hand was always very dexterous. So I was like, okay, well, if I have to pick up an event, it's got to be one-handed.
Yeah.
So that's the one-handed origin story, and the college applications thing gave me enough spare time to do the cubing.
And over time, I imagine the priorities obviously shifted given your current role now. So, like, at what point did you realize that you'd rather maybe build in the hobby than just maybe be a competitor?
Okay, so I think I would have loved to continue competing. It didn't really, my life didn't allow it. So after university, I went to law school, and that basically made it impossible for me to practice a normal schedule just like everybody else. And so at that point, I was like, okay, I'm just going to give up because there's no point in struggling and delaying the inevitable. So I think I would have loved to continue competing because I think there was still a lot of room for me to grow. Like, I didn't learn ZB, even though I like totally should have.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's tons of room for improvement that I didn't capitalize on. So I don't think I just like jumped into working by choice. But also, it's so valuable to be giving other people the opportunity to do this. Like,
Yeah.
That's why we have all these sponsorships and support programs for cubers, and we like to invent new products. It's just to make everyone's life better here.
Yeah. So keeping more on the earlier side of things. So the Cubicle started around 2011.
Yes.
So you were mainly just selling basic puzzles, a lot of custom mods back then. So, like, what did running that cube store look like in the first year? Because I imagine it wasn't as scaled up as it is right now.
Oh, it was crazy. It was in our dorm room, and I'm pretty sure we weren't even allowed to have a business dorm room. Like, but it was me and 3 other dudes in a 1-bedroom apartment in New York City.
Yeah.
We couldn't have guests over because our living room was a warehouse.
Yeah.
We hand wrote all our labels. We hauled sacks of merch to the post office because we were too insignificant for the post office to care about us.
Yeah.
So it was very DIY. It was very startup-y. It was very fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, now we're more structured. We still have that startup vibe. Like, we have this vibe. I don't know if you like hang out with us at work much. Anyone who's visited us at the Cubicle, but like Steven will come up to me and say something like inflammatory. But for fun. Like we're really good friends. We're fun, and so like. Yeah, it's just like that hobby. Like, you can make fun of the people for being slow and everything, but yeah, it doesn't have that like raw startup vibe that we did back, in 2011.
Yeah, and I've visited you guys a few times when I was living in Massachusetts. When I came down to New York for comps, I totally see that like I come in and it's just like you guys are just chilling in there, like testing out a new puzzle. You want to try this one? I was like, sure. Yeah. So you've watched hardware evolve a lot in the past few years. Like 2011 hardware is so much more different than hardware 15 years later today. So we went from springs and stickers to like maglev, ball core, smart cubes. So as someone who's been in the space for a while, what innovation to you has kind of changed solving the most? And what's kind of more hype versus more substance right now?
Okay, so this is going to be a very strange answer, but the innovation that has made the biggest impact in modern cubing is by far magnets. And I'll tell you why. It's not what you're thinking of. Of course, it's like common sense to say magnets made cubing better, right? But I think it was so good because an individual pioneered that technology, not a cubing company.
Yeah.
Right? It was Chris Tran, like one guy who believed in it and did it and really changed the world of cubing. So I think that point in history proved that you and I, like just people, we can effectuate change in cubing, and it doesn't have to be some faraway company that we can't relate to as easily.
Yeah.
So I felt that was really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's totally fair, and that I'm like that'd be kind of my answer too, because I remember I started cubing 2015, and I was like, it's like the cubes were like it was really hard to like turn, make sure you were accurate, and then like magnets came out, and I thought it was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life.
It was cool.
Like I had no idea that like that could even be a thing at the time, and I was like, and now it's just like common, like
it's normal. Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have M in the names of the cubes, and now everyone just assumes the cube is magnets. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like has to be. Yeah. So. Another question that I have is that, running a cube store is a lot. There's so many different things that go into it. What's kind of the most surprising thing about running a cube store that maybe the average person wouldn't really know about?
Okay, is interesting. So, like, this is like kind of dark, but like I often wondered what would happen if I died.
Oh,
right. Like, I mean, of course, like the world would go on, right?
Yeah.
But like, okay, so like, let's say like I need to be replaced.
Yeah.
By somebody. Like, what does that even mean? Like, like there's so much weird stuff that I do, like behind the scenes. Like, we have so many interesting partnerships. Like I do a lot of stuff in Chinese. Like it's so weird to think about, and it's also very stressful.
Yes.
Like
yes.
But that's more of a small business thing and not like a cube store thing. Just like any small business is super stressful, and behind every happy YouTube video that we're smiling is like thousands of hours of work that no one sees, and then a customer will like write to us and be like, "Yo, you messed up our order. Like, I hope you guys have a terrible day." So, like, it's very stressful, and also like when you run a small business, I think I've said this before, but when you're like running the thing, you get very little positive reinforcement.
Yes.
Yeah. So like no one has ever come up to me and said, "Hey Phil, like you're doing a great job at work. Like good going." Right.
Yeah.
Like it's always
because it's
like
just you and a few other people, right? You're all doing your own thing.
Yeah. And like because I'm also in a leadership role, like it's not anyone's job to do that, right? It's my job to do a performance review of the employees and said, "Hey, Steven, good job in making the ferro core.
Yeah.
Like, that's a sick cube. Like good work."
Yeah.
Right. But it's no one's job to do that with me. So I've never ever heard that. And so like anytime like a business owner does something like right, they were supposed to do that. It's part of their job.
Yeah.
And anytime they do something wrong, they just get nailed.
Yeah.
Right. And so like emotionally, it's really hard to, I mean, I've done this for almost 15 years. It's just to go through the cycle of like working overtime and knowing that people get happiness, but people are not telling you directly like, "Hey, like what you did made me happy."
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really subtle, really common in small business. But yeah, that's the most surprising thing is just how much happiness we can generate. But sometimes you get very little happiness in return in some areas.
Yeah. So moving over to kind of the event itself today. So you guys are sponsoring today.
Yes.
You guys are one of the sponsors, and you guys have a big cube store, kind of pop-up cube store inside of the venue today that's been seeing a lot of foot traffic. Like the line was so long yesterday. So my question to you is, what makes an event like this worth investing in? And what do you hope competitors and families maybe walking by your store and your signs take away from this?
Okay, that's a great question. So cubing is always worth investing in. I think any sort of like large competition where people from so many different areas can come together and just be happy doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I think that's worth paying for. And that's why we do it every year without fail. And I think people walking by, it would just be cool if they just said hi to us and just acknowledged that this is a small business that started with nothing.
Yeah.
You know, we weren't given a lot of money. This was, we're a very self-made, self-sufficient company. And yeah, it's better to support a cube store than Amazon or some like big box store. So yeah, the small cube stores here in America, at least, like all of them that have existed are by motivated people that have really cool personal stories that I think they could have done anything else in life, but they chose to have a cube store. And even though like, I compete against some of them and we might not have the best relationship, but they're still small businesses and I'm more similar to those people than anybody else in the world. And support the small businesses.
Yeah, that's definitely a great message to take away from that. So another sponsorship-related question.
Yeah.
You also sponsor some of the biggest names in the sport. You sponsor cubers like Matty Hiroto Inaba, Luke Garrett, many others. So what do you look for when you sign on a cuber? This is probably a question everyone in chat has all the time. You get emails about this all the time. I want to be sponsored. What do I need to do? So, like, is it like speed, personality, maybe their content creation, potential? Like, what goes into it?
It's very holistic. It's like everything.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's hard to say, like, this is the formula. You need to, like, check off these boxes, and then you'll be automatically sponsored. And we also have to remember that we do sponsor very young kids.
Yes.
Right. And so very young kids are not media trained, and they're not going to blow up on social media by themselves. Right. So, like, when we sign Yiheng, you know, I'm not expecting the kid to just go out on, like, whatever social media platforms exist for him in China and just, like, blow up.
Yeah.
Right. So it depends on the person. It depends on where they are, what their background is. But generally, we look for excellence, like genuine excellence in at least something.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and like for Maddie is just such a smart, intelligent, social, well-rounded human being, in addition to being a beast at cubing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, is it weird to say, like, a person's perfect or, like, near perfect? Like, the dude goes to school, he's a great cuber, a visual artist, an athlete.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, what do you not do, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, a person who's very well-rounded, it makes sense. And then the cube heads and the ting mans are, you know, they're a lot of fun. They have amazing personality.
So let's get into, we'll do some rapid fire questions that I came up with, and then we'll end it off with one last one.
Okay.
So this will be answer it quickly as possible, maybe one or two words. All right.
Okay, all right.
So we'll start 3, 2, 1, go. Favorite non-3x3 event?
Shoot. Benmajin.
Most underrated puzzle that you sell right now?
That's got to be the corner helicopter 2x2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Best cuber ever, only one name.
Best cuber ever? Probably, I would say Max Park.
Yes.
Yeah.
One cube from history you bring back.
The Zanchi.
Zanchi.
Yeah.
Will we see a sub 2.5 3x3 single barrier be broken in the next 2 years?
Yes.
Benmajin or Jonathan?
Benmajin.
Duck or moose?
Chicken.
Ah.
We're going to get a third cat. We're going to name him Chicken.
So, finally, one last thing to end off. There are so many kids and teens here that dream of being on the biggest stages in speedcubing or starting their own personal projects. As someone that has done that themselves, what's some advice you can give to everyone that's looking to get into that sort of realm?
Okay, great. How much time do I have?
About 30 seconds, minute?
30 seconds. Okay. Don't let anybody discourage you. Find people that you really can vibe with, who complement your strengths with theirs, and can really shore up your weaknesses.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm bad at coding. My partner is a brilliant coder.
Yes.
And so, yeah, surround yourself with good people that are willing to support you, and hopefully you have a good support system around, because it's very hard, but it's very fulfilling if you do it good.
Awesome. That's a really good advice to end this off. Phil, you, everyone, thank you so much for sticking around and talking to us, and good luck with the rest of the competition and with running the Cube store.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the Cube store. Come visit us. We have all the cool merch.
Yeah.
And, yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, all right. We're going to take a brief break, and we will get some tech stuff troubleshooted, and we'll be back for the later rounds of the competition.
Yeah.
Stay tuned, everyone.
Yeah, keep watching the stream. See ya.
Welcome back to Rubiks WCA North American Championship 26. We're here in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm Kevin Hayes, and I'm joined by Swan Park. who many of you know is Max Park's dad, who you've probably heard of. Welcome.
Thank you. Do I have to carry? The viewers don't know this. Kevin was running around like frantic 5 seconds before we just came on.
Oh,
Do I have to carry the interview?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
My brain totally. We're totally fine today. You know, it's.
Did you see yourself? What you looked like when you were you were frantic? I wanted to videotape it and show people like.
It's been a wild one. I'm excited. I'm so excited. I mean, honestly, I'm so excited to be here, especially because like this year I've been like really involved in like. But yeah, I mean, we're running live, and I'm like, okay, it's actually really nice. We had 20-minute break. Everyone, we're ahead of schedule. We had 20-minute break for lunch. I'm like, okay, we have interviews. We have 20 minutes. I'm gonna like hot swap a ton of stuff, improve the stability, add instant replay, make sure everything's recording.
What happened yesterday? We were so behind. Was it the opposite yesterday?
Well, I mean, competition groups did go down, which I think was not in anyone's bingo card. It definitely caused a little bit of issue, but you know, Thursday tends to just be a little. I'd love to have more resources to schedule this a little lighter Thursday just so we can get rolling, but you know, it's always a balance of like we want to get as many people in the door and getting like as many rounds as possible. We want to have time for everything, and so we plan for the best, and Thursday was okay. I mean,
if I remember correctly, Thursdays is the day that you do the finals for like the big cubes and stuff like that. We're not doing that this time, right?
No. Okay. Wait. Thursday has always been like intro day. So like Friday used to be
the finals night.
The 4-day schedule for Paris, Melbourne, Korea had like side event finals Friday and then main event finals Sunday, and we switched to a more, which I think most major championships have switched to. But I think it works well for everyone. The competitor, the convention goers who want to watch, everyone prefers this.
Were you in favor of it?
Oh, I would love to take credit for it being my idea, but actually, notably, cubing is very similar to like swimming and track in terms of how the events are run. There's heats, there's like many different events, especially similar to track where like the N by Ns are running, and then they straight up have field events, which are like the non-N by Ns. And so like Tim was watching the Olympics, Tim Reynolds, and he's like, oh, this makes so much more sense. Like the spectators get to watch something every single day. They're not overwhelmed by, like you get numb to like 10 finals back to back. The competitors have a better balance. Each individual day is such a better balance, and like, not to complain too much, but when people don't tend to speak up when they're really happy, and like when you get zero complaints about something, and actually people did go out of the way to tell us they like the schedule, I was like,
well, maybe we could talk about some stuff to really make people mad and.
There's plenty of that going on right now.
Well, we should talk about that stuff, maybe. I don't know.
Oh,
it's not me, but you know.
I mean, I'm not being interviewed, but like I'll talk about it. I love I love these types of topics. I've been talking to people. Like I've been actually like really. I'll give a couple minutes here. Like I've been really going out of my way this competition to like, because like Worlds last year was like, Worlds is so different. It's like such a spectacle, and everyone knows it. Everyone who's competing at this top level is so intense, and it's just like totally universal across the board. And I think the community knows that. The community appreciates it. I know it's obvious in Seattle. People were having a great time watching those finals. I mean, the RD finals was, it was so cool, and everyone was so excited. It was such a community moment, and like, there's a balance though between like the sportification, the more casual solver, and like, you know, these majors obviously kind of lean toward the higher end of that naturally because they are the championships. But like, what makes sense at Worlds doesn't necessarily make sense at NAC. And so like the first year was very much like, okay, we got to do so many things for Worlds, and I'm like, okay, we're doing a lot of these things at NAC. Is it appropriate? What's not? What do people want? I want to find the right balance of that.
Yeah, you're right. You can't do the same thing because, like, you know, at Worlds, like the finals are the narratives are already built in. You don't have to even say anything, right? As opposed to NAC, it's a little bit more up in the air, and you know, there's a little bit more. You know, there's more of a dark horse potential, I think, in the NAC.
Well, even like just how the competitors are treating it. Like at Worlds, everyone not only like they're comfortable on stream, they want to be on stream, they're expecting to be on stream, and like that's a little different at different levels of competition and stuff. And so that's just something I've like especially started to consider a lot of like where's kind of the line in a lot of these things, because when you're in a competition when everyone is in the same room and doing the same thing, but everyone kind of has a different perspective and a different experience, you do have to kind of draw arbitrary lines, and picking those is difficult but important for in order to maintain like this whole like everyone is one community aspect that we all know and love as part of the WCA.
Right. No, I can agree. So, were you going to ask me questions?
Yeah,
or-
sorry. I just like this is all. I've been like running around doing tech.
No, I could listen to you for hours. We can, we could do this casually and just talk forever. But
of course.
I don't know if we're talking about anything that's interesting to people watching. So
I think so. It's pretty tough, but it's an important topic. But okay, you tell me. I know you have a lot going on in the pipeline. I think people do not understand how. I mean, people know that you're involved. Obviously, like they saw almost like everyone's seen the documentary. I saw it again last night. It was very good. But
well, you should tell the audience a little bit what it was.
oh, Swan showed me.
It's not mine.
Oh, sorry.
It's Sue Kim, the director. She was. I was fortunate enough for her to give us a version of a longer version, and I think the director originally wanted the documentary to be about an hour and a half, and that's what she really had in mind when she was telling the story. And you, Kevin, since she's from Seattle and you're from Seattle, she just knew of your story, and you were a pretty chunky part of the documentary. And unfortunately, when they narrowed the documentary down to 42 minutes, they cut, you ended up on the cutting room floor, as they say, right? But regardless of that, I don't think anybody disagrees how important your story was for that documentary. I mean, it was, in my opinion, it was huge, right? And of course, you're going to like it because you were in it. But I'm just saying it was because the people we were watching it with yesterday, they were saying, "Wow, that was just so much better with Kevin in it. Like it was just so much more. There was the layer of the story was so much deeper, because it wasn't just about Max and Felix. There was about the people that were around them that they grew up with and helped to create their story, right? And so." I thought that, every time I watch it, I just think, maybe they made a mistake making it 42 minutes, but.
I liked it both ways.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty biased. I know it's interesting when you're watching yourself, and like, I was mostly about Melbourne, and I was like, oh yeah, no.
What is
really
it like
accurate.
when you watch yourself? Can you be objective? Can you say like, oh yeah, he's a good subject character? Like, you're gonna like yourself, right?
Yeah, I guess like it'd be different. I think if it was about Paris, it'd be a different experience because that was a much more stressful competition. While Melbourne, it was just like, I know it was really intense and really serious, but I was pretty aware of what was happening at the time, and it's been so long that I'm like, oh yeah, like I was really serious. I'm doing push-ups 4x7x7 round. I'm like, yeah, it's exactly how it was. And
which one of the funny things for the viewers is Felix made a comment about Kevin doing push-ups and how maybe you should have done some more that competition. It was a very interesting comment, but yeah. But your idea is sound. Because a lot of people, I think, when they cube, they're like trying to keep their hands warm. Same thing with Max. Max wears does the hands warmers and stuff. But if you notice also with Max, he wears a jacket before his round because the body has a tendency to drop its temperature and get cold, or they feel cold, right? And you can't just warm up the hands. It's really your whole body that's cold, and your hands just go first.
Yeah,
right?
you gotta get the blood flowing.
Right. And so what you did was absolutely. Right on, despite how it looked to a bunch of cubers doing push-ups at a cubing competition. I didn't know you had to use your pecs.
I got second in that round, so it's pretty good.
Right, it worked. Right,
Yeah.
it worked. And but once again, I think I think Max uses the same strategy, I guess.
Okay, so you're very involved, much more than people think. Even though, we went on a quick tangent on the document. I mean, we could probably do this for an hour at least.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
you were very involved, especially in like the parents aspect of the cubing, because that's like we all see the kids and the competitors, but like behind, like there's very few people that don't come without their parents, especially the core competitor of these events is a very family-oriented experience. Like, how does that tie into like kind of what you're active?
Well,
right now?
it's not. They're not just very important to the cuber. The cuber's success could potentially be on the line with the parents, and I'm not really sure parents really understand it. In the extreme, sometimes parents can be kind of offhand, or they're hands off, and they're just sitting back and all that, and that's fine. And then you can also be more engaged with your kid, and that's fine too. But I think there's really, if you're really serious about helping your kid become a top cuber, I think it's really important to support them in the right way. And the right way, there is a right way and a wrong way. The right way is what's going to be best for your kid, the cuber. And in the and the reason why I think the parent is a really good part of that is they know their kid the best. And they know what makes them happy. They know what makes them, unhappy. Because I think we both talked about it in the past that your state of mind is super important, And the worst thing a parent can say to the kid is, don't be nervous, right? First of all, I didn't think about that. Good idea. I'll try that.
I also won't try and mess up. What does that mean?
Don't mess up. Or, all that stuff. Just, and I actually heard sometimes they say, make sure you turn fast and, they stuff.
Well, don't do that. Actually, if you're thinking about turning fast, you're done.
I have a story about that too. But the whole point is that we're me and Mickey were both thinking I think we should share some of the stuff that we've experienced that really worked really well for their kids. And a lot. There's a lot of coaches these days, which is a great thing. But sometimes I think you have to approach and understand the success coach formula. And
yes.
I think the parents would know that the best. How to implement it and know your kids, because one of the stories I tell is the kid is already nervous as it is, and then he knows that the dad had just spent a tank full of gas to drive 4 hours to go to a comp. There's all this pressure, right? Like a lot of investments. He feels that, right? And then next thing you know, the dad goes out and buys a $1,000 camera, stands 10 feet from him and pointing at him. Now he's got to not only do good, but Dad just bought a $10,000 camera. I better not look bad. And, there's a lot of pressure that can feel. Now, just after I said that, there's a lot of parents where the kid needs to be in the spotlight, so he wants you to buy a $2,000 camera and stand in front. So it depends on the kid. But anyway, I'm trying to get a program together where we kind of get together as parents and just share stories about success and how to implement that with their kids. So. Yeah, and about turning fast, what you just said, it's funny because I was with a kid just yesterday, and he was just turning so fast, and he was locking up. This is the thing that I see with all these kids. I see them turning fast and locking up like crazy.
Constantly.
And
that was a story of 6x6 round one for everyone, actually.
I asked the kid. I said, "What's your time?" And I said, "Show me." And he did a 30-second solve. And I said, you know what, why don't you solve it at half the speed you think is fast. Whatever fast you are, just do half, and at the same time also pretend you're in a library and you don't want anybody to hear that you're solving. And he solved it that way. And so I said, technically, you should be getting a minute if you're doing half, 30 seconds. I mean, hypothetically, right? So he does it, and he dropped it down to 22 seconds. And it's the lowest he's ever had. And he was shocked, and I said, think about that. Where's the logic in it going lower when you think you're going half as fast?
Yeah.
And basically to me, it's lockups. Because if you look at like Max, Felix, all the guys, Yihang, all the Chinese kids, the one thing that is absolutely clear is they don't lock up that much, if at all.
This is the thing I say a lot about. It's about earning your turning speed. And you watch someone I am big key focus. Obviously, you watch someone like Nam. He turns fast, and I'm like. Yeah, this guy averages 106 on 6x6. He has earned it. He's worked so hard to earn it. And you average if you're a 30-second, even a 12-second 3x3 solver, you should be turning really slow. Very controlled, or else you're gonna increasing the TPS is necessary at some points, but it makes it harder to develop new skills because things are moving too fast for your brain. You're at that limit, and so maybe we're getting ready for a comp, and we're gonna push it a little bit in some specific cases. But in the long term, you gotta be focused on building the skills, which is usually impeded by pushing the TPS too fast.
You know what I think it is. I think these kids are very influenced by the top cubers. They see them
of course.
like Yihang, and they're doing this, and I think what they're doing is they're trying to look fast instead of actually trying to be fast.
Yeah.
Right. And they achieve that. They look fast. They're locking up like crazy, but they look fast, and it's really detrimental to them. And the problem is that once you start doing that, it's a real hard habit to break.
Yeah.
Right. So
this is pretty common in most sports. You want to jump straight to the end. You want and you I
want to look like Tiger Woods. I'm going to swing like a maniac, and then you spend lots of coaching money, and therapy time to undo years of idiot swinging. That's, at least for me, that's what it was.
I remember I saw a video a long time ago, Usain Bolt's talking about, they video to practice one time, and he was like, oh, this is the competition is the easy part. This is the real work.
Right.
When you show up to the competition, this is what I say a lot too.
Right.
The work is done. you're either ready or you're not, and it's
Right.
too late.
If
to
you're
be
trying to
practicing.
change it there, you're actually hurting yourself even more.
Yes, definitely,
Because
like-
yeah, you should expect Wednesday's results on Saturday.
You should
know?
expect Wednesday's results in 3 Saturdays, maybe.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, but that's the bare
Yeah,
minimum.
yeah,
right?
at the
You gotta
bare
cut
minimum,
it off.
for sure,
People
like-
are trying to go for it on Friday night at 2 a.m. Right?
No,
So-
yeah, like you're. The way to have confidence when you're competing is to know that like you spent the last year practicing for this specific moment. You've practiced what it's going to feel like, what you're going to think, what you're going to feel, like the physicalness of being in the chair, and you're like, oh, I'm ready for this, and that's how you're confident.
Right,
Not,
right.
I did 300 solves last night. I'm totally ready.
Right. That's just flexing to your friends, I think.
Yeah.
You know, but the thing is that with, like you said, with any sport, you got to find flow. You got to get in the zone.
Yeah.
The flow. You can't like terrorize your body and your fingers at the last minute and expect flow to happen. You know,
No.
to get in the zone. So, you know, that workout was done last week. You know, and now you're ready for it. Now you got to just focus on your mental game and you know how to just be relaxed and yeah, once again that's with every sport probably, but yeah. So anyway, going back to this kid, you know, he was just amazed by that, and you know, and I just you know, I said, you know, keep up with it, but I think that's the big challenge. I saw him like half an hour later, and his bad habits of like turning real fast, like they turn real fast and then he pause forever.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, oh, you could see it creeping back in because it's so used to the way he did. And,
Yeah.
and I think sometimes that's where a parent would come in and could help you with that. Hey, listen, you know, if you're doing this solve correctly, because I remember I recorded when we were in China, Shuangyi solving, and I recorded him. The one thing that really struck me is when you hear it turn, it's like it's got this wispy sound, like that. There's no clackiness. And I thought that was so interesting, right? There's no corner cutting whatsoever, like no, like you know, like
Every turn hits all the way to 90
yeah,
before.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a certain sound. You
Well,
know?
the finger tricks are so advanced where like I never even considered doing like the thing I saw was like it's like a U2, but like you hit you do the U2 finger trick, but in between you do like it's like U2 with like an L in between, but you're still hitting index, turn.
Are they flush when they're doing it though?
Or at least
Like
but
it's very sequenced correctly.
yeah, and it's just like, oh yeah, obviously that's a lot better. But like I never even would have thought of that in a million years. That like you could just start doing
you know,
crazy stuff.
I don't think kids instinctively do it that way correctly right off the bat. These
Oh,
kids.
that's
right?
a
So
tra-
there
that's
has
a
to
very
be-
trained skill.
Yeah, yeah. It's amazing because they already have that in place, and now they're learning ZV, you know, or whatever. I mean, it's just, you know, it's.
Hey,
it's crazy.
Anthony Brooks told us 10 years ago ZV was the future. He
Well,
was right.
You know. Oh, and you know, a lot of people are talking these days. They're like, well, we're at the max. How many times have you heard this before? Oh, we're at the max.
Yeah,
this is
yeah,
it.
yeah.
This is
It's
it.
totally
I
it.
remember people saying that there's not going to be
Cubing is so-
sub 7 average. No way.
Felix killed Cubing like 12 years ago. I don't know how we're still doing it anymore. Okay, so we were talking about the max. I'm like, okay, so like max has been the dominant force for the last
Uh-huh.
8. What year is it? 2026? Like about 8 years now? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think it's 7. Still got it pretty hard. Obviously, it's been kind of like that slow, like it's just kind of the change. And like we were talking before about kind of like when you know you're in the back half of your career, like how that feels, and like what is kind of like that experience been like for you?
Yeah, you know, for us, it's a little bit different. Here's the thing. I think everybody who's been in that position know what it feels like. I mean, the first person I think of is like, you know, it's like knowing when to let go. You know, like top athletes like Tom Brady, you know, yeah, he went to Tampa Bay and won another Super Bowl. Maybe he should have stopped there.
Okay,
Like,
Tom-
now just keep going, you know, and
Tom Brady's such a bad example because he like kept trying, but he still won one. It's like usually it's
That's
more
a
like
bad
it's more
example.
like Aaron Rodgers, who's like
Right.
it's like, oh,
Just-
he's still fine, but like
yeah,
winning
but,
another
but
one.
it's understandable.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
if you're an
totally.
athlete and a competitor, you see why it's just hard to let go. There's such a passion and joy for it, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, you do have to recognize that, you know, you got to recognize the field, what it looks like, you know, and you know where you're at, and you know it's not happening to some degree. But I think that the key thing for Max is, you know, everybody knows Max, you know, is on the spectrum, and he needs a little bit extra help with kind of like this journey. And so that we're sort of like dealing with that now, and I think, you know, we talked a little bit about that with like all champions, you know, like yourself, you know, there's this arc, right, that you go on, and you know, and how do you deal with that? You know, I know I've talked to Felix about that. I've talked to a lot of guys about that, and you know, everybody handles it a little differently, but the emotions are still the same, and so yeah, we're working on that with Max, and I think we're helping him to understand that hey, it's the young kid's turn. It's time to sometimes step aside and let the the new group of kids. I tell them the new Max Parks come in, right?
Yeah.
They're going to come in and they're going to do their thing, and just like the way Felix was, graciously, did, and I explained to him like how Felix did that. He stepped aside and it was your turn, and now you're older. Now it's your time to step aside. So that's how we've been approaching it for him, and I think it's and it's still a journey, and still, he still has that desire to go, but that's where we're at right now. But yeah, hopefully we have a good transition. I don't know.
Well, I think like the fact that you were kind of Max is so successful, and then due to that and his strength in 7x7 specifically, like kind of the progression off has been very smooth, and like he's still the best in the world at 7x7 definitively, and like I'd probably still the favorite to win Sweden. And you can see it, and it's more natural, and then you're preparing him for it in this very healthy way, and it's like you're kind of, no one's ever ready for this.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're as ready as you can be while it's happening, and you're aware, as opposed to sometimes like the up and comer, it's just like all of a sudden you're like, oh no, it's over, and like when did that happen? It was so fast, and it takes you by surprise, which can be a little jarring. While Max, it definitely seems like he's still got like a lot left, while also being less successful than he was.
Yeah, and same for us, me and Mickey too. We're sort of like winding down, and and that's one of the reasons why we want to do this, like this endeavor with helping parents with sort of like be their kids' best success coach.
Yeah.
And we do have a setup. We have a CubingParent.com. And we're going to start like a group of parents that want to like kind of like be a good success coach for their kids, and we're going to share our stories of what helped Max, like what helped him to just really do good, and the things that might help them. Once again, every kid is different, right?
Yeah.
The motivation is different. What motivated you is totally different from what motivates Max, and so but as a parent, you know it best, so you know how to pull those strings to really help your kids succeed, and even the really smart cubing kids should understand that they need that. Like if you look at all the top cubers like Maddie, they have this wonderful mom and dad that you can see how they're supporting them. Your parents are amazing, and so that's the thing that I don't think these kids see in these short videos of you guys solving, but there's these a way the parents support them that is there's a very strategic way to help your kid become a champion. And we'd like to share that, and probably get maybe even your parents involved, and like get the community involved to try to like put in their 2 cents of what they thought would work to help their kids just really get in the zone and to really just kill it at the competitions. So
I mean that sounds really great, because like people don't know, parents don't know, and they want to know, and they want to be helpful, and just having some guidance there is.
The parents don't even have to know that much. They just have to know what F2L means and OLL and how to scramble.
Yeah,
that's about it.
How to scramble is pretty nice.
Yeah. Because I think one of the best things a parent can do is to do every day 3 rounds of 5x5 only, and they force their kids only to do that. And that's the best way to prepare for pressure, I think. Because then you're only doing those solves. You can't do any do-overs. Like the mom, I'm going to do one more. Mom has to say no.
That's
and then that's going to be really pressure-filled at your house that you only get to do 15 solves, know. And then that'll help them out here, in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about, and you asked me to talk about, like, I know we were talking about, like, people talk about, like, you win, they want to win, and then they do win, and then it's like, oh, it's all roses, and it's like.
I think, a lot of people know, and I think every person that has podiumed at NAC knows this. You win once, and I think that there's a lot of thought that, oh, I'll be so happy and relaxed that I'll win. I've won.
Yeah.
And I think you know what it's like. As soon as you podium at that major competition, the pressure's doubled from that point on. It gets harder, not easier.
You feel pretty good for a while. For the next one that comes around,
It's like, of course, the congratulations, you feel good and all that. It doesn't last quite that long, right? But it's the same thing, I think, with a lot of kids that get sponsorships. That's kind of like winning, right?
Yeah.
I always prepare kids with sponsorships. And once you get a sponsor, like, be ready to be bad for about 3 to 4 months after that. because you're just going to drop off because there's going to be so much pressure. Not only do you have mom and dad driving you 4 hours from this state to that state, now you have somebody else, another set of parents almost like looking at you going, did you win this week? You know, and, you know, if you didn't win, oh no, they're going to take away my jacket.
Yeah, it's more expectation.
Yeah, but you get over it, but you know, but it kind of tells you the story of how, like, if you win a lot, it's a whole different set of pressures. And for these guys that are on the podium, it's a new game. It's a different game that you got to learn all new sets of tools to deal with on top of doing well at the competition. So,
yeah, I mean, I always it's kind of a balance where, I mean, cubing, it's not like we're not like making even medium money here. Like, it's very like you got to be in cubing for the love of the game, and you got to be just someone who really enjoys the grind of practicing cubing and doing it. And I always say, like, do never ever cube for like a sponsor or money. That is a terrible idea. You're gonna hate it. It's gonna be awful. You should not be.
It's nice to get.
Yeah, no, but once you've done once you've done the work for yourself, oh yeah, no, you get you make sure you get the rewards but do it for yourself, and then think about, like,
right.
You can't, if you're thinking about, like, I have to get this podium, and you're still like further away, like, you got to be in that ballpark just naturally because it's what you want to do before you really start, like, focusing on specific accomplishments. Because then it's just going to derail, and it's really, really nice. Just you could always think about the process, but realistically, that is a little difficult.
Yeah. What was it like for you though? Like when you first started winning? I guess it was a little different for you. It wasn't this plethora of like sponsorship floating around at that time, but
it was.
But you did hit the sweet spot of like when you had the cool white cubicle jackets and stuff like that. So,
I mean, the dynamic in mid 2010s is so different because, like, sponsorships didn't exist till like after Vegas Worlds in 2013, and like, I mean, I was like a sports cuber in 2011, honestly. Like, because I was very traditional swimming background, and so, like, it's funny because people are like, oh, like, people are treating cubing like so much like a sport now, and I'm like, I've been doing this since 2011. This has always been around. I mean, yeah, I was kind of an outlier in that regard, but winning I was never like, well, there's no money, so I definitely wasn't cubing for money. And like, I definitely wasn't cubing I was not cubing to win 3 world titles in a row. That's definitely for sure. I was cubing to get the next goal. Oh, I want to win Nats. I want to get a record.
Too bad, you know, now there is money.
Yeah, I mean,
like, if you would have done that, then what you did then, now,
I feel very lucky with my
You might not have to work at
trajectory.
Google at this point. You could
feel
just do that full time.
I feel
Forget
very
this
lucky
Google
with
stuff.
my.
CS is dead. Computer science is dead anyway.
I like having my Raco job so then I can spend time on cubing and then put money back into the community. That's actually what I go for now. It's pretty.
What are you going to do when AI takes over all your jobs?
Then I'll just work. I'll like hopefully be comfortable and then work for the WCA for basically free. That sounds like I already spent so much time.
I'm kidding, everybody.
Yeah.
I absolutely don't believe.
He's a doomer.
No. I absolutely don't believe in that whatsoever. I absolutely don't believe in that. It's just joking because, yeah, I don't know. I love to poke fun at the world's most successful guy.
Oh my God, that's not the case.
Man, you got everything going on for you. So let's just be honest with ourselves.
I'm very blessed. It's been. I feel very. Especially the last couple of years have been really nice because it's nice to be back in the community with a role. It's not.
But that's
competing.
one of the things is cubers in general are generally just healthier people. Yeah. So yeah, I think that they're
I think they get a lot of benefits from being around the community.
Oh, much more than I think most of these kids know.
Yeah.
Right? Most of the cubers, they're pretty successful in life in general, right? They're just doing really well.
Yeah.
Like, you feel a couple of guys that fall off and they're like, oh, what a loser, but
that's a little negative.
I won't name names. No, I'm just kidding. But there's true. There was a couple of kids I was like, he didn't really make it. But 98%,
they still
pretty
can.
good.
You always have a chance. It's never too late.
That's right.
All right, I think we got to wrap up. We got Henry coming on. But thank you so much for taking the time. It's always fun. I'm sure we'll have you back next year, and then maybe in Sweden.
Yeah, cubingparent.com. Parents, check it out. Or kids, can talk your parents into going there and make your parents not so clueless about cubing.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So.
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
You've made me feel all the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
Play again. Let's go.
All right, welcome back. I'm joined by Henry Lickner, third place 6x6 World Championship 2025 in Seattle. Currently seeded second into the final tomorrow night. And are you second for 5x5 tonight?
Yeah. I think
Yeah. Big Cube extraordinaire. How you doing?
Yeah. I'm doing good. Doing good. Getting used to competing again. It's been a while since I've competed at all, let alone like a big comp. So it was a little rough in 5x5 yesterday, but I think it'll be better today.
Your second seed.
Yeah, but it was like, I don't know, 42 like isn't good.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's pretty, I mean, you competed once this year?
Oh yeah, in January I think.
Yeah, okay, that's like forever ago. Okay, so 42-3. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a tight one. Wow, it's so, I mean, it's like you're kind of leading the behind max like watch here. Like 5x5 is especially tight. Like, I mean, are you still like 6x6? Like, what do you consider 6 like your main thing? Like, you're definitely some of your best, but like I don't know if you're just like, oh, all I do is 6 and then I do a little 5 and 7.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I only do 6 and then I like don't practice 7 at all, and I'll do a little bit of 5. I practiced 5 a lot like yesterday and the day before that, but that's kind of about it.
That's more just getting ready, not practicing.
Yeah, I mean the day before and that's kind of all I needed. I just need to like get in the flow, and then I guess it didn't really work that well though. So
you only do. I feel like you might do a little more than that. You don't do a little more.
For 5? No, I.
Just for 5.
Oh
okay,
yeah,
okay,
for 6. Oh, for 6 I practice a lot. That's like all I do pretty much.
Okay, tell me what the last year has been, because I mean I remember being in Naperville, being like, oh, who's this Henry kid? He seems decent, and then you busted out obviously 3-1-14 means. I was like, wait, what's going on? This is ridiculous. This is actually wild. And then you got third at Worlds. And then you did a couple more comps. You got your 110 mean, very solid. And then you've been really quiet.
Yeah. Wait, you didn't know who I was in Naperville? Like before that?
I'd seen you like on. I'd seen your name and like, I mean like, in the like there's like a million people who. All right, welcome back. Don't worry about that. It's totally fine. No one knows anything. Just a couple 10-second break. In the VOD, you won't be able to tell. Oh yeah, no, you were. I mean, you were on the map, but like, there's a difference between getting like a 120 mean and then contending to win Worlds or like be third at Worlds.
Yeah, I don't. There was like a big mental barrier with that 120. Like, I was definitely fast enough to beat it for a while, and then, like, I don't know, sub 120 was like so hard for me for some reason, even though I like averaged like 115. And then Naperville, I don't know, I just got the 114 mean, and then competing after that was just like so easy for the rest of the day. And like 7, I dropped from like 213 to like 153 or something. So yeah, and then after Worlds, I went to Great Lakes, and I don't think I did that good, but and then I don't know if I had a comp after that.
You had a couple?
I think I had 1 or 2, because then I got the 110, which like still wasn't really. I think it was just carried by the 105. But then after that, I only had a comp in January, which didn't really go well. and then I was like really demotivated after that, and I didn't even know I was gonna come to NAC. But then like 2 months ago, I was like, yeah, I might as well go. So,
Might as well pop in.
Yeah, might as well. So I started practicing again like 2 months ago.
I gotta say, we'd miss you if you weren't here.
Yeah, I know. I felt like I kind of had to.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me. I saw on your Instagram recently. You were like, "I'm doing my bike ride." Wait, were you the one who would do 6x6 on the treadmill?
Oh yeah, I got like a 107 mean when I was walking on a treadmill.
Okay, you're walking on the treadmill. We're not jogging.
No, yeah, I'm not running. No,
Okay.
I couldn't do that. No, no,
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it's still
no
pretty
way.
wild. 106, 107. What was it? 106?
Yeah, I was like high 107, I think.
That's crazy. I mean, yeah. Okay, so tell me. Like, I know you're very into fitness. Like, give me a little background, and then also like how, because like you've been specifically talked about how it relates to cubing.
Yeah. Well, it relates to cubing because like cardio itself just lowers your like average resting heart rate. So I feel like, well, for cubing it'll help just like it'll help you be able to have a lower heart rate when you're nervous, and be able to control it better. At least for me, I feel like I can control it better when my heart rate is a lot lower, like on average. But yeah, I don't know. I think fitness is really important. Not even just for cubing. I think it's important for really anything. But it just happens that I'm a cuber that goes to the gym.
I was gonna say, yeah, you put your weightlifting PRs on your stat sheet.
Okay, well, yeah, because last year I had no like achievements before that. Like the national podium at like 2023 doesn't count. Like I don't count that.
Why?
I didn't get anything for it, and it didn't feel like I podiumed. So it was just like, sure, it's on my WCA profile, but like it doesn't count as a podium. So like I'd say that Worlds is my first like actual podium.
Okay, so tonight will be your second. Maybe. Get ready.
Hopefully. Hopefully, we're hoping.
We're hoping.
Yeah.
I'm a Henry fan. I'll be on the call.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you'll be second seed too. Oh, it'll be fun. I'm excited. I mean, I love watching 5x5. It'll be.
Cause you dropped 5x5, right?
Oh yeah, I was never gonna do the final. I just want to cast.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, no one needs to see. No one needs to see me out on the far stage get a 47 average. That's that's not interesting. What's your okay? Tell me what happened to everyone this morning. In 6x6.
6x6? Oh,
yeah.
I don't know what happened to everyone, but I know what happened to me. I just like couldn't turn.
Yeah, that's what happened to everyone.
Oh, okay.
No one could turn.
Yeah,
I was watching
Max. I
Max.
think it's the venue. There's like something off about like the aura here.
I was gonna say I couldn't. It feels fine. Like
it
there's
feels
nothing
fine,
tangible wrong with the venue, but like.
I feel like I'm in a good headspace and I'm locked in, but then like when I go up, like I just can't turn for like every event. So maybe we gotta fix something about the venue here. Gotta change like the air filter.
The air filter.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always that magic like sometimes the temperature gets weird and then your 7x7 like is like 10 times faster than it was yesterday, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah, I know. That's especially with like humidity. If you have like water-based loops, and it just makes them feel either a lot faster or just like a lot weirder.
That is like actually pretty interesting. I don't know, like no one's ever like, I've never had anyone like be interested in this stuff enough to like really tell you like exactly what's going on. But I was noticing, especially Max, because Max never makes like execution errors like consistently. He was like on OLL parity was hitting like having like readjust it like 3 times.
Oh yeah, I like went back in the stream and I was watching Max solve and I saw he was like pretty shaky during like a lot of it. I was like, that's like really weird. Especially, I feel like he would be less nervous because there's like less high level competition.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know, it's weird.
Yeah, how is now that you're like definitively like obviously like podium favorite and 5 and 6 and right there on 7 too, like how's that changed kind of your mindset going to these competitions?
I think at first, like, so yesterday in 5x5 it definitely got to me a lot. I feel like I was focused too much on like other people's expectations of me instead of trying to do like good for me and like solve well for myself, and I was focused on like if I like let people down when I do bad. But now, since then, I think I've definitely like gotten in a better mind space or headspace. So I'm a lot more focused on just like 5x5. Like I did bad in second round, but I was just happy that I was able to solve better than I did in the morning. So that's kind of all that matters to me. But yeah, it definitely is weird being like one of the top big cube solvers at a major like this, because like every Nats and NAC I've been to, I've just like been like kind of there, but like not really within like the top 5 or anything.
I mean, yeah, like also you compete pretty well. Doing like, I mean, I don't know your kind of expectations are. What's your PR5? It's 40, right?
40.3.
Yeah, I mean 42.3 for like at a major semi, quote unquote, doing bad. Like I mean,
I think, but like compared to what I average at home, it's bad. But I guess like for For like comp, I guess it's fine.
That's the
I'll
most
take
cuber
it.
thing I've ever
Yeah,
heard.
it is the
Everyone's
most-
like,
it
oh,
is
but
the
I
most
average
cuber
so
thing.
much
It is the
faster
hey,
now.
but it's true though. I wouldn't be saying it if it wasn't true. So.
You have the buff though of like your like bad comp times is actually like pretty close.
Yeah, I think it's just because like my turning speed just kind of makes up for it. If I make like a lot of errors, then if I turn fast enough, then it'll still be like a decent time. Like my first off yesterday in 4x4, I don't know, I popped and I got like a 44.
Wait, in 5x5 yesterday?
Or yeah,
you
5x5,
popped?
yeah.
You popped and got 44?
Yeah.
That's pretty solid. Yeah. But you popped in 5?
No, literally like my first like 5 turns of the first solve.
The beast like fully came out?
Yeah.
That's
it was like an edge. It like fell down and like fell into my lap.
Oh, randomly that'll just happen sometimes. It's like
Yeah.
super weird.
I think it's like an Ouchwong thing, but I don't really know.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Like those cubes like never pop, but when they do, it's like kind of a hassle because like sometimes they just like the pieces get like really stuck.
I feel like with the Ouchwong, it's like easy to put in, but like if you're using the GAN, like the mechanism runs so deep that like just fitting like an edge in is like really hard to do.
Yeah. I don't know, the GAN's kind of big.
Yeah, I don't really like the
It's
GAN.
pretty nice though.
I like the feel of it, but
I'm sure I'd like it if they gave me money, you know.
No. I think I'd like any cube if they gave me money.
Yeah, you're sponsored by Pie Cube Shop now, right?
Yeah. Pie and Chi. I was actually sponsored with them before Worlds.
Oh,
but
okay.
I didn't. I think my contract didn't start till after that, and I didn't have their clothes, so I just like didn't really consider myself sponsored at the time.
I mean, if your contract hadn't started, then I would say
Yeah.
you were
but,
not.
like,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like signed it like before, like a week or two before Worlds.
That's very interesting. Interesting setup. I don't know. Is that something that you're like big on? You seem more really competitive. Like I'm really good, but like and like mainly like, but more like less about kind of like the branding aspect and more just like your personal experience.
Yeah, I mean, I like being with Pie because I don't have to like pay for cubes. That's like the big thing is not having to pay for cubes because especially like big cubes, like the top level ones are so expensive. So just being able to get them for free is kind of just like it just helps me a lot.
Oh yeah, full set with like a backup.
Yeah.
Full like 3/7 set with like 2 of each is I mean, you're running you a few $100. I mean, cubing's like really cheap, but it's like with everything, like like if you want to get into tennis, you can get like a $30 racket, and you can also spend like $3,000 on a tennis racket.
It's definitely a lot cheaper than like other sports, but
yeah. Omar, here's your here's the opposition today.
Oh, Omar, yeah.
Well, not, I guess Omar's not as strong in 5, but.
Oh no, yeah, but he's really good at 6 and 7, so.
Oh
we'll see
yeah,
how
he's
that
so
goes.
strong. It's like
Yeah,
143.
his 7 is insane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I know that I think that was like pretty good for him at the time, but I think he said that like now it's like not really that good for him.
That's people are so good at 7. Like
Yeah.
that's wild. Like
especially like Lim recently. Like his at-home times at least have been insane. And Nam, honestly, yeah, everyone in 7 is crazy. I think 5x5 is more impressive though. Like the gap between like the top level and the people behind, it's just like.
It's like yeah, we're looking at the results this weekend. Like 42 is very strong, and it's like, oh, world record is 33.
Yeah, 33. Yeah.
Like, and Taman average is like 35 in comp. Like, it's. I mean, to be fair, that kid just grinds 5.
Yeah, I
like,
mean Timofey is also up there in global. I don't know, he's probably like 37, but
yeah. You know, the NA kids will get there. You know, we got
eventually.
Max.
It just takes a little longer.
Yeah, 5 is like, I don't know. We were like pretty strong. We're getting pretty strong at 6. In general, though, the big cubes like NA is all right. I think there was like such a gap. Max was like the only one for so long that like we're kind of like Europe and Asia play catch up, but like we need to fill out those top. We have less top 10 rankings and more like a lot of like that like 7 to like 20 range.
Yeah, 5 is like pretty weak in NA because Max is the only one sub 40. So yeah, me and Arhan and Maddie all got to get sub 40.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah.
I'm thinking all 4 of you just get all 3 you get it tonight.
Yeah, all sub 40. And
Someone
yeah.
will just be really sad to get 39 and get 4th.
It's like we all get sub 40 PRs on the same round.
I mean, that'd be awesome. I'll be
That
on the
would be
call,
awesome.
so I'll be like,
Yeah.
I'll be geeking out.
Yeah. Yeah, how was it commentating 6x6 finals last year?
It was hard. I mean, it was a really. I mean, like I knew going in it was gonna be a really big day for me, no matter what happened, and it was the first time I was like really scared to miss a final, like really scared to miss a final, and then like I did, and it was honestly like the worst finals I've ever had were Thailand Worlds, where I got last because I DNF'd out of whatever. Like I kind of got second, but then I got last because of the DNF on a cube explosion, which is hardware. But like, and then the Seattle final, and so like, it was hard. Honestly, watching you get third made it a lot better because I was like, I definitely want to do it. I'm excited to do it. I love this event. But it was like my plan always, like, as the world's hometown I'm organizing, it's like something really important to me. And all my friends are here, and then to kind of watch is difficult. But then watching like the next gen of like Big Cuber in North America, like just spring up and like totally do it, because like it was the third final you've been in, like you've done pretty solid your first Worlds. I'm like, oh yeah, he's doing pretty solid, but like just to absolutely crush it, I was like, oh, like let's go, it was so fun. So. Yeah, thank you for saving the experience for me.
Of course. Yeah, I did not expect to get third. Like, even after that first off, like the 111, I knew that was good, but then, like, just knowing all the competition there, I was like, there's just no way that, like, I'm in the lead. But I had the fastest first solve, and then, like, even after the last, like, I got the 116, 113, and I just, like, did not think that was good enough to podium.
That's the thing. Like, when there's so many competitive people, you just got to focus on yourself. You just got to do your thing and hope it's good enough. All right. Well, anyone you want to thank or any last words before I let you go compete?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Well, Henry Lickner, everyone, and we'll be back soon. Or what's going on? Hold it. There you go. Welcome back, NAC 26. I'm here with Zachary White.
Hello, hello.
Big Cuber combo block. We got our 4x4 coming up, which, I mean, okay. You calling 4x4 a big cube? You're crazy.
It's the baby big cube. It's the baby big cube.
It's the middle cube. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? It's ridiculous. It's not a big cube. Like, what are we talking about? It takes 20 seconds. If you're bad, if you're Sebastian, it takes 19. I guess if you're really, I'm sitting here with a 27, so.
I mean, I don't even have a sub 30 average at this point. Yeah, believe it or not, I don't.
All
have
right,
sub 30.
Omar, let's get it. This is final solve, right? Do we have him? I think for round one, it's probably forecast views. Now it doesn't make quite as much sense just because the results are so delayed. Maybe just keep on scoreboard. All right, Omar, 25, best possible. Yeah, Omar is like super. Also, we don't need to see us. Like, we're not important anymore. we weren't. The picture-in-picture wasn't for me. It was for Schwan and Henry. Omar's like such a 7x7 guy. Like 143.
Yeah, no, that's insane.
Like, and Yao, like it's so rare to be better. Like Yao is obviously you wouldn't do a Yao on 100 by 100. Come on, Omar, you're better than that.
He did get a pretty solid 23 a minute ago.
But like, someone who averaged like a 143, if you converted that to 4x4, is like 19. Nah, it's like 20. Yeah, like 20.
Yeah, which is insane.
Yeah.
Still to this day, that is insane.
Absolutely well. Like Omar is like, I watched him do 7x7. Like you just tell, like based. It was a while ago, Canadian comp, just like the way he talks and like the way he like practices.
I've gotten to talk to him a bunch throughout this competition. He's on our stage for staff. He's so motivated.
Oh yeah.
Like he obviously loves the grind of big cubes.
Oh yeah, no, he's.
Which you have, if you are going to be good at big cubes, you have to love the grind.
Oh, you got. If you got to be
really
good at cubing, you gotta love the grind. Like,
yeah,
you gotta be loving the process like 99% of the time, or else. I feel like that's pretty true of most sports. Like, yeah, maybe there's a couple like.
There's a level of grind in any, professional level thing you do.
All right, who do we? Oh, we're missing. Are we missing scoreboard here? I mean, we got like. All right, we got. Is that? Wait, who's that down below? Is that? Let's get. All right. We got Ray. Ray, I think Ray's probably top seed in the next group. Ray, notable Hoya user across all the ambi-ends. Easily the best Hoya user in the world.
Yeah, there's very few of them, but there are a couple that are really good.
Hoya OPA is the real, OPA is easier on Hoya because of the way, okay, I'm about to embarrass myself here with my lack of OPA knowledge, but OPA I know is easier on Hoya because it gets locked in when you finish centers, and you finish centers, or like the way it's like locked in on. Oh god, this is already embarrassing. It's easier on Hoya because there's less, like you spend less time trace. Like you trace, and then the trace is locked in earlier, and so you don't have to. There's not as much of a detriment. Ray's on some good pace, low 20.
That's a very good solve from Ray.
With a nice PLO parity combo. Might have been the exact same one Sebastian hit to win Worlds, or at least the mirror. Do we have instant replay on that one? No? Okay, maybe we'll we hit some. We got Ray with 21.9. We got Dan. We got Dan as well, who'll be guest casting here later this weekend. Let's pull up Ray's PR. Hot start. All right, Henry was talking about the or just some like bad vibes in the venue. He's like the air must be off or something weird because like no one, like everything seems totally fine, but people just we're having like weird hardware stuff in a 6x6. It doesn't make sense. I think it's we've all coped the 6x6ers have collectively had a huge cope moment where we're like, nah, we can't all suck. We must all have like the summit outside issue.
Going into 6x6, I exploded my cube. I had to put it back together.
Oh no! What year is it? Like, that doesn't happen.
Wasn't a very good omen, but I did all right for myself, all things considered.
What place did you end up in?
Oh, it wasn't great.
Oh well, if you did all right, that's really good relative to the rest of the round.
Well, I say all right. I took a 3-year break.
Is Neo? Is he gonna hit this? Is he doing CFOP? Okay, he does do CFOP on. I'm assuming. What is it? Okay, Ray's PR is 23.9. All right, 23.49. Let's definitely keep an eye on him. We
16 single though. That's impressive.
Oh yeah, no. Ray has this crazy single that I remember watching. Like, world rank. It's world rank 5 now. Oh my god. Yeah. It was. I think it was 3 when he got it.
Also, I think I just saw someone on the camera. Vishwa. He's someone to look out for.
Vishwa.
Very good.
I was watching him in 6x6 round 1, and like everyone else, he did a little subpar, but I was really impressed with how it's like you can tell a lot by how someone does bad. Because when you do bad and you start panicking and you just do moves with no purpose, I feel worried about your performance in the major final. But Vishwa was taking his time, and yeah, it was taking longer than you should be to find your pieces. But that's how you cube when you're a little off your game. You don't rush it. You just kind of go a little slower, but you still hit your fundamentals, and that's just a really good omen for later. Oh, we got Henry also. Wait, who is?
Henry should be. Yeah, there's Henry.
Henry's deep under the table. Henry hitting that 23. Nice. Good solve. Henry initially a 4x4 solver, and Ray is into his next one. Let's get the overhead on Ray.
I don't think we have the overhead.
We don't? Oh, sorry, he's in the wrong seat. Okay. All right. Come on. I'm rooting for Ray now. 21 start. Uh-oh. Bring that cube up. Oh, no.
Come on. That's a bad one for Ray.
Yeah, it's the interesting. Oh.
With a +2.
Yeah, he let us know immediately. Thanks for the card. No, it's interesting with the style of competition, actually, and the reg where, like, we had the 6 open events. In order to better balance, like, we got to get, there's just, like, there's logistical limitations, obviously, what we're doing, and then having 6 open events and then like the quote unquote closed events. Wait, 4x4 is an open event, isn't it? There's a ton of groups of 4x4. Yeah, 4x4 is open. Okay, we have a pretty strong group then. I'm like, maybe everyone just really good at 4x4. I'm like, because like the closed events will be like the density of people on stream will be so high.
Yeah.
And then like when we have like 11 groups of 3x3, you're down like there's like tons of people on stream for 3x3, so it'll be fun. Like,
so many people are just insane at 3x3 now that you can't show everyone.
Oh no! Also, like it's just fun to like pop around and grab people that like, just hanging out. Like this is, especially like at these NACs, like just like the balance of the seriousness at night and the hangout like vibes, the local vibes. Oh, we got oh my God, I'm so sorry. He's from Washington. He's a local. Oh my God, I'm sorry. He's a really nice kid. He practices hard. Henry, so we got Henry going on blue, and right after Neo finished 30. Who's on? Oh, okay. That's what's do we have scoreboard up? Henry's about to wrap up. Looks like a parity case. You can just tell based on
how his arms are moving. You can tell.
You can also kind of tell because this like weird intricate thing of like when you grip, when you do the R. Actually, no, Henry doesn't emphasize parity. But if you're like a Tamon and you do the R wide 3 parity to start, like you like rotate your hand all the way to the back, which is not the most common thing to do to grab because you do an R wide 3-2 F2, and you can just kind of see a little bit of that twist on the shoulder and be like, oh, they're on PLL parity. 29. Oh, Henry, Ray.
And we got Visual as well.
Ray would like to avoid doing a Mina 3, although it's relatively likely that this is a Mina 3 type situation. You got that 21, 29. Visual coming in here. I'll get that timer in the corner. This is okay. Once again, I do. Although the turning speed I like from Vishwa, that one was definitely one of those times though where he did a couple moves that accomplished nothing. But
yeah, Vishwa's thing right now is definitely 6x6 and 7x7. He's improved a ton in those events.
Oh, Ray's on. Oh no, he finished Redux at like 18. I thought he was done at 16.
Looks like he's just getting done with that too well. OLL, no parity.
27 no parity is brutal though. Yeah, you got to be. I mean, 4x4 is a lot of people. It's actually pretty funny because yes, there are instances where you get a lot of parity and you get pretty unlucky. But honestly, it's a 50-50 roll 10 times. You are more often than not going to hit one of those 4 to 7 parity count ranges, and like it's going to be pretty fair. And it's like how you recover. And the big thing is not, but like what's going to change is like when you get your double. Do you get at the start? Do you get at the end? When do you get your single? And it's like being able to mental battle through the round, where like you just got to assume you're gonna get those good ones. You need to execute well to eat the no parity, be able to count it if you really need to, and then when you get the no or eat the double parity, and when you get the no parity, you're like, oh well, we got 17 like or something like we you gotta be on it. Like it's kind of a weird. It does make the event a weird dynamic, but like I think people underestimate how much is like raw skill and like how little like they overestimate how much parity impacts skill at the top level. While yes, there's a little more variance than the 5. It's not as
especially on events like 6x6. I found that, well, yes, getting triple parity can definitely ruin your solve from time to time. It's overall fairly consistent. I'll get solves with triple parity that are the same as solves with no parity.
Triple parity. Well, okay, we're just coping about this 5x5 edge parity. Everyone talking about counting parity counts on 5x5. I'm like, are you kidding me? The good parities take like the good parity case takes just as fast as the bad no parity case. What are we talking about? Yeah, nah, there's only 2 parities on 6.
Oh, yeah, yes. Now, for 6x6 and 7x7, one interesting thing that I've loved seeing people do.
I really want to see how good Neo is at, like, his C-pop. C-pop seems pretty solid. Like, yeah, like definitely no C-pop slouch.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, huge W in that OH semifinal. He's going to be clearly winning. Or actually, I mean, he's going to obviously run away with the open category tonight. Be interesting to see if he can knock off the more nervous NA competitors. As we have Declan Kelly on red stage. And then we have all right. Ray's into solve 4 as well, so we'll be watching him. Although Vikram, Haldar, oh my God, I'm sorry Vikram if you're watching this. He's from Washington. I've been like 20 comps with him. Vikram is one of those. It's interesting because it's fun because I remember a long time ago when Max Xiao, Asher, and Samir were coming up, or not even coming up. They were just straight up children, and they're like 11 to 13. I use them as examples because you can just tell relatively accurately based on how the kids view their results, how they review practicing, how they view competitions, like who's going to have a lot of potential to be really good. You can, I don't think I was picking them to be as good as all three of them are, but like oh, these three like have it for sure. And like Vikram is very strong and like extremely motivated. Like every time I see him, he's like last comp, he's like, oh, like, Kevin, I'm gonna beat you. And the next comp, he's like, okay, no, I know I'm gonna beat you. Like it's fine. Like we got bigger fish to fry now. And I'm like, that's the correct mindset. You can't be worried about like racing me anymore. The rate of improvement's very impressive, and it's exciting to see him on the main stage here.
Yeah, a very similar one to that from my region in Texas was Ryan Pilot.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You can tell just the way that he carries himself and the way he treats his results that he's going to get faster, and he obviously has.
I think the biggest thing I see is just this is true at like basically all levels, is like when you do bad, how do you where do you place the blame? Because the people that take accountability and understand do that is like, that's how you get better. You say, I did bad because I made this mistake, and next time, and I'm going to practice to not do it next time.
Oh yeah, because no matter what, you're the one doing the solve. It's
That's why I hate the word should when people talk about the results. I'm like, should have? Why? Sounds like you got the time you deserved.
Sounds like you didn't do that.
Sounds like you should have been a better solver. I'm always like, man, if I was a better solver, I would have gotten a better time.
I'd be a world record holder if I was a better solver. I mean.
Yeah. No, I mean, like the real, like you talk to the really good people, and yeah, they'll have bad rounds, and they're not like jazzed about it, but it's like, oh yeah, like I made that mistake. I got a +2, and it's like, yeah, like I don't usually make that +2 mistake. I made it because I was nervous and I wasn't thinking. I was forcing the end, and so next time it's just like, like just breathe a little bit right before that last layer, finish it out calmly, sacrifice a 10th to make sure you don't lose 2 seconds, and it's like, oh, there you go. Next time, that's how you fix something in 5 hours before finals. Because you can't go back to the drawing board and just burn a bunch of Yao practice but in the next 5 hours, but you can just remind yourself of those small things to help you out for the finals. Brigham seems, 33 is not the strongest for him. He's coming in solidly sub 30 nowadays, which is just great to see. He's so much faster. Henry here with a 10-second flip. 10-second flip. He's on pace for like 24. Which is all right. I mean, he was initially 4x4, but like clearly, as he said just now, like 6x6.
Ooh, quite a bit of and a corner twist
on that. Oh, Henry, a brutal corner twist too. That's actually interesting because it took him a long time to fix, which means the cube is tight, which means it's crazy that he got a corner twist. But yeah, he did something weird when he executed that.
That was a bit unfortunate.
I mean, unfortunate or misexecuted?
Again, if he was a better cuber.
I was like, this is the thing. I mean, like, it's so much less relevant now, but like, it's like back in the day, you're like, oh, it's so weird. I only pump when I'm nervous. And it's like, these things might be related. All right, Ray up on his last solve. He's counting 27-28. So this is a totally situation where like, is BPA and WPA, it doesn't matter in terms of advancement. You just want to set, let's count that 21. Let's feel good. Let's just get a solve. Let's do a solve that feels strong mentally, so we just get a rep in, so we know what we're going to do tomorrow during semis.
Oh yeah. Yeah, at this point for him, it's all just preparing for the next round. Parity.
Look at that grin. Oh, and another slick PLL parity case. We love to see those. The ones where you break up the last layer of the look. Oh, they're so cool. That's how you know he's a 4x4 specialist. Learning those is definitely worth it, but like pretty marginal. So you gotta be willing to go into the grind for that.
Oh, so what was that?
What was that? That was. Wait, do we have replay? Can we get replay?
Please get a replay.
Can we get a replay on Neo's overhead? Replay on Neo's overhead. That was so sick. What was that? Wait, I got it. We gotta get that back. Replay Neo's overhead. Like, what was that? That was so cool. Was that we're talking about PLL parody case.
That was like an OLL.
Was that OLL
Yeah.
parody case? Like,
I've never seen someone do that.
That was so cool. Okay, we got it. Let's we're gonna have it queued up. Go to slow mo. Go to slow mo 50%. Wait, that was so cool. Just hit us in from like before last layer. Okay, here he is. He's got. Oh, what he does? He does an OLO. He does like inverse 6-move P into like crazy like. Oh, that was so cool. I don't even know.
I have never seen someone do that.
That was so cool. Like this is okay. So like Sebastian wins Worlds in Power 4, and Sebastian, I'll never doubt you again because Korea. I tell the story a million times. Korea is like we all did terrible. We as in like me, Felix, and Mats and Sebastian. And Sebastian's like. I'm like, oh, that's it for us. We're unk. Although that wasn't a word back then. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm still ranked 2. I'm going to win Worlds in Seattle. And I was like, all right, dude. Then he wins. And then he's like, I learned all these PLO parody cases. And then he wins in Seattle. And he's like.
So now it's time for the OLL parody cases.
And he's like, there's only like a couple hundred of them. And I'm like, don't you have a child? And he's like, yeah, it's fine. Like, she just sleeps. Like I'm going to learn them all. And I was like, okay, that sounds. I mean, yeah, I'll see you in 2027 when you win again.
And all the OLO ones that I've ever learned were like the Soons for rough, and then
R prime for the OLO.
Oh yeah,
the
R prime one, the easy one. But that one I've never seen one do where you actually had to do like different like slice moves like that. I've never seen that. That was weird.
There's some cool stuff. There's some cool stuff going on. All right, we gotta hit a break. We're gonna swap out. I think we got superstar streamer Dylan Miller coming on after this. We all know and love him. You got the hair. He's coming up. All right, we'll see you guys soon.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So.
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
You've made me feel all of the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
Play again? Let's go.
Welcome back to WCA North American Championship. I am Dylan Miller here with my good buddy Dan. What's up? What's up,
Hello.
Dan? How's it going?
Good, good. I just competed in the last group.
Yep.
I was on the stream table, so if any of you guys saw me not do so great, so I'm trying to stay in high spirits and kind of move on with my day.
No, we appreciate that. That's a sign of a great competitor to be able to bounce back, and we are glad to have you on. Currently, we are on 4x4. This is Group 5 now. We'll have some very interesting competitors. I'm not exactly sure who we have coming on. I can see Parker here. Parker, very good all-arounder. We've been hanging out recently today. He's going to be obviously using Yao as a typical 4x4 solver will be doing. Solid first two centers. Seems like we're making our way through. Edges had a little bit of a pause immediately after centers. Also on centers now. Slight pause in these last two. Getting our way onto edge pairing. Seems like he's on good pace. I don't know entirely what good splits are. That's probably your job. Here we've got him going through on 3x3 stage now. This seems like relatively solid pace. Onto OLO parity, looking like a nice little 28, assuming no PLO. Ooh, pretty big lockup there, 29-1. What'd you see, Dan?
Well, lockup for the 29 for one, but his
That's
turning
tough.
was crazy fast. Like there were a couple pauses, but the second he knew what to do, the second he saw a couple of edges that needed to be paired, he just, can't make out one turn from the next.
Yeah, starts flying. Oh, Ezra Fish here, 35-2. I can't tell if that does look
A good or a
happiness.
bad pop
Yeah,
off.
He's kind of popping off, but then he's shaking his head a little disappointed too. So remains to be seen. I've actually I've coached Ezra before. He's a very, very cool guy. Very, very, very sweet.
For 3x3, I imagine.
Yeah, well, of course. Yeah. Not 4x4. I didn't tell him anything there. If he does any cool ZB stuff in 3x3 stage, that's me. But anything else, no.
Yeah, you competed in 4x4 though, Mr. 3x3 guy. How'd that go?
Yes, I did. I dropped a calm little sub 30 average, dude. They don't
Is that
know.
so?
They don't know Dylan Miller be running 4x4 like that.
No.
I have a 26 average, just good enough to be visible in in round one. Dude, that's like overall PB too. Okay, here we've got our little overhead Jerry Yao here. 25 average, so very solid competitor. 20 single. Dan, what do you see him making his way through? Centers look pretty fluid.
Yeah, I mean, he's, again, turning fast. It's hard to say. Yao is kind of Yao to some extent, Like, you kind of find, if you have efficient cross-edge solutions, some people might pick different cross-edges, but it's going to be more or less the same, There's not a whole lot of variation. Yao comes down to how focused are you? How much of that focus can you maintain in such a competitive, like, pressured environment, right? And then how long can you hold on to that throughout your average, or even going down to, like, 3x3 stage? Can you come back from a stinker of a double parity to then, move on to get something that you're more happy with? And I think that's ultimately what it comes down to, is understand the fundamentals, turn fast, look ahead, and then just the mindset.
Yeah. Well, that's for like most like what mid. I mean, not like super top level. I think 4x4 is very specialized to a certain degree too, where it's like we've got like these new parity algs coming out and all this stuff. These like PLL parity algs and everything, and there's a lot of 4x4 specific tech, and 4x4 is in like that really weird middle ground between 3x3 and like big cubes, where 3x3 is super optimized. One mistake, it's just GG's at top level. And then if you look at 4x4, it's like, yeah, you can get away with like a few inefficiencies here and there, but if you're trying to get for like that sub 20 range, it's like you have no room for error. It is so pristine looking at someone like Timon or Sebastian do 4x4 in comparison to like what a 25 solver looks like, and that's still very, very good.
Yeah, you make an interesting point with the new algs, the PLL parity stuff, especially. Even I'd say a year ago, maybe two for sure, maybe a year ago, 4x4 came down to purely fundamentals. There wasn't much to learn. Like, those algs did exist. People were aware of them, but you wouldn't really see people pulling them out, especially in high pressure situations like we saw last year with Sebastian, where he did that PLL parity alg to clutch the win. You know?
Dude, that's so sick.
Like, I think that's what put that set on the map. And like, since then, I've learned a bunch. I know a lot of people are just like learning those algs. Like, one, because they're cool. Two, they are faster, and no one was doing it. Like, there's even before then, you could do tricks for PLL parity stuff, but it was just, do a PLL, do a parity, or do it in the other order.
Yep.
Like, do a few moves of one, then the parity, and then the rest of it, Like, OLL parity had some tricks, but it wasn't that crazy. Like, you didn't need to know those to be fast, and we kind of see that landscape changing the more we see people using these, like, funky algs. We're doing, like, an M slice and then, like, an R3 or something.
It's so cool. I love seeing it. I think it gives 4x4 its own little identity a bit more, in which it's not just. It's not a big cube, but it's not a 3x3. Obviously, it's a little bit of a in between one, and I do like it. I've actually become quite fond of the event, and I'm
really.
I mean, hey, look, don't hold me to that.
I thought I've seen it all.
Yeah, I mean, well, I always say a lot of things and then don't doing them. So yeah. Okay, Jerry's not off to the best start to his average. Like we said, 25 official, starting off with like that high 28. Not going to be super stoked.
This is where the mental game really comes in, though, is bouncing back from a 28 aiming for a 25.
His flip here seems a lot better. He was looking a little bit hesitant in that first solve, and now he's looking a little hesitant in these edges. But Jerry has like that really smooth, solid turn. Oh my gosh, this is going really well. Oh my gosh. Oh, dude.
Oh, and a little lock up 21.
Goodness,
wow.
dude,
That was PR single potential.
Oh,
I think we saw on the screen 20.5, I want to say, was a single.
Yeah, 20.5. Dude, and oh my gosh, that was sub 20 pace, dude. he does like the last slot into like the winner variation, no OLO parity, bad in perm hurts. Bad in perm hurts on that pace, dude, I will say. But then he just, oh man, slight lockups out of that, dude. I don't think. Good stuff, Jerry. Congrats. 22,
Yeah.
Nice way to bounce back.
For sure, but I mean, that's going to be another kind of hardship to come back from, after
dude.
being on such good pace and having a kind of tragic ending to it.
Dude, that's always the worst, man. The bad ending, that's all you think about. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the solve could be objectively amazing. The whole thing goes perfect 99% of the time. Last 1%, well, 90%. Last 10% of the solve is just lockup, timer stop issue, and you're like, dude, it's over.
It's
It's
what
over.
sticks with you, man.
Yeah. But the thing interesting here too is, and this is what I always think about when I'm competing, and this is not necessarily great, is Jerry's now got like such high variance between solve 1 solve 2. To be fair, it is round 1 4x4, but you want to drop a solid average, make sure you feel good. Okay, with a nice little 24, nice little expression there.
27 average to chase, and she's on pace so far.
Most definitely. Got Carter Bits here. We can't really tell what he's doing, but shout out Carter Bits.
He's having a good time.
Yeah, like I was saying with Jerry, this is what I always find is like there's huge variance there, and having to be solid in that is very difficult. Jerry is, like I said, a very composed solver from my understanding, and when you look at his turning, it's very put together. But if you have any hesitancy, any lockups, any pauses there, it's going to affect you way more than someone who's a turner like someone like Bendy. Here, Bendy's not putting up his best effort, but 33. GG go next.
Hey, we take those.
Yeah, we take those.
We take those and keep moving.
Yeah, we take those and we forget.
Yeah, and it's solves like that, or like you said, bad endings. It's like you can't sit there and feel sorry for yourself as like, oh, what if this happened? What if I didn't do that? It could have been sub 20. Well, there's an old saying that goes, if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a skateboard.
Dude, yeah,
you can't wish for something else. Yeah. Or if my uncle had wheels, he'd be a bike. Yeah. Along those lines, like you can't. It happened. It is what it is. You can't go back and change it.
Yeah, man. Just don't cope. We saw Matty talking about how he's very composed. Matty doesn't cope. That's good.
Don't think, just solve.
Got Jerry going here. Again, this looks pretty solid. Have a little bit of a pause there, but again, his turning seems to be a little bit less hesitant, a little bit cleaner here. Big pause on those edges. Oh my goodness.
He has that fast turning to make up for it, though.
Yeah, I think he's not very bursty, but he's very constant. Like I think in his raw XX 24.
Nice.
We're on pace.
Yeah, right in the middle of that variance now. So he's kind of he's riding the wave and settling in.
Oh, love that, dude. Love that. Yeah, I mean, just 2 more of those. That's PR. You love that. We got Parker here. On looking back in his 3x3 stage, that's not a great sign. Don't want to be doing that. We've got little OLO PLO here. Locky again for Parker.
This looks like nervous turning.
Yeah. Well, I've also coached Parker in 3x3 specifically, and one of the things like he was always asking me about was like turning. Turning is such a hard skill to improve from my perspective. Like I think there is so much of a stylistic part to it, and I think Parker's style is very interesting. I think it's if you're just shaky, it's just gonna happen, and all you can really do is just try to calm down. One thing I notice a lot when people get nervous, they start gripping the cube really hard, and like you can feel it in like your wrists. Your wrists get really tense, and then the cube doesn't want to move. And so consciously, gotta let go.
It's like you're working backwards.
Yeah, exactly. So there's always good little cues to give yourself before your official attempts.
We had a cool conversation the other day too about just unique unique cubing styles between different people.
Yes.
You know, and how like you just kind of naturally are a turner, for example, and just everyone naturally has the thing they're good at, right? Where Maddie can just find things that no one else can seemingly find without having to think about it for more than a couple seconds. You know, and
it's oh my goodness, Maddie's crazy. Maddie's turning is insane too. Bindi on this 25. Okay. Yeah, Bindi's coming back here. We got a nice little 25. But, everyone's style is so different. And it's really cool to see the different expressions here. And it goes especially in 4x4. Like, in the in-by-ends, I think you see it a lot. The two, I mean, I would call them the blue-collar solver, potentially, where you just turn and just kind of go for it. No special tricks. No PLO parity, Alex. You just rip it.
Yeah, and 4x4 is another, like, the only real tricks are in, like, PLO or OLL if you care to learn that set. Edge pairing is more or less edge pairing. Yeah, there's some, like, funny stuff. Oh, uh-oh.
Uh-oh, cube pop here. Piece went on the floor. That was not ideal. Making his way back, and this is a valiant effort, and I love to see it.
No, and he's smiling, and that's what tells me he's going to come back from this, and it's not going to ruin his average for him.
Oh, we got Jerry here on pace. I think this is 26. Okay, so Jerry, I think WPA, BPA should be populating in soon.
And Jerry's chasing like a 25 or something, I think?
Yeah, 25. I think high 25, mid 25. Sub 24 BPA.
Wow.
I mean, obviously that's, slightly fake BPA, count to 21, but
yeah, that's right.
Shown to be capable of it in the past.
And faster.
Yes.
Without lockups.
Yes. Again, we have Ezra here. I haven't known Ezra to be much of a 4x4 solver in my experience, but we'll see how he's working his way through his Yao stages here, finishing up those last two centers. Last cross edge is taking a little bit. Yeah, we're making our way through edge pairing. Dude, one thing I don't understand about 4x4, well, I guess all of it, but the edge pairing step is very hard. Like, edge pairing doesn't make sense to me. I feel like I just don't look at what you're doing, look at the next thing, but I just can't.
That's kind of when I was learning 4x4 was before there were any sets or any algs or anything to really learn, and I tried to talk to as many people as I could that were fast, like top players, top 100 players, or anything like that, and everything that I heard from everybody really consistently was there's not much to learn, just get good, and that's it.
That is.
And like with edge pairing in particular, that's mostly what that refers to. That and like cross edges, which
cross edges,
granted are the
goodness,
real exclusive steps of Yao, but it's just seat time. Just practice, learn the weird cases. Those are the only things you have to learn. Is like, maybe you have last two edges and they're both on top, or you have four edges and it's like 2 and 2 or something like that. You learn those, but otherwise it's just figure it out. There's not much else to it.
Seems like Bindi's getting through trying to figure this out. I don't know if you saw the pace on this. I think there was a good 4-second pause here, and he's counting that 30. That 32 is going to be counting, and Brendan's average, and Brendan much better solver than that. That feels bad. Maybe I think like there was an edge done wrong or something. There was a huge time loss there.
Yeah, I mean, we see from the 26 and the 25 previously that he's very much capable of quite a bit more than a 32. It's just, only so much you can do in a situation like this.
Yeah, and Kate seems to be going pretty solidly here. Not entirely sure what Kate's PR is, but this solve is looking really nice. That's going to be counting 25 in the average.
That's close to PR.
You can't be mad about that.
Classic reactions. Cuber can never be satisfied with the time. Doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter. You always got to do the head shake. You always have to be exasperated. But that's what pushes you to be good. Yes. Here we've got our way. Decently solid edge pairing here.
Looks like we're in 3x3 stage around like 19 or 20.
Yep. And then getting our way through. I mean, this is just standard OLL PLO stuff, but big lock up there on that Y perm, and then we have to get through our parity. Yeah, that's unfortunate. 31.
It's always rough. Like 3x3 stage is such a different thing from the rest of your solve. You know, you finish Yao in say like 18. You're in 3x3 stage at 18. It's like, oh,
Jump
dude,
scare.
I'm on pace.
Jump scare.
And then all of a sudden you just get 4 awful pairs and double parity, and you end up with the 32.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
Yep, nothing I
could
could
not have done anything about that.
Nope, that's entirely on me. We have Bindi here. I mean, Bindi, you make next round, obviously, but like the average doesn't feel particularly great. I mean, we have no idea what's going to happen here. This, again, seems like that's pretty actually really solid here. We get to 3x3 stage about 17. PLO parity, or OLO parity. Oh, ZB? Oh, he's forcing the ZB. Oh, that's tech. He tried to do the wrong ZB there, too. He misrecognized corner permutation, but then did the right one.
That was filthy.
Yeah, dude.
PLL into ZB.
That's kind of sick, dude.
That was nice.
Bro, I was talking to Kevin about this. Is tech, well, first off, what's insane with Temon 4x4, the fact that he's world record holder, is that he does two-side ZB recog, including parity. So he always does the right ZB to give op swap parity. Like, every time. Can you do
It's like you got to wonder if he's just, you know, really good at 50-50s.
Dude, yeah, he just always hits, dude. Okay. Oh, man.
All right, it seems like we're finishing up this group of 4x4.
Yep. Yeah, so that should be it. We'll take a quick little ad break and then get into our next group, Group 6 of 4x4.
Be right.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So.
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
You've made me feel all of the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
Play again. Let's go.
It was a cool
And
ad.
we're back, dude. Oh my goodness, wow. You were gone for so long. I missed you.
I missed you too.
You've been here the whole time. Sorry, not to break the immersion. We're here with Group 6 of 4x4. We're going to have some more amazing solvers on full display here at the WCA North American Championship. Let's see who we got here. Going through our cross centers here. Seemed like there was a few little pauses, already shaking his head, tongue out. A few lookbacks here, and still on centers. We get to last cross edge here, making our way through. A few rotations. Ooh, nice little last edge alg. I know that one. And then we get our OLO parity. Oh, slight lock up there, and then yeah, a little PLO parity. Little no PLO. Love that. Right on that sub 30 border.
And given the nerves, like, not a bad way to start off an average. You know, you can tell he was kind of shaken. He didn't like the start, and maybe this isn't a great solve, but it's definitely something to work with.
Most definitely. Yeah, it seems pretty solid. I mean, a few too many pauses in like the early stages. Those early stages, something that I've realized as well. It is so much more beneficial to just turn aggressively slow. You just need to not do a pause. If you can prioritize that, like we'll see him get a calm little sub 30 in this average, which I'm sure.
No, more than
most
one, I
definitely capable
imagine.
of. Yes.
Yeah, and you're right. If you can have a pauseless cross edges, it's going to set you up so much nicer than just turning as fast as possible.
Unless in the off chance you do just happen to bink it and you just never pause. Like,
yeah, you're just sick. You just see everything.
Dude, you're just beast. Dude. Yeah. Okay, we're taking our time, our sweet time, deep breaths, calming our nerves. We have Ari. Ari, one of the only real 4x4 specialists I can think of.
One of the goats.
One of the goats, dude. Yeah.
I mean, inventor of ARP tracing for OLL parity avoidance, and I imagine we're going to see that today. The way he's inspecting, you can kind of see he's tracing as if it's 4-blind. He kind of is. So he kind of does he does or doesn't do an extra slice move, whether or not the scramble is going to have parity. And then, he'll, in theory, never get OLL parity.
How much does that make you much slower?
It slows you down when you're building centers. Cross edges and centers, because you have to keep track of your parity state. So, I mean, no parity, no OLL parity.
This is clean.
That was nice.
This is very clean from Ari. The 3x3 stage, there was a slight lockup there. No OLL or PLL parity, which obviously helps out. Do we know what Ari's chasing here?
We did see his PRs. I saw 19 single. I didn't quite catch the average, but I mean, if you have a 19 single, a 23, regardless if it's on PR pace or not, is something to work with.
Oh, most definitely.
Really, really nice start for anyone.
Yeah, super clean. And I mean, Ari is when I think of people who just do 4x4, we were talking about just like seat time, just get reps. Ari's the guy that I think of mainly. Like it's very rare you see someone who is like primarily a 4x4 solver and isn't doing 4 along with every other end by end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even some of the bigger cubes we see that happen, but 4x4 it's like I could really only think of Ari off the top of my head. I'm sure if I poked around I can think of a few others.
Yeah, we could probably spend some time and get there, but
but we see people like Timon, who's just chasing 5x5 the last couple of years, just going insane.
He's good at everything.
Yeah.
Now he's 4x4 world record holder.
Yeah, that's right. You just can't stop him, huh?
We got Aiden Denture up here on the top. Jack Pfeiffer in the bottom left. Bottom right, we get our 20. We get a little 28. Jack's going to be getting a 27.9. Not too happy with that. Aiden Denture up top. Making his way through his centers here. Getting to last cross edge, finishing that up. Onto our edge pairing now. Little bit of a pause there. Not loving that. Slowing down is turning after a lot cleaner. This is great. 3x3 stage.
It's really nice.
Pretty solid. And then now we're here on the little 25-1.
Not happy with it, though. Shaking his head.
Man, it's... What were we saying? Cubers can never be happy. they can't let themselves. But, there's some understandable mistakes. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what I'm not exactly sure what Aiden's necessarily going for, but the one pause immediately after edge pairing, you don't love to see that. That's not ideal. And, having a slightly stricter perception of your solves can definitely help out getting you cleaner in the future.
Yeah, having like a deep understanding of where you messed up on one solve is going to help you not mess up on the other.
As long as you're not giving yourself, too much of a hard time. Just take it, look back, reflect, try to correct. Here we're making our way. Ooh, nice little skip.
OLL parity.
Ooh, love that. Into F-perm.
Nice.
Dude, that fist bump was tough.
Clean finish.
That was nice. Dude, a little smile coming out now. Okay, here we got our last cross edge being done, and this is yellow Yao.
Yeah, it is. We've seen some people, not too many, but we'll do white yellow neutral for Yao, depending on maybe there's a cross edge that's built and they're just preserving it. I've played around with it. I can't do it. Some friends of mine are just as fast on one color as they are the other, but I don't know. It's not for me. I found my comfort zone and I don't want to change. But here we got Ari for solve 2. Looks like he was waiting for his cube for quite a while and he's having a good time.
We'll see if we can see when the hands start coming up. You don't expect it. Hope it to be right about now. You can see he's doing a parity out right there. Now we get the 25.
Hopefully PLL parity.
Oh, yeah, that was probably PLL. Actually, we never know.
Yeah, we don't
my
know. My
headcanon is that he got OLO parity last layer skip. That's what I'm gonna.
Wow. Wow.
Just for the fun of it.
Wouldn't that be something?
That would be amazing.
And
well,
it could have happened.
It could have. We actually have no way of knowing.
No, if only we had an overhead cam.
And here we're putting the hand warmers up, wiping the sweat off, getting ready, preparing. Dude, I love, this is just me, I love the hand prep next to the cube cover for inspection. Get the quick inspection going. Dude, that's tech. That's tech. Okay, starting here. He also is keeping his arms on the table. I don't know how you feel about that. I've noticed this. It's some Chinese solvers do this in 3x3 specifically, and I think I actually have no idea if it's good or bad.
I can't do it.
I could not do it either.
I do it when I get nervous. Just
oh, he's cooking.
out of nerves. Whoa, hold on.
Olo, Piolo.
Oh,
parity, double parity 28. Not too shabby.
Yeah, we take those.
We take those. Okay, we got Aiden here on. Should be coming up. Okay. Aiden was looking on like, mid 20. Okay, we got Aiden, unfortunately, with a 31 there. 6'7", if you're curious. There we go. Yes.
You're a grown man, by the way.
I'm sorry, dude. It's, I've been healed. I had to. And here we've got our 3x3 stage going through. This, oh my gosh, the turning in that like last 3 pairs was really clean. Into our little soon.
Whoa.
Oh, our little
cool finger
soon
tricks
COLL.
U-perm thing.
Oh yeah, the U. Was that U-perm plus? Was that U? Was that R3 U-perm? I can't.
Yeah, I think that's W-perm is when you have like the 2 opposites adjacent to each other.
Oh. Maybe
and
he
it's
did like
it's U-perm
R3,
into parity.
Like R3 U-perm into like the.
I thought it was MU. MU U-perm into.
Was it?
Into parity. Either way, the way he flicked the U was kind of cool. It looked like he like reached from above the cube.
That's super sick. Ari getting prepped up here. Let's see, we got our little, nice little S slice here into parity, and then just T perm.
Ooh. Not the cleanest as it stops.
Not loving that stop right there. Ari tracking here. Should be relatively solid. We're making our way through.
Now we get to see what he's doing.
Okay, this is nice. Ari, again, one of those solvers that's very clean and controlled onto our last cross edge, and now edge pairing. This is a pretty solid pace.
This is nice.
And then we are on the 3x3 stage here for Ari. Onto that, fat soon, fat anti-soon into little J-perm, no PLO last layer. You love that, dude.
A little smirk. He's pretending to
dude,
not like it.
He's pretending he's not absolutely gassed right
no,
now.
He's so stoked.
Awesome. Jack, on the other hand, looks slightly less stoked. He's saying what to the camera? Friends in the crowd probably telling him something. Oh, man. Yeah, and Jack's average, 227s.
The thing you mentioned with Ari, like he's such a smooth solver, especially through centers. He has to be, because the difference is one slice move. If he makes a mistake by one slice move, all of a sudden he has OLO parity. You know, if he's expecting no parity, one slice move, he just gives it, just gives it to himself.
Yeah. Even in like 3x3 stage though, he's very controlled, very clean. We were talking about how it's kind of it can be somewhat jarring to just jump straight into like a F2L after you've been doing the whole Yao stage for the entirety of the solve, but I think the slower turning kind of helps out. I would classify Ari as somewhat of a white collar solver, doing all these tricks, all this tracing, relying on just being solid and clean with not just fundamentals but specialist knowledge of the event.
It's a wild term, but I do have to agree with you. I think there's not a much better way to describe that. It's pretty. Ooh, nice.
Hey, sorry. That was good. That was clean. 25. That's amazing. He seems geeked, and he hit the same little PLO parity exec too. I exclusively do slice PLO exec. Is the wide like I see people do like the wide R2 slice R2. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, like the big cube one. I've seen that more and more often. I do just the slice one, but I start with the wide U2 flick rather than the slice move because it lets you it puts your hands in a better spot for AUF.
Oh, that might be tech actually. I have no idea, but I've seen like Timon uses the big cube alg on 4x4.
Situationally, I've seen people use it. Yeah,
and I guess I've never considered the difference between the two. There's definitely good situations for both, I'd assume. You got Jack going on here through his. Looks like we're on to our centers. Flip into a last cross edge. 34 right here. We still got Jack in our bottom right corner. Ari sitting down in the bottom left. Jack seems to be on to his 3x3 stage, finishing up that little soon. Look back, and then we get our PLO. Well, you know, one thing that I see in 4x4 a lot is, and I guess it's somewhat necessary, but every time people get to the LL, they do like they tilt the cube back to them to see the backside of the cube. That's not necessary, is it?
You're looking for the pot of gold.
Where's the pot of gold?
The
It's
pot,
not
it's
at the
back
end
there.
of the rainbow. No, it's
but
not there.
There might be another edge there.
Well, I mean, no, there definitely is another edge there. It's just that if that edge needs to be there normally. I feel like two-sided, you can just avoid this, right?
You can't do two-sided PL. Well, Timon can. I don't know. I think he's got like eyes somewhere on the back of his cube.
Yeah, dude. Oh my goodness. Okay, we've got Ari here. This song is actually quite important.
Yeah.
Ari's got a decent little working going. 23 counting, but he has that 21 that he probably wants to take advantage of. 25 worse solve. Not necessarily where you want to be at.
And we see him do all his tracing and then kind of inspect for a couple seconds when he actually starts flipping the cube. And it looks like it took him a lot longer to trace
This is
than that
still
solve.
really solid. You can see the difference between Ari's turning. It's very controlled. Onto that last crossage. Oh my gosh, this is pretty solid pace.
A couple little lockups.
Yeah, little lockups. You can see maybe a little nervous. Onto our 3x3 stage. Oh, this is really good.
All right, come on.
Okay, we're on to that soon. No PLO parity. Counting
Nice.
22.
Nice.
Dude, and he's stone cold.
Light work.
He's stone cold. with
Light
it,
work.
dude. Dude, inside, I hope he's gassed. I hope he's so excited.
This is regular.
No, this is
regular.
This is average day. The average day in the office. I think he has a 22 PR average. I might be mistaken.
Well, his BPA is at 22.27.
Yes.
And even that 21, he didn't seem super freaking out about. So it seems like something that he thinks he could beat, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, you would hope to get BPA there. I mean, the way he's been solving, everything has been super controlled. That solve, though, we did see a few lockups in there. And this is something that I think people maybe experience with some of these longer events. You can consciously feel that you are on pace. I think for something like 3x3 or 2x2, you kind of just have to rip it. And if you feel like you're on, you don't normally have time to even think about if you're on pace or not. On these longer events, you can consciously feel like, oh, I'm kind of moving right now, and you have to stay controlled and not start freaking out. Yes, Ari does have PR BPA. He has 22.49 PR average right now. So, you know, if you get that 21 in there, hey, we're looking pretty good. And WPA of 23 is nothing to scoff
Not bad
at all. that is totally fine.
No, I mean, he could walk away right now and still, like, be okay with that.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, you just don't do the last solve. You go out to lunch or something, and then you're still probably third in the round.
That's beast.
That's so sick. Here we're moving our way through our little 3x3 stage. Nice little last two pairs. F double sexy pair into our little slice parity alg. Oh. Hey, there we go.
Hey, fool me thrice.
Dude, this happens too when you like try to stop the timer too fast and then the cube interacts with the table and then the table doesn't let you do the turn that you thought you could do. Yeah, not amazing.
Mind of its own.
Also, if you're Ari here, how do you prepare? How do you think going into this solve?
He's probably thinking about what he's going to get for lunch after this. Trying to think if he, like, left anything in his hotel room.
Yeah.
Yeah, he, like, got a text in between solves. Just thinking about how to respond.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that's how you got to go into this,
Yeah.
you know?
You know, see, I'm the exact opposite. I actually, when I'm in solves, I'm trying to, like, I'm trying to tell myself what my intention is going into each solve, right? So, I don't know, if I was Ari, I'd be like, oh, get good pace, don't lock up. That's what I would say. Something like that.
Yeah, fair. You can't stress yourself too much with it, because the second you start thinking about it too much, then you're in your own head, and things aren't going your way all of a sudden.
I think it's better to be process-oriented. Like, you focus on the process goal, and then result follows. For me, I think if I don't focus on something, I start spiraling. But Ari focused on his tracing here, and now we're making our way through our Yao edges here. Already onto our centers. These look pretty solid. Last cross edge is so clean. This is the exact same pace he was on that 22. We hope for no lockups here. Slight ones here. Onto our 3x3 stage. This is pace. Oh, nice little free pair into F double inverse. T-perm. Oh, that's very close. That's a very, very solid average.
Yeah, that's going to be good.
I don't know if that's going to be PR.
That's not a crazy
22
spread.
tied.
22.49. He tied PR.
Hey, you take it, dude.
No, for sure.
When you see those little 2 letters on WCA Live, you take it. It doesn't matter how it happened.
Yeah, it's just semantics.
Dude, it's so crazy to me how in an event like that's 20 seconds long, he just binks it exactly on the last to tie it. Like,
like nothing was locked in. That was the solve that determined what the average was going to be, and
Yeah.
then just gets the same thing a second time.
Awesome. I mean,
That's awesome. Love to see it.
Yeah, good solves from Ari there. Tied PR average 22.49. No one really else that we saw cooking up too hard. Seemed like most people were kind of just not on the A game. And then yeah, I think Neo gets here with like a 25 average. I've been kicked all the way down to 21st. We love to see it, dude. And yeah,
I might make round 2.
What's round 2?
Well, it's on the psych sheet. It's like a 30 high, and I think I got 31 high or something. I didn't do great at all.
Oh, you're so good. It's top 100.
It is. It's top 100.
Oh,
We'll see.
You're fine.
We'll see. We'll see.
You're fine. People were stressing about OH second round, and it was like 13-2 on psych sheet, and it was like 15 to make it.
Oh wow.
Yeah. That's
Wow.
like,
Okay.
yeah, you're fine. You're all good. Do you have any other thoughts on how our 4x4 round went?
It's fun to watch. Fun to
good event.
Fun to have a little conversation about it.
Yes.
It's always cool to talk about 4x4 because there's so much to talk about these days. So much new kind of stuff up and developing.
Yeah. It is. It's cool because it's the most similar event to FTO.
That's true. That's true.
Oh goodness. All right. Well, that'll be it for me on this commentary. Thank you, Dan, so much.
It was a
nice
pleasure
talking to you. Yes.
Honor and a pleasure.
Yes. Well, I will be hopping off. Z Miller is joining us.
Sweet.
Sounds good. All right. Bye, chat.
All right, everybody, welcome back to North American Championships 2024. We're now in Group 7 of 4x4. Moving on to our next group of competitors. We should have some more interviews coming up here pretty soon, but until then, I'll be hopping on in place of Dylan. I'm Zachary Miller, joined by Dan Pashkadov here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Haven't been able to talk to you yet this comp. How's everything going? I haven't seen you since San Diego, I think.
That's right. Yeah. We chatted a bit then. No, things have been good. Things have been good. I went on a little vacation with some friends leading up to the comp. We were up in Montreal.
Ah, I love Montreal.
We all flew out together, all 5 of us on the same flight. It was great, and 4 of us are staying together, but we're all hanging out and just kind of having a good time. We flew in 2 days early, so we've had a lot of time to explore and see the huge amount of sites around here.
Yeah.
You can count them all on one hand.
Speaking of a Canadian, here's Aaron Serene getting started. One of the many Canadians who are at this competition. Not from
fast
Quebec.
turning.
Yeah, scary fast turning. Not from Quebec, though. He's from Ontario. One of the many cubers here from Toronto. He's already on 3x3 stage. We'll get through that OLO parity pretty quickly, though. And we'll finish off here with the 28, the last layer there. A little unfortunate there with the parity luck. That's one of those things you have to keep in mind about 4x4. Tommy Cherry also getting a 28.01 off to the side.
And if you saw, too, that last PLL parity that we saw, Dylan and I were talking about this, how that's not the standard slice alg. That's the big cube alg with the wide R2 prime to start off with.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's mainly because Arhan specializes more in bigger puzzles, so I'm not surprised that he probably uses that due to just feel on 4x4. A few other, I think, if I remember correctly, I think Kevin also does that 2 and 4.
I've seen people do it situationally, where a lot of people will do both, and depending on where they are, what they have, they'll do one or the other. I think that's really interesting. And one thing Dylan and I were talking about was how advanced 4x4 tech is these days. That being one of the kind of new things that people are doing, we're starting to see at the top level.
Yeah. Here's Matty Hiroto Inaba. He's actually going to be one of our top seeds in 4x4 coming into this competition, 23.05 for his first. Here's our good friend Kevin Hayes.
So Kevin started off with a 28. We know that's not what he wants, but Kevin's one of the, I'd say probably one of the most seasoned competitors in this pool right now. So if anyone knows how to come back from a situation like this, it's Kevin, who's had experience with all sorts of situations here and there. You know, like his mental game after this long has to be strong if he's still playing at any kind of top level, still on the stage, still on stream.
Yeah, there's that. There's that other peel alg we were talking about. He was using the R wide one. There's Braden Adams, one of the former WCA delegate of the Mid-Atlantic region, now living in Ohio. Also very fast in his own right.
Yeah, smooth through edges. Not the fastest turning, but you know, he's looking ahead. He's planning his next moves.
And that's kind of the key here. Gets just pure adjacent parity for the 3079. And here we'll take a look at Arhan Serene's second solve now. Arhan is the third-ranked Canadian on the psych sheet behind fellow Canadians Omar Alaban and Lucas Kushai. Still recording some decent results at this competition and other events. So he said he's mainly a big cube specialist, but a lot of those skills do translate over quite well to 4x4. Olo parity at 18. You can definitely tell he's practiced a bit. 23.42 for his second. Not a bad single there at all for him.
Not a bad single for anybody.
Yeah.
Even at the highest level, you take those.
Arhan coming into today with a PR of 22.58 single and 25.26 average. Here's Matty's second solve. It's a little harder to see because he solves very under the table for big cubes. Not sure if we have an overhead on that station up today.
Whatever's going on, he doesn't seem happy about. Shaking his head a little, but the 24.92.
Yeah, 24.92 is still very good. So, but that's obviously going to be getting him through to the next rounds pending other solves, but Christopher Sun with the 23 there as well. And Nicholas Sanchez had a pop. It looks like he got it fixed. Maybe one of those internal pops where you just have to leave the pieces out and just go as you can, right?
Mm-hmm. It feels like a lockup. You turn the cube over and all of a sudden there's a piece halfway out. You just
you
got to rip it apart and keep pushing.
You just got to be like, just straight up rip it out and just keep going with the center internal edge. Yeah, Christopher Sun currently has a 24.13 PR average currently, so he is pacing pretty well to potentially break that personal record in the first round with a 24.14 and a 23.38. So we'll keep an eye on Christopher Sun as he makes it through these next few solves.
Kevin looks back on his pace, though. Little OLL parity, 25. Nice. Okay, so he's starting to come back, and you can see him smile. He knows he's going in the right direction with his mental game and setting himself up well into the next round and whatnot.
Yeah. Here's Tommy Cherry, one of the many all-rounders at this competition. There's lots of them competing in more than 10 events this weekend. A lot of competitors here only competing in a few events outside of the 6 open qualifications. They were pretty tight, but Tommy was able to, if I remember correctly, he might be one of the only people basically doing more than 15 events at this competition. Wow. So, because he's got all the big blinds, he's got pretty much every side event. I'll have to check in on that. I might have our assistants check in and see how many competitors are competing in 15 or more events this weekend.
I mean, if you say it's Tommy, I believe it.
I believe it
He's
too.
one of the few people that you could just blindly say that and I'll take your word for it. He's
Yeah.
just good at everything. It's hard to find something he's bad at.
I think the amount of people competing in every event is probably 1 or 2. 3 people in 15 or more? In 17. Okay, so 3 people in total in competing in every single event of this competition. That's pretty insane, Dan. That would just tire me out. That's like the biggest challenge of that.
Yeah, seriously.
That's so much competing.
You just have to be everywhere at once and kind of ready to make your round 2s, especially at that level. And
yeah,
you're just, you don't catch a break. Also, we're getting to see an overhead angle on one of Maddie's solves. And it looks like this one's not great on pace, but wow, that 3x3 stage was just phenomenal.
Yes, this is not Maddie's usual self. He actually usually averages closer to around the low 20s, around 22, 23 right now. He actually has a lot lower than that, actually. Don't have my notes with me here right now, but Maddie is quite easily a favorite for podiuming at this competition. Just needs to hold it together, but this first round is not his usual self for sure.
No, but he still doesn't have that 2354 BPA. It's 25 WPA, still can't complain about that.
Yes, this is Group 7, 4x4 right now. This is one of the open qualification events here at North American Championships. We got quite a few groups for this first round. Usually most of these open qualifying events are 9 or 10 groups. Got nearly 700 people in this 4x4 round. One of the larger ones, yeah. I mean, obviously Worlds has the largest rounds of any competition in history, but this one's probably a close second or third in terms of North American round sizes. There's Braden Adams getting overhead of him.
We see him doing something interesting where he built his cross edges on right.
Yeah, I usually don't see that often. He's getting through his 3x3 stage quite easily.
Nice, and a really easy OLL parity that he can kind of predict, go straight into it. 30.4. We know it's not where he loves to be, but it will do. And I'm being told the camera is mirrored. So as much as it looked like he was doing something cool, it was just kind of standard Yao, but still 30.4.
It's actually not mirrored.
It's not mirrored.
I just got told by a production team that was incorrect info. I'm sorry about that, everyone. It's actually not mirrored. He actually does do cross on right.
About that.
I actually didn't know that.
That's really interesting. And Kevin, nice. Another
there
25. No, he's in there. Kevin's in there.
25.83 for Kevin Hayes. Christopher Sun on the screen now, one of the fastest 3x3 solvers in Pennsylvania, was actually 3rd at All-Stars back in November in Providence, Rhode Island. So this centers around 3 or 4 seconds, building those cross edges quite quickly. Flip over at 10, making some pretty good pace on those 3-2-3. Into 3x3 stage quite early, but here's Madihiro Inaba now on his 4th solve. We'll take a look at his overhead here, Dan.
Oh, wow. Just
wow, what a
turning.
quick flip, yeah.
And yellow start, too. He's kind of looking for what's best.
Yeah, I don't really see a lot of cubers who are white, yellow, neutral on 4x4.
Yeah, we're starting to see it more and more, but you do see a lot of people that just stick with white. And
that was
21.
some insane last layer, by the way. I just want to point that out. Did you see that transition from the OLL to the G-perm?
Not quite.
That was
but
insane.
I just saw him turning. Yeah.
That's insane recognition, especially on 4x4.
And for the last solve, locking in BPA 2354. It's a really, really good place for Maddie to be. I've also been told Kevin is looking for PR pace. BPA is a mid-26 right now. Even with that kind of slow start, the pair of 25s, we know Kevin's more than capable of finding that BPA. 2646, 2749 is his WPA. And I know that's going to be close to his PR. Oh, and Chris Sun we're also looking at a 23.76 for his PR is what he needs. And we will hopefully get to see him in just a minute as Braden Adams goes for what I believe is solve 4 or 5. It looks like he's doing pretty good on this solve. Last layer at 27. Nice in the U-perm, 30.1. Little locky, but a clean finish. Just gets there.
Save after the 41. Enough of that.
No.
Enough of that. All right, thank you.
Kevin, lot on the line.
Yeah.
Either way, it's going to be a good average for Kevin, but this solve decides. This solve could potentially beat his PR by a second. He's shaking his head no. He's taking his time. I don't know if he sees anything.
Yeah, I think he just started inspection and just looked confused. Like, sometimes you just get those scrambles sometimes where you're just like, I don't see any good starts.
Nothing.
Maybe it was no bars. Maybe the bars, like, he was thinking about various different solutions.
Oh, and a big pause there. Another one. This isn't looking great for Kevin.
And yeah, this is going to be a little bit.
Layer, a parity at 27. So we're looking at WPA.
33.73 for Kevin Hayes. That'll get him a 27.49 average. Here we go with Chris Sun.
Chris Sun once again 23.76 to beat for PR. And we're looking rough, finishing up edges at around 20 seconds.
Oh yeah, it looks like no PR. Looks like no PR here for Christopher Sun, but still a very good performance in the first round of 4x4 on the stream stations.
Yeah, 24.68
yeah.
is the average to round that out. And I don't know, I feel like I've said this a lot for a lot of people, but you cannot be mad at that. You know, it's the first round, you do okay, you don't PR, you don't WPA, but there's some good solves, some bad. You take it, you move on, you do better in the next round, but it is not something to be upset about for anybody.
Ryan
R1
Serene.
25, 97 average, WPA, with some solid times throughout.
Probably thinks he got very
numbers.
close to PR and just wanted to check. I don't think he did. I think he was maybe a smidge off.
He looks content.
Yeah, not really the best performances for some of our top solvers in this first round outside of Chris Sun, and Matty underperformed a little bit compared to his usual self, but obviously there's more rounds than just this one. Nicolas Sanchez will go ahead and finish up, I believe, his last solve. Olo parity.
Wow, ZB into
yeah,
PLO
ZB into
parity.
PLO parity, 33.10.
That's fun to see.
Yeah, that's something I'm not really. I mean, I don't know any ZBs, so it's always impressive to me to see top keepers do that type of stuff.
Yeah, to be able to predict where the PLO parity, the opposite swap is going to land through a ZB. That's super, super cool to watch. It's one of those. It's like a magic trick. Like I don't want to learn it. I don't want to know how it's done. I just want to see someone do it and be impressed every time I see it.
Speaking of magic tricks tonight, we got the talent show tonight.
That's the night, huh?
Yeah. I don't know
That'll be
really who's
exciting.
in it though.
Yeah, no, I've heard some murmur about some of the acts. I don't know if it's released or not, but
I know some of them. There's
I hear
there's
some
some fun ones.
Little birdies have been talking, and from what I've heard, it's going to be a
entertaining.
good show.
Good show. Good show tonight.
Something you don't want to miss.
I don't think it's going to be streamed unless I'm mistaken, but we'll have to check on that.
We're getting confirmation it will not be streamed. But hey, if you are in Raleigh, North Carolina, and you're near the convention center, be sure to tune in, pick up a spectator pass, and come take a look at the talent show tonight. And be sure to stick around for tomorrow and the day after for some incredible, truly incredible, the best in North America Rubik's Cube solving of all sorts of events.
If anyone wants my spectator pass today, you can DM me on Discord. I'm not using mine today, so. If you're in Raleigh, it's up for grabs for today.
There you go. There's a freebie.
Yeah. First person to DM me gets it. If they're in Raleigh, you have to be in Raleigh. I'm not going to give it to you if you're not in the U.S. or, like, not going to give it to you if you're not in the area because I want it to be used.
Do a little scavenger hunt. You could hide it somewhere outside.
Oh, I could hide it. That seems a little cruel.
I think someone would like that.
Yeah.
Someone's got to work for it.
We got a fun group of 4x4 coming up here, Dan. I believe we have Max Park in the next group.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, we do get to watch Max Park in the next group, which should be pretty fun. We also get to talk to some people as well. We got Sujin waiting out there, so we might get that third headset or get him in here. I'm not sure if we can scoot over and include him in.
Well, actually, I got news for you. That is my cue to leave.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I got for commentary for now.
Oh,
Might see me some more another day, but I'm going to be sitting right out front watching Max solve.
And that, while we transition over casters, we're going to go to an ad break, so we will be right back here in Raleigh, North Carolina in just a minute.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So.
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
You've made me feel all the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
Play again. Let's go.
Here. We are live back here at the North American Championships 2026 here in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm joined by the one and only Sujin Feist here in the booth for 4x4 Group 8. As we mentioned earlier, this is going to be an interesting group here to watch as we do have Max Park competing in this group. So it should be a lot of fun to watch and also get to talk to you a little bit while we're waiting for 2x2 to start, the later rounds of 2x2 at least.
Yes, yes.
So first of all, while we wait, thank you so much for joining us. So you've now been to quite a few major competitions. You've been to Nats 23 in Pittsburgh, NAC 2 years ago in Minneapolis, Worlds in Seattle, now here in Raleigh. How are you taking in the weekend? Have you done anything around town with other people? Have you been hanging out with some cool people?
I went to lunch with... Oh, is it good?
Yeah, we're good. All right, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I went to lunch with a couple of people. That was pretty fun both days. I haven't really done anything like outside of like the competition itself, but so far I've been having a blast, and I can't wait for these next 2 days as well.
Yeah, sorry about that pause there. We had a brief issue with our cameras. We were just trying to figure that out on our production headsets carried over to here. But since we last talked to you actually on stream, I think we last talked to you on stream a lot during Worlds 2025 last year in Seattle. You actually now have a new accomplishment under your belt, which is actually your first ever world record. You got that last December. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about what happened after Worlds and the lead up to you finally getting that record.
Honestly, like nothing really crazy happened, and I just like sort of went home and just kept doing 2x2, and like nothing really like special happened after Worlds, I would say. And it was just a lot of fun. Like I always said, just going home, solving, because I just love 2x2, and that's it.
Yeah, so, I mean, in the moment, many different people have different perspectives about how they feel after getting that record, right? So, especially, you know, your first ever one, right? Like, we all saw the videos and everything. I mean, how did it feel in the moment, especially when it happened at a local so close to you in Ohio?
Man, it was insane. I was there with all of my like close friends. I was there with my friend Jack, my friend Luke. It was so much fun. Like it was incredible.
Yeah, it's got to be so great. It's got to be so great being able to do that at such a an environment so close to you, right? I mean, that competition was probably only like an hour away from you. Like you're from Cincinnati, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I think it was like 2 hours away, but yeah, it was like really close, and it was just like such an amazing place to get that, and it was just so much fun hanging out with those people and just like sort of like taking in the day and like just being like, oh my god, this is such an amazing experience. Like I was just so happy that day.
So another kind of feeling question. How did that compare? You had two amazing moments in your career, your Worlds 2025 win and that first world record. How did the world record compare to winning Worlds last summer?
Yeah, my dad is actually sort of like throwing around this question where he's like, what do you think is better, like Worlds or WR? And honestly, like, I really don't know because they were both like just amazing. Obviously, that's a little bit different, like a championship title versus like a WR. And there's different things that might be better or worse in both of them. But honestly, they felt both, I would say, they both felt pretty good. I can't put a finger on which one felt better, but
yeah,
they both were honestly just amazing.
Yeah. So going back to the first question we asked, which is about the past majors. Now that's your fourth one. Has anything kind of changed in leading up to this competition? Have you changed any of your practice strategy or anything like that leading up to this one?
Not really. No, I've just been doing 2x2, been solving at home, and then just having fun at the comp. I wish I had a better answer. I'm sorry.
You're all good. I mean, everyone prepares for majors differently. I mean, I talk to people that are like, I don't practice for the 2 weeks leading up to majors. And there's some people that are like, I do 5x5 or 6x6 for 4 hours a day leading up to my national championship. I'm like, how do your hands survive that? I'm like,
exactly. How do you have all that time?
Yeah, I'm a college student. I'm about to go to grad school. I have finite time. It's all right, looks like we might be getting our first Max Park solve very soon. Looks like he's just sat down at our #1 stream station. I believe, unless I've been mistaken, it looks like that should be our first Max Park solve. So we'll have to check out how he does here in the meantime. Everyone at home most likely knows Max Park, the current 7-time national champion in 4x4, back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back. So one of the most dominant 4x4 solvers in North America. You're just going to see this right here, all this really fast turning. And doing Yao on the green side here, already on his edges at about 8 seconds. Already in 3x3 stage at close to 14, hitting that Olo parity at 17. We'll start off with a 21.76. With that Olo parity, that was probably pretty respectable. I know have you competed that often in 4x4? I know you mainly specialize in 2x2.
Yeah, I actually have never competed in 4x4. That's why I don't even really. Or sorry, never competed in. Did I say 2x2? I think I. Oh, sorry. Carter's telling me something. I have never competed in 4x4. That's why I'm watching this and I don't even know what to say.
Yeah. So you specialize pretty heavily in 2x2, right? So
yes.
How does that set you apart from other cubers in the scene? Do you think that specializing in one specific event gives you an advantage, mentally and solving wise, or do you think that it maybe sets you on the same playing field as everyone else in the 2x2 spirit?
That is a good question. I would say, I honestly don't really know because there's obviously benefits and maybe bad things about maining a specific event because obviously you're only doing that event rather than an all-rounder has multiple events, and if I do bad in one thing and then they get a PR another thing, it sort of evens out. So yeah, I honestly don't really know about compared to other people. I just know usually specialists only do one event because I just really love that event, and that's basically me. Yeah, I just really love 2x2. Nothing really ever piqued my interest. I would say when I got into cubing, 3x3 was definitely I was obviously doing 3x3 a lot because I feel like everybody starts off with that. But yeah, it's just really mainly only been 2x2 just because I've loved it.
Yeah, so I know this is not a sprint event, but I do want to talk a little bit about the sprint event dynamics and community a little bit. So like one of the unique aspects I know is that you have so many different cubers. Everyone is like so close in ranking. You guys are separated by just mere hundredths of a second at the top. Like 30th is like 119, 31st is like 120. Everyone's so close. What do you think about that dynamic, especially in 2x2? Do you think there's like rivalries, or do you find like more like camaraderie out of it? Like, what's kind of the vibe in the 2x2 community with everyone so close in ranking and speed?
The vibe in the 2x2 community is honestly like amazing. Like everybody's usually just like really chill with each other. You know, usually most people are like they're always just like friends, just like another person to talk to who you're close to, right? There's no like real like rivalries, I would say. At least I don't view it as that. You know, like I'm not like this person like everybody. I'm just like everybody's super cool in the community. I love everybody in the community, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I know like you're incredibly good friends. Like a lot of our viewers who might not be very versed in the 2x2 world might not know that you're incredibly good friends with a lot of people who formerly held world records. Like you're incredibly good friends with Zink and Ani.
Yes.
Like you guys have had a pretty like, people would say maybe like a results rivalry, but in reality it's not really, right?
Yeah, no, it's nothing really like that. Like, if anything, it's just like you said, we're just really good friends. Like, we don't really like view anything like that. Like we're just good friends.
Yeah.
Oh, Max Park is on his solve right now, and he's gonna get a
1921. Yeah.
Wow.
There you go, Sujin. You might need to get in the booth sometime soon.
I might need to.
Yeah.
I know. I don't know the OLL parity algorithm, but other than that, I can solve it. I was joking with Carter. I was like, maybe I have to write it on a piece of paper and bring it up to me when I compete.
Yeah.
That's not even legal. So.
Yeah, Max Park getting around his global average there with a 1921. That's more usually what we would see out of Max Park. Usually is one of the only cubers to consistently get under 20-second averages in this entire competition. So just always so amazing to see how dominant he is in these end-by-end events. But yeah, so like another thing too, you actually kind of returned to cubing as well. Like you actually briefly competed a little bit, like a few competitions like 2016, 2017, and then after COVID happened, you kind of came back. Was there anything that, like, what kind of inspired you to get back into it? Like, what kind of motivated you to get into that and, like, 2x2 around that point, coming out of COVID?
I would say I definitely just, like, picked up a cube again and, you know, just got fascinated with solving it again. And I think the main reason that I got into 2x2, I honestly couldn't really tell you what, like, the real reason was. I just know, like, I think my dad was like, oh, you're world ranked for 2x2 back when I had, like, I don't know, back when I was getting back into cubing and maybe had like a 3 average. My world rank for 2x2 was like better than my 3x3 world rank. And he just said that. And I also just like, I don't know, like 2x2 more, just like generally.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, what makes it, well, like let's get into that a little bit more. Like what makes it fun to you? Is it just like the algs? Is it the turning? Is it just the quickness? Or is it just like certain aspects that just make it set it apart for you other than other events? Or is it just a...
I would definitely say like learning algs is definitely a cool thing. Like really experimenting with solutions and looking at other people and learning from them is like honestly a really cool thing. I love how optimized 2x2 can be. Like you see like people like Yihang who only do CLL and EG1, but yet they're still incredibly fast. Then you see people like Zane who know a plethora of alg sets and are also incredibly fast, right? There's multiple people like that in the community, and it's just very cool how it all comes together.
And we'll get a little bit more into that after this third solve for Max Park. Currently has a 21 and a 19. As we mentioned, Max Park is one of the clear favorites in this event coming into today. Currently holds both North American records for single and average. Arguably one of the greatest 4x4 solvers of all time. Getting into his 3-2-3 edges around the 8-second mark. Very quickly getting into that 3x3 stage. One of the most fluid solvers. This is pretty good here. Gets that PLL parity for 1970 for his third solve.
Locking down another sub-20. Very solid.
Yeah, very, very solid first round performance so far from Max Park. There's Jeremy Bolenbet as well with a 26.82, one of the fastest Arizonans at this competition too. So another thing too that I want to kind of get into is you kind of mentioned like ALGs and something you really, really like, and like doing that. Does that mean like, are you kind of teasing entry into other side events like Scubes?
Say that one more time. What was the ending you said there?
Yeah. So, like, are you kind of teasing entry into side events a little bit, like Scube?
It's funny you say that. I have a little joke with my friends about that, but honestly, no. Like, I definitely do think events like Scube and like Pyramids are kind of interesting because they're also like 2x2 where you can just like learn like a bunch of ALGs, and there's also people who are only know the main ALGs, but or only know like the sort of like what you need to be good, and then just like sort of spam that. But no, your answer is no. I don't really. I think I was doing Scube. There was a video. I was racing Maddie in Scube. That was funny that the WCA channel uploaded to their Instagram, and we were both dropping like straight 15s.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, so like last year, as we said last year, you won Worlds, right? So does that kind of change anything for you this year? Does that kind of lift a weight off your shoulders now that you're competing at more majors, now that you've kind of won it already once?
Honestly, I never really looked at it like that because, like, I was going into Worlds. I wasn't, like, thinking, like, anything about winning or anything. Like, I always just do, like, I'm just there to have fun, you know, just have a good time with all my friends, people that I haven't seen in a long time, people that I've been texting with, and, you know, just have a fun, amazing time. But, yeah, so I would say that. I wouldn't say, like, oh, there's been any major weight lift or anything because it was never, like, a goal for me. It was just always just, like, you know, just go there and have fun.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the magic of the cubing community, right? Like, a lot of the time, it's not like us, like, going for the fastest results of all time. It's, A, competing against yourself, and B, mainly just coming to hang out with all your friends and just have a good time in a new place. I mean, I've been to Raleigh plenty of times before, but a lot of my friends, is their first time ever in North Carolina, and they're having a blast. So it's really fun getting to use that as an excuse, kind of travel and get to go to new places. I mean, I got to go to Seattle for the first time last year. It was incredible.
Yeah,
I loved it out there.
That was such an amazing place. I love that.
Yeah, that was a great city to have Worlds in last year. We got Max Park going in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Will likely be brought up here. And here we go for solve number 4. And
maybe we can get the overhead?
Yeah, we're going to get the overhead here. And this time he's doing white. Max is one of the more color-neutral 4x4 solvers here. He's already on 3x3 stage at 14.
A little parity for Max. Still going to throw it on a solid time, a 20.32.
Yeah, 20.32. Not getting the luckiest with parities. I think that's his. I think he had double, double, single, single, if I remember correctly. So I think he's at 6 parities. If someone in the chat wants to correct me if I'm wrong, they're probably counting parities at home, and I'm not. But I think he's already on the above 50% side of parities.
Yeah, and already locked a pretty solid average.
Yeah,
like
1974 BPA, 2059 WPA. He'll easily win the round with that.
Yes.
Here's Dom Radici. We'll also be talking to him tomorrow as well. Current Scube North American champion.
Second place at Worlds 25.
Yep. Also getting in some 4x4 action here this weekend.
29.64 for him. I don't know what his PR is, but I think that might be okay.
Yeah, so that'll get him a pretty decent average there. Caius Young will put down a 27.64 for solve number 4. There's Luke Greiser. One of Kentucky's fastest keepers. Looks like he messed up the cross there. You see him kind of swap the cross edges there as he was finishing up 3.23. Yeah, he did it again.
Oh.
Not too sure what happened. He'll put down a 36-second solve.
It's a 30. Oh,
or
okay.
38.
Missing the timer stop there, but a 38.
Yeah. I
He's
mean,
not too happy about that, but I mean
4x4 is not usually what he does. He's way more focused on doing 3x3 this weekend. It's just using it to get some comp nerves out, most likely.
Yep. Yeah. Which round 1 for that is tomorrow, which is going to be exciting to watch. That 3x3 round 1.
Just waiting for Max's 5th solve now. We'll watch Nicholas McKee, one of my good WCA volunteer friends, current senior member of the WCA Appeals Committee. One of the many delegates up in Ontario, Canada. Actually now switch back over to one of the other cubers now. I believe that's Cameron Solonier, one of New England's finest big cube solvers. I'm a big Cameron Solonier fan.
See, we have Max Park coming up on the blue stage for his
We
last
do.
solve.
So we'll put Cameron down to the bottom as he does his last solve. Max Park will go ahead and try to finish this out with another sub-20 4x4 average and start off his 4x4 at North American Championships in the strongest way that he possibly can.
I think there's 3 rounds of this event, so already off to a pretty solid start for Max. Even if he gets some WPA here.
He will likely win this round by about 2 seconds, which is pretty insane.
Wow, that's incredible.
Little slow on the first 2 centers, but he flies through these other steps incredibly fast. If you know him well, he is one of the best cubers at look ahead in the entire organization.
Yes.
But this one will be a little bit slower. He's at 3x3 stage at 16. And he'll finish off with an A-perm. Good blast layer luck there. No OL or PLO parity for a 2060 for his last. So he'll finish off with a 20-21 average, currently in first place by more than 2 seconds. So, as we're finishing up with Max, we'll bring it back over to here. One quick question before you go, Sujin. I have one more question for you before we let you go. What advice would you give at home to a viewer or a cuber here in person looking to get into or improve in 2x2? Any messages you would give them specifically?
I would just say, you know, there's nothing really, I mean, it obviously depends on every person, but I would just say just keep practicing. That's simply it. That's what I think makes somebody better. just keep practicing your one looks, keep doing solves, learning algs, stuff like that.
Any final messages or shout outs you want to give before we let you go?
No. Shout out, or yeah, just thank you for having me.
I'll shout out Jim for you. Jim
Oh,
Feist.
there you go. There
yeah,
you go. Yes.
I'll shout out Jim Feist. Cubing
Yes.
Dad legend.
Yes, legend. For
All right.
sure.
We're going to go ahead and cut to an ad break as we transition casters. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in. We'll be right back.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So.
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
He's made me feel all the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
Play again. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2026 North American Championship presented by Rubiks and the WCA Manusing Hall. Zachary Miller on the mic. We are here for the final group of 4x4, the final group in what is an open event here at NAC. There's qualifications for a lot of different events, but 6 events were open events. That means that you could qualify basically by having competed in them at all, but regardless of what your previous qualification time was. And so that's why there's like 9 of groups of this one, but then, for example, Square One, there's only like a handful of those. In fact, Square One is coming up next, and that is only going to have 2 groups because obviously it's significantly smaller. So
yeah, so quite a few names I want to keep an eye on here in this group. One of them is up on the stage right now. Ryan Pilot, one of the best all-rounders in the world, is in this group, as well as Brian Johnson, Ricardo Cucala. Most of the FMCers are in this group. This is a group, pretty much everyone that was just competing in FMC that just finished up, and we're waiting for the official results. I think I have an inkling of who won based off of the murmurs I've seen in the FMC Discord, but I don't want to say anything too early just in case. I'm going to wait for those to be inputted before we share those. Afterwards, we'll have Manu stay on the stream, and we'll bring in the winner of FMC to interview for a little bit and talk about what happened, because FMC is not really an event we can stream. It's kind of like you're taking an I like to describe it as the cubing SAT.
that's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's
the
pretty
cubing
close.
SAT.
I think there are probably ways to do it, but it's definitely a lot trickier to do, and I think you need to have like a lot of customized equipment. You need to, like, for example, if you have a smart cube, for example, then it's a lot easier to kind of track what people are doing and looking at, and etc. So yeah, just not quite there for this, but it's still certainly very interesting to talk about, and they will be the 2nd North American champion crowned, whoever that ends up being once we get the full tabulation.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we'll get to watch some good 4x4 solves while we wait for these to finish up, and then we'll cut into some of our other events later today. This is also Luke Garrett's group, so we'll get to watch Luke Garrett compete in a little bit, as well as other solvers like Alexei Sinyavin, Noah Swar. Noah Swar is an interesting name, too, because he's actually one of the few 4x4 users here who uses OLL parity avoidance, which is a method that not a lot of 4x4s use. The top 4x4 solver in North America that uses it, the top 2 4x4 solvers that use it in this country, in the North America sphere, excuse me, are Ari Randers Persson and Ray Bai. They're likely going to be in the final. Noah Swar is someone that's probably going to be one of the people that's on the cusp of making the final. So we could see 3-ish OPA users in the final, which could be pretty cool. But there's like 2 different ways to do it. The first one is like you kind of do like some tracing. You count like odd or even.
Sort of similar to 4-blind tracing for wings.
Yeah. So some people just trace 4-blind wings straight up, see if they have parity. Some people do like a different tracing method. I think Noah does straight up tracing, and then other cubers like Ari and Ray use a different tracing method to do it.
Yeah, it's a really interesting strategy that doesn't see a whole lot of use at the high level right now, because A, you need to be able to do all your tracing not only in 15 seconds, but in 15 seconds correctly. And even good solvers like Ari, who's been using OPA for years at this point, will still mistrace from time to time. That's not a knock on Ari. He's a fantastic solver. The method is just not easy.
Yes.
And you need to get used to it. And then secondly, even once you do trace it correctly, it's a little bit like CSP for Square One, which obviously you'll hear about in the upcoming event. But you need to make sure that you're doing the correct number of slice moves. If you end up doing the wrong number of slice moves and you mistrack the number of slice moves you do, you will end up with OLL parity. Actually, in that case, you kind of end up forcing OLL parity, which is exactly the opposite of what you want to do. So, and the reason why you want to avoid OLL parity is that's basically like a 2-second loss that you take on your solve, and it's essentially random. Of course, it is determined by the number of slices that were made and the number of slices that you do on the scramble itself. But if you're not tracing those or tracking those, it's essentially a 50-50 chance that you get them. And it's if you're familiar with speedrunning, for example, in speedrunning, sometimes you'll have like RNG-based events. It's kind of the equivalent parity is for speed cubing. So hopefully that gave a little bit of an explanation as to why it's so important to avoid stuff like OLL parity if you want to get a good solve such as this one, 23:45. I think that would have been
counts.
Yeah, it's counting time. It would have been PR single, I think, if Noah didn't get the 23:41 earlier.
So Stanley Chapel 29.74 there as well. But yeah, Noah Swore so far, great round. 2 basically PR singles. But yeah, Manu, this has always been one of my favorite events to watch, just because there's so much variability that goes into it. There's so much different strategies you can use and everything. One small update, I believe the likely winner of FMC is actually currently competing in 4x4. As we mentioned, most of the people who just did FMC are now competing in 4x4 because they did all their FMC attempts basically today. So they've been very busy. So after 4x4, we will find some time to talk to the winner of FMC. So we will go ahead and wait on this group to finish. But in the meantime, we'll get to sit back and relax, and enjoy some 4x4 solves and find out who will be moving on to the next round.
Yeah, exactly. And I think 4x4 is like one of the most fun events to watch, like, because it doesn't take a really long time. I mean, most of the solvers you see are solving the cube in like 30 seconds or less. It has a lot of technical depth. There's so many interesting things that you can do in 4x4. And at the highest level, there's some crazy strategies that people are using. I mean, you just need to go back to the World Championship last year when we saw Sebastian Weyer, of all people, win the World Championship. Proving that, Unk still got it to some extent with a fantastic PLL plus parity algorithm. Just amazing stuff. And it's, N by N's are puzzles that you can look at and see them come together. Great solve from Luke there.
Yeah, 2024 for Luke. Yeah, that's probably one of his better singles that he's gotten. His PR is currently 1966, so that's pretty good.
Which is
for him.
Recent.
Yeah,
actually.
That was recent. Yeah, so that's probably one of his better solves he's gotten in competition pretty recently. Here's Stanley Chapel with 27.01.
Pretty solid. I also one of the top all-rounders. Let's go to another top all. We've got 3 fantastic all-rounders. Back to back to back.
It's kind of a theme because most of these all-rounders, as we mentioned, there's like 3 cubers here doing 17 events, which is insane to me. Most of these cubers are doing in this round are actually the cubers that are doing 14+ events here this weekend. So all of them were pretty much competing in FMC that were all-rounders. So they're now here getting in their 4x4 round 1 solves. Ryan Pilot, one of them, he's #1 in the world for summer ranks average and single now, I believe. I think he's gotten both single and average now. So he's
and he took that from Luke Garrett.
Yeah, he took that from Luke Garrett.
With.
Yeah. Someone can correct me in chat if I'm wrong, but I believe that Ryan is #1 in the world in soar.
I think it's
single.
one of them. I don't remember which one.
Soar single or average. It's probably average. Here's Noah Swore. We'll get to see a little bit of this OPA.
And so for those who are interested, OPA is locked in once you finish centers, because at that point, every slice you make gets a counter slice. Obviously, because every slice will break. At that point, if you make a slice, you break a center, so you have to put the centers back. So at this point, it's decided whether or not he's going to have OLL parity or not, and we'll see if he manages to avoid it. Yeah, so no OLL parity here. EPerm at the end, unfortunately, 28.58. He needed a 26, I believe, to get a PR. Unfortunately, I think might be just outside that.
Here's Brian Johnson. He has a 28.24 to start off. Also, when you talk about a good all-rounder, Brian's name is another one that comes up, too.
Yeah, recently grabbing 2 world records, not in 4x4.
FMC
in
mean and Square One single.
Yeah. So, yeah, Brian, I feel like really has put his name out there recently, which is awesome to see, because everyone in the community already knew his name, right? But now he's like big time, so to speak.
Yes.
Love to see some appreciation for our stream tech behind the scenes. This is Lucas competing in 4x4.
He's been awesome this weekend, helping with all of our tech, our cameras, everything. Lucas is one of the best camera operators in cubing I know. So shout out Lucas for sure.
That is an amazingly fast execution on the OLO parity there. Unfortunately, he still did end up getting it. So 24-second solve for Luke Garrett. That's going to close out his average: 24.01, 24.29, and 26.85. He's going to end up with a 25.05 average of 5 solves. Looks like that's going to slot him into the top 10 of results entered so far. So pretty solid stuff from Luke Garrett. It is round 1. You can't win the competition here, but you sure can lose if you get knocked out.
Yeah, Luke Garrett was the 4th seed competitor coming into today. Finished 7th at All-Stars, 9th at Worlds. So very consistent performer in 4x4 at Majors. Not shocked to see him at all in the top 10.
Nice little last layer there from Ryan Pilot as he gets a 26 with OLL parity too. So Noah kind of warming up for square one along the side as he's continuing his tear of a 4x4 average here. 24.01 best possible average. That's if he counts a 23.41, so he would need to get another PR single. So hoping that his tracing will work out correctly here.
Little weather updates now hit a heat index of 105 outside. Ouch.
26.07, that's the number we're looking at for Noah in order to break his PR average, personal record average. Looking like there is a chance here. Really needs to get to the last layer. Yeah, I think
he might do it.
No, he has a chance. Yeah,
he
there
did.
it is. There it is.
There it is. He's really surprised with that. I mean, he's super happy with that. Counted basically 2 PR singles, PR average, PR single in the first round of North American Championships. I mean, you just got out of the FMC room and you immediately double PR in 4x4. That's got to be a pretty good feeling.
That's got to be really, really, really good. And the reason he's so surprised there is because I think his up to 3x3 stage, it didn't look like he was really pacing, but ended up with a really nice set of cases traced correctly. That helps a ton here, right? If he takes a 2-second loss there due to a 50-50 parity, he loses his PR.
Yeah.
So fantastic stuff from him. Awesome that he was able to show off OPA at such a high level, and is going to be in the top 5 entering the second round of 4x4. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, while we wait for this round to finish, we'll show some love for some of our stage leads. Walker Welch, you just saw, and there's Alexandra Ande, one of the Keva Quad delegates here this weekend.
Yeah, in the purple shirts, they're the stage leads. So the job of the stage lead is to manage the stage and make sure that the cubes are being scrambled at a reasonable rate. They're coming out correctly, manage any incidents that are happening, etc. And keep everything running on time. We've done a fantastic job today staying on schedule. I heard from Tim Reynolds that we've never deviated more than 2 minutes from the schedule on either direction. That is an incredibly impressive feat at the North American Championship, where we have had over 800 competitors so far, and I anticipate the number to go up past 900 after the events tomorrow.
They put in so much amazing work into these events. It's so hard to organize these large competitions. They've done an incredible job this weekend, and I don't envy the amount of work they've been putting into this event. It's been a lot. I've been talking to a lot of people that have been involved behind the scenes, and they've been working their butts off for this weekend. And
it's a thankless job, so I'm going to thank them all right now.
Yes.
Thank you all to the organizers for putting on such an incredible competition. Your hard work does not go unnoticed by us here in the stream booth.
We'll watch one of them right now. Here's Matthew Dickman, one of the few users at this competition of stickered cubes.
Yeah, because he's actually colorblind
to
some extent. So he's able to customize his color scheme so that it ends up working well for him. He can tell the contrast between the various colors. But stickered cubes is they're certainly a rarity these days.
Yeah.
So glad that we can have a little blast to the past, so to speak.
A little blast to the past. He's also an avid bird watcher.
Yes.
For those that don't know him, he was posting in our CubingUSA staff Discord this morning of him spotting some birds in the park in Raleigh.
Yeah.
So he's definitely a man of many different hobbies. Former senior delegate of the U.S. and Canada. Now it's Mana's job.
Yes.
So
he's my predecessor.
The predecessor to our one and only Manu single.
Unfortunate OLL parody coming out for our good friend Matthew Dickman. OLL into a PLL parody. That's rough. He's going to end up with an R perm.
Yeah. And we'll finish off with a 117.57. He'll give a quick thumbs up as we transition to square one. We actually do have, I believe the birdies have told me, a podium for FMC. But I do not have the official results on live, so we don't have the projector view to show you guys. But from my knowledge, it was Christopher Chi in 3rd, Carter Kukala in second. And the North American champion in FMC this year was Aiden Bryant, with a 21 flat mean. And we're going to talk to him next. I'll get out of the way for him, and we'll move into square one. And we'll go ahead and take a brief break while we do that.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Zachary Miller, for your excellent commentary. Stay tuned. Yeah, we'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. I have Aiden Bryant here. They just won FMC at the North American Championship. Aiden, congratulations. How do you feel?
Thanks. It feels pretty crazy. It was definitely something that I wasn't expecting. There was FMC Worlds, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and I didn't do the greatest at that. So, you know, I didn't really have any hopes going into this competition, and I kind of got caught by surprise.
Well, I mean, that's pretty incredible. And I mean, obviously a massive, massive accomplishment. Another incredible achievement to add to your world record single as well. So yeah, I mean, you're really decorating the shelves, so to speak. Let's talk a little bit about FMC, and let's talk about the scrambles. So you started off with 23, 22, and then the last one, 18. Tell me about the 18.
Okay, so the 18 was just a really good scramble overall. I mean, I guess it'd be easier to start with the first two.
Sure.
Basically, those two scrambles were pretty horrible overall, and I managed to get like a 23 and a 22, which are like okay solves for me, like not particularly good or anything, but just the scrambles were so bad that, you know, it wasn't really, you know, the scrambles were so bad that just like it wasn't really possible to find anything much better. And you know, thankfully I squeaked out some okay solves, and then the last scramble came and it was really good. And I knew after the first two that 22 and 23 was like pretty good compared to everybody else,
Right.
because how bad the first two scrambles were. So I was just trying to like focus on it and treat it as like a normal attempt and not think too much about it. And it was just like a really good scramble. So I just kind of started focusing and tried to be very particular about how I went about it, just trying to stick to what I usually do, not try anything fancy.
Okay.
Because I mean, if I tried something fancy and like wasted a bunch of time, then that wouldn't be good. So I wanted to make sure to just like focus on, getting something that's okay. I was like, okay, if I can just get something that's under 24 moves, then that's like, okay, whatever, as long as I don't DNF.
Right.
And then I guess so with FMC, you write down a lot of edge orientations where you orient all the edges. And on this scramble, there were so many 4-movers.
Ah.
And so I went through about like 3/4 of all the 4-movers.
Okay.
And I had, a couple of DRs, and I was like, okay, I can probably get something okay with one of those DRs.
Okay.
But I'll just finish checking the 4-movers. And then like near the end, I found there was a 4-mover that gave another 4 moves to domino reduction.
Nice.
And I was like, okay, this
is good.
Is definitely what I should be focusing on, because if nothing else, I can get like some low 20 on it.
What was the subset case, if you don't mind me asking?
All right, so the original one was, let me think, it was a 2-4-8-2. No, it was a 2/4 turn subset.
Okay.
I remember.
Okay.
Off of the 8 move DR.
Okay.
And then you're actually able to, yes, I think it was 4B2, I believe.
Okay. Okay.
But that's not the DR I used in my final solution,
Oh.
because you can actually insert a move into the DR solution that still brings the DR but gives you a slightly different case, which was 4B2. And thankfully, after playing around with that, I found another 9 moves to solve everything but the slice. And
oh, wow. Okay.
I had plenty of time left at this point, and so I kind of started freaking out. And I was like, okay,
yeah.
If I could just like finish off the slice and like, at least like a move or two, then that's sub 20. And I mean, that would be like in contention to podium.
Right.
And thankfully, it was another 1 move to finish off the slice, giving me an 18 and a 21 mean. And then I spent about the last like 15 or 20 minutes just making sure my solution worked.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I don't think anybody would have found something better than an 18, so it really depended on how I did on the first 2.
Right.
And the way they're doing, I don't know, something happened.
Yeah, here's some reaction.
But the way they're doing it this year, as opposed to previous years where it's like 1 attempt a day, they're actually doing all of them on the same day.
Right.
So right after the second attempt, I was able to just like tune everybody out for 15 minutes, collect my thoughts, so I wasn't really sure how well other people were doing. I don't know what happened, but people are clapping. Anyways, so it was pretty easy to tune everybody out and just like focus on my own solve, so I wasn't entirely sure how well other people were doing.
Yeah.
Until after the attempt, when somebody told me that, like I told them, oh yeah, I got an 18, and they told me that I won.
Yeah.
That was shocking to me, honestly. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of FMCers kind of talk about the fact that like it went from 1 a day to now it's all in 1 day. And I've heard that most people prefer it that way. Would you agree?
Yeah, I definitely agree. When I was looking at my schedule before today, I'm like, oh, this is going to be so busy with 3 FMC attempts all on the same day. And then I've got all the other events that I need to compete in, and I'm staffing the unofficial booth. So I was like, oh man, it's going to be kind of busy. But after, doing all the solves and, especially in being in podium contention after the first 2, it was definitely so much better than if I had to wait the whole day to do the third attempt.
Right. I remember, so I've talked to Evan sometimes about this stuff, and sometimes I'll ask him, like, in between attempts, like, oh, yeah, did you end up looking through Mallard or, like, Nissi or something like that? And he's like, I never look at Mallard or Nissi until the competition is entirely done, because I don't want to think about what could have been, couldn't have been, and I don't want to change the, like, kind of the approach that he has going into it. So I think it's certainly a very nice change, and it seems like most people prefer it that way as well. What is your typical approach, I guess, when you do when you sit down to do an attempt? Do you have like a set amount of time to do EOs, DRs, and then finishes?
Pretty much. I'm kind of slow with EOs, honestly. I take about 10 minutes or so, unless I still have 4 movers that I haven't written down yet, in which case I'll take a little more than 10 minutes, which compared to other people is quite a lot of time. But I'm rather thorough with trying to make sure I find all the 4 movers and write down any 5 movers I happen to come across. And then after that, it's just going through the EOs from the shortest to the longest, basically. And so like if there are any 3 movers, starting with those, and then moving on to 4 movers and so on. And yeah, just working through those. And once I hit about 30 minutes, unless I have nothing, I'll probably start with my looking at my best DR so I can at least get something and like some backup. And then if I still don't have anything good, or I find something good or something, I might continue looking at EOs after that. But if I have a lot of good DRs, I'll just focus on those and try and get something good from those.
Yeah, certainly. One of the things I struggle with a lot, especially when there's a lot of potential EOs that give good RZP, is just trying to figure out, okay, which of these are actually usable and will give me short DRs, and which of these are just okay, I should just not even waste my time to do even a couple moves on this and just instantly throw away. I guess how did you kind of train being able to get rid of solutions that might initially seem okay, but then when you take a look at ARM, for example, it's this is just no good.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the hardest parts of FMC, learning the ARMs, which is hard to explain, but then there's also pairs, pairs of pieces, oriented pieces together, and you can sort of use those to get some sort of heuristic on how generally good it is. But a lot of it is just intuition and doing a lot of solves and being oh yeah, I've seen this one before, it's good, or oh yeah, I've seen something that maybe look like this. Let me try and look at it a little bit more to see if it is good. But then sometimes you can just look and see something that's pretty awful and move on. Yeah, certainly. That's what I need to improve dramatically in my solve. So it's good to hear tips from a top solver. It ties your PR mean, which is also... It doesn't tie, it breaks it.
Oh, it breaks it?
Yep.
Oh, what did you have before, 2133?
2167.
Oh, really? Okay, so 2 moves. Okay, so yeah.
I know, it's quite a PB, actually.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's really exciting to hear. I remember for some time after you got the 16, I had heard okay, yeah, it's time to get the good mean now. There you go.
Exactly.
It's not just a good mean, it's the winning mean at the North American Championship. So yeah, that's very exciting. Before we kind of conclude, and then so I can give you some time to warm up for Square One also, let's talk about FTO. You're one of the best FTO solvers in the world, and now FTO is going to become an official event. What were your immediate thoughts, reactions?
Yeah, so I mean, I had a pretty good idea that FTO was going to become an event, before it was announced, because how popular it is and stuff. And I mean, I had gotten back into practicing FTO actually after I got the world record single, because I was okay, well, there's not much else that I have to do, that I've got left to do in terms of official events. So I enjoy FTO, so I'm just gonna focus on that for fun. And so I've been doing FTO for about 6 years. So long time to do an unofficial event that's not even in the WCA yet. But yeah, when I first heard the news, I heard about clocks removal first, actually. And I was pretty bummed about that and kind of disappointed. And that's sort of what took all my focus.
I see.
And so I haven't really been able to fully celebrate the addition of FTO, but, I'm pretty excited that it's being added. 6, or I guess at this point it'll be a 7-year-long wait.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to competing in it officially.
Yeah. Are you? Do you think you're going to go to the World Championships next year? Have a run at the World Champion title?
Yeah, I'll definitely go to the World Championships next year. I'm really looking forward to going to Sweden. That's the main reason I wanted to go. I'm okay, I can go have a nice trip to Sweden.
Yeah,
But now with FTO being official, I think it's going to stress me out a little bit more. Something else to be a little bit stressed about. But I podiumed here. I can't really. I'm pretty excited about that. So I mean, I don't really have to stress too much about Worlds.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you have so many accolades on your profile already. Definitely, I mean, very, very well known around, at least in the FMC community, of course. One of the best solvers in the world. And if anyone doubted that, now you have the hardware to prove it. I mean, yeah, everyone, that's Aiden. Anything else you want to mention to the audience?
I guess free clock.
Sure. Yeah, thanks so much for joining us, Aiden. We will return you to your regularly scheduled programming of Square One. Looks like Bendy's on quite a heater. So, yeah, we'll get you back to that very shortly. Stay tuned.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
You've made me feel all the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
Play again. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to Square One Round One here at Rubik's WCA North America Championship 2026 here in the very warm Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm Zach Rydell, joined here with Square One expert and legend, Brandon Lynn. You're a legend.
Sure. If you say so.
We got some amazing people solving in this group. Just to name a few: Hassan Kanani, Max Shaw, There's more names than that. I just don't have the list pulled up. Daniel Karnock, Aiden Dincher, Calvin Nielsen, Ryan Pilot, Matt Mao, and Noah Swore. Both of us just competed in Group 1. I don't know how you did. I got a 9.5 average with a 7.2 single. I would have liked for a little bit better, but I at least kept good spirits.
That'll make it.
I was mic'd up for that round, so hopefully that video will make it to the light of day. But if not, it's fine. How did your round go?
The times got progressively worse. I start out with a 7, which is great because I don't get 7s usually, and then 11, 11, 15, and 15. Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
That's all right.
I don't know if that'll make semis.
I don't know, but
I didn't take a look at the psych sheet, so I have no idea.
We do have some very fast square one solvers, even if we didn't really do too good, that are going right now on the blue and red stages. So hopefully we can take a look at some of those.
Yeah, we're starting up Group 2 momentarily as they're wrapping up Group 1 right now. But yeah, there's a lot of stacked names in this next part over here. This next group of Square 1. So
yeah, just hoping to get our production team to show off the top 4 stations. There we go. Noah Swore competing right now on the blue stage. Noah, a 3-blind fan, well, mostly blindfolded solving, but also pretty good at FMC and a 3-look Square 1 solver.
And, with OBL at 6 seconds, finishing with a 7:36 here from Noah.
Doesn't seem too stoked about it, but I do know Noah just got done competing in FMC, so maybe trying to regain some brain energy. Off stream, we did see 789 from Ryan Pilot, Aiden Dincher, and Max Shaw going. Max Shaw, former world record holder in Square 1. See if we can get him up.
Max Shaw solving with a 5:46 ending here. Great start to the beginning of his average.
I think he did one off stream, but I think it was also around this 5 ballpark. 1060 there for Aiden Dincher. Not too happy with that. Hassan Kanani, one of the big names to watch here. Hassan, a former Square 1 world record holder, the single twice, runner-up world champion, your current national champion for the United States. One of the most knowledgeable Square 1 solvers currently, using the OBLP method for some of his solves, being able to predict cube shape parity and OBL all in inspection. Let's see what Hassan's able to pull off here on what I believe is his second. I think he started with 5-3. No OBLP.
No prediction there, but ending with a 561, shaking his head a little bit about that solve.
Not sure if it looks solved. I did see if there was a +2 card raised. Daniel Karnock, you may know him as Derpy Cuber. 612 there for him, unfortunately, laughing it off. Still quite a fast time. Again, a lot of these competitors looking for sub-7, some of them even looking for sub-6.
Calvin Nielsen here solving with a 6.7.
A little bit of a fanfare for the audience there. 6:10 there.
Ryan Pilot starting off with the I think is second or third solve.
Yeah, Ryan, also former Square 1 world record single holder. 2-time Square 1 record or world record single holder. Hailing from Texas. Let's see what Ryan's able to get here on this solve. .505. Quite fast execution there from Ryan Pilot.
I think it's the fastest solve we've seen so far this group. Speaking of fast solves, I did want to highlight that Brendan Dunnigan from the first group got a 542 average here with the best single of 403. Those scrambles, I believe were pretty decent. I think there were a lot of people popping off in the first group. We'll get more live results later, but that is a pretty decent average for Brendan. I don't know what his current PR average is. It's a 5 flat.
Yeah, I was going to say it is just outside the sub-5 barrier. 727 there when you see it from Aiden Dincher. Max Shaw inspecting now.
You got square on top and
we'll get a better view on what's on bottom when another competitor does this scramble. A little bit fumbly during a cube shape, slow OBL execution. A quick PBL 637 there. Bit of a head shake. I can understand being maybe a little bit frustrated.
This is Joseph Ong with a 1198 single.
At least playing it up for the live stream, even if maybe not the greatest time.
For sure.
Daniel Karnock right now on the red stage.
Bit of a pause right after cube shape there. Entered PBL at 5 seconds, ending with a 720.
Kelvin Nielsen back on the red stage. .682 there for Kelvin Nielsen, on pace for sub-7. Good start. We're going to see on the blue stage, Hassan Kanani come back up here. Again, your current national champion in Square One, hailing from Virginia in the Mid-Atlantic region. Home to both of us as well.
So square, is that, no, that's
it
not
is
square
a
on top.
4-1-1 pair.
Yep. Scallop 4, sorry, scallop 1-1. Let's see what's the case here.
No OBLP.
No prediction there. Also getting a 624, just a little bit worse than his first solve there. Also not happy with this one. Ryan Pilot onto this, what I believe is now the third. Or
yeah, I think this is our third. It was 4-1-1 pair as well.
Yes. Spacing on the cube shapes here. 645 for Ryan.
Some hesitation there during PBL. Maybe second guessing the solution midway through. Again, a lot of these competitors are using 3-look, which is CSP, OBL, PBL, solving the cube shape, orienting the cube in all of its colors, and then permuting all of the remaining pieces. Again, trying to do all those in one algorithm, sometimes a little hesitation can ruin your solve, especially when Square One's getting close to a sprint event.
Yep. Aiden Dincher here, finishing up OBL at 7. We're Aiden off screen ended the 10-12. Max Shaw be on screen in a moment, starting his, I want to say, third solve.
524 for Max Shaw. Definitely a good continuation of the average. I don't think any of these competitors are really looking to, I mean, of course, looking to break records, but I don't think anyone's trying to be a standout star. As mentioned earlier on a stream, in the great words of Keaton Ellis, you can't win the World Championship, but in our case, North American Championship, in the first round. You still got 2 more rounds to go, and you got to make your way into finals first.
That's true.
Before you can end up winning.
Yeah. Daniel Karnock is doing inspection for, this is the third scramble.
We see that axe OBL shape on
Another
top.
fumble on OBL, sends up with the 611.
No real reaction to it. 9:42 there. Kelvin laughing that one off. Believe Matt Mao here.
At PBL at 4 seconds, 4 flat, ending with a 742 for that PBL.
Big pause for recognition there, but 7-4 definitely on pace to make it into the semifinals. Ryan Pilot here. I think we got 3-1-2. Might be pair.
I think it's an L shape. Actually, it's hard to tell from this angle, but Ryan, wow, very fast turning for 537 there. Hassan with another solve. His first two solves, or at least the solves we've seen on stream, have not been the greatest for him so far.
Yeah, something that we have seen a lot with Hassan in the past in all of his major championship performances, really struggling to deal with nerves, especially being on the live stream. Of course, working to make that less of an issue is always the end goal. Let's see if he's able to perform here. Very fast turning, no OBLP, but quick execution, both cube shape and OBL. 549 there for Hassan Kanani. I think just happy to know, yeah, I'll make it into the semifinals. I'll do good there, and then I'll worry about going into the finals.
For sure. Off screen, Aiden Dincher with a 1-2-3-4 time, 12:34. Noah Swore with a 6:72.
And Max Shaw on the bottom right, 6:21. And here we see Matt Mao again.
Daniel Karnock is also starting a solve here off stream. But Matt Mao is also taking his time with starting this.
A lot of D moves there during PBL recognition, getting prepared for the angle 738. Saw that head shake, not too stoked about it. Again, square one, getting very close to a sprint event. Every second counts, every second of recognition is important. Anytime you're looking at the cube and not turning is time being wasted.
Mao with a slightly slower cube shape here at PBL at 4.7. Ending with a 7.85.
Not too shabby. Going on to Ryan Pilot here, also on the blue stage. Looks like we have 8-star. It's I think the first cube shape most people learn when learning how to solve square one. So quite funny to see these advanced solvers get it, even though it's quite a beginner-friendly cube shape. Again, being the first one that you learn, it's not really that good of a cube shape when you know full cube shape. There's better ones out there.
I actually freak out when I see that case because it's always like different to trace than other cube shapes for me.
Oh, do you do blind tracing?
Yeah, for blind tracing, it's just like a different like schematic that it's in. So it's so rare that like I don't practice those often. Noah here with what appears to be
a 1088 there for Noah Swore. Hassan Kanani back up here again on the blue stage. Getting some warm-up turning in, making sure every move is dialed in to perfection. I believe this is Hassan's last solve here. Hoping to end this average on a strong note.
OBO at 3.5, ending with a 5.64. I think this is going to be another time he's not going to be very satisfied with.
I was going to say fairly locky solution it looks. I mean, still being able to go through that with a 5.6. Super impressive when you are such a great solver like Hassan Kanani. It's kind of just what you've come to expect.
For sure.
Daniel Karnock, I believe his 5th and final solve here. I don't think it is his 5th and final, but we do have 8-star again.
The standard solution. Oh, did he mess up the OBL?
He did, yes.
But a quick fix to get the PBL ending with a 7.96 here.
I was going to say that will get him into the semifinals and then into the finals where he can hopefully bring that back. Again, this is the last first roundy we have here today. Before we move into our finals block, we got 5x5 clock pyramids and one-handed finals. going to be an electric night. We did see the semifinals for one-handed and Pyraminx earlier today, both electric to watch. We saw Pyraminx finals, Kyle Mead on NAR potential average. So very interesting to see. Pyraminx definitely going to be one to watch, but that's going to be second to last in our finals block. We're going to go to a quick ad break before we start our finals block.
Cubing and competitions have been such a big part of my life for a decade now. I don't know where I would be without this whole community and organization. So
I've met some of my best friends thanks to WCA competitions, and I'll be forever thankful for that experience. So
I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for this community and this organization.
You've made me feel all the emotions in the world. I've laughed, I've cried, but all along the way, I've had the best times of my life.
Play again? Let's go.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Rubik's Cube North American Championships 2026, presented by the WCA and the Cubicle. I'm Zachary Miller. I'm joined by 5-time national champion and 16-time continental record holder in 5x5, Kevin Hayes. We'll be getting started here momentarily here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Let's go ahead and cut it to Alyssa Esperez, who will introduce us to our 5x5 finalists.
She.
In our 19th seed from Illinois, USA, Ben Zhao. In our 18th seed from Illinois, USA, Ethan Cho. In our 17th seed from Texas, USA, Ryan Pilot. In our 16th seed from New York, USA, Alexei Sinyavin. In our 15th seed from Virginia, USA, Ari Ronders Pearson. In our 14th seed from California, USA, Kate Graham. In our 13th seed from Coahuila, Mexico, Enrique Oviedo. In our 12th seed, the third place finisher at the last North American Championship from Pennsylvania, USA, Christopher Sun. In our 11th seed from Georgia, USA, Vishwa Sankar. In our 10th seed from Illinois, USA, Carter Thomas. In our 9th seed from Indiana, USA, Luke Garrett. In our 8th seed from Ohio, USA, Jack Pfeiffer. In our 7th seed, a 6-time national record holder, including the current Canadian national record single and average, the 2023 and 2025 Canadian national champion from Ontario, Canada, Omar Alawan. In our 6th seed from New Jersey, USA, Jerry Yao. In our 5th seed from California, USA, Brendan Dunnigan. In our 4th seed, a 3-time Canadian national record holder from Ontario, Canada, Arhan Serene. In our 3rd seed, the 2022 North American champion, a silver medalist at the last North American Championship from Hawaii, USA, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. In our 2nd seed, he placed 3rd at U.S. Nationals 2023 from Illinois, USA, Henry Lickner. And your 1st seed, an 18-time North American record holder, including the current North American record single and average, an 18-time world record holder, the 2017, 2018, 2019, 2023, and defending U.S. national champion, a 2-time world champion, the current silver medalist at the last World Championship, and the defending North American champion from California, USA, Max Park.
And we are back. Thank you, Alyssa, for introducing all these amazing, incredibly talented finalists here in 5x5. And as you just heard, we're in for a real treat today with some Max Park solving to start things off here at North American Championships. Kevin, I'm so excited for today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 5x5 is one of the most exciting events. I always say it's your favorite cuber's favorite event.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely Max Park's event to lose. I mean, he has been a little shaky at the international competition, but he came in and he's dominating the field once again. The only person sub 40, he's consistently well under 40, PR of 34 seconds. You can look at that. The rank 3 in the world, 12-time total world champion, and three times in 5x5.
Yeah. It's insane how dominant Max Park is in this event. 4th, 3rd, and 2nd place placed with 42 second averages, and Max Park beat the entire crowd by a full 6 seconds. That's just insane dominance in this event at the North American level.
And right behind him is the absolute bloodbath for 2nd place. It is crazy. Everyone in that low 40 range, 42 seconds, across the board on that 2nd place, and then 2nd to 3rd, 43-second range. And then it's, can anyone break 40? Maddie, very capable, very close. Henry, very capable.
Yeah, Henry.
Arhan, doable.
Yeah.
He's been on a very big rise, but it is, if you want to guarantee a podium spot here, you got to go under 40, I think. But it'd be wild to not get out of the podium under 40. I think 3rd place. I think 41 might be 3rd, though. I could totally see Henry and Maddie hitting that 40. And honestly, you never know. Max got that 116 earlier today in 6x6. That is, by his standards, one of his worst results in a long time. And could it be showing a little bit of nerves? I think he competes very, very well in these finals, and we do expect him to win. But you never quite know. It's nothing is guaranteed anymore, especially with the field this tight.
And here we go, some of our first solvers coming up. Here's Alexi Sinyavin and Matty Hiroto Inaba will get things started for us. The first wave of cubes is coming out here. Matty Hiroto Inaba will get us started here with his solve 1.
All right, so we're looking for 17. 17 is extremely good. If anything under 20, and we're pacing pretty solid, if you're in that under 17 range, you are absolutely flying. 21, 22 is probably what you're going to need to be under 40 seconds, and that's kind of the benchmark we're hitting for all these guys. Like we said, 40 probably almost certainly gets 2nd place, but you cannot know. There's so many people. One of them is bound to have a great result.
Some pretty good 3x3 stage here for Matty Hiroto Inaba. He'll start off very strongly with a 40.52. His current PR average is a 41.65, so that's pretty good for him.
Yeah, very strong start for Matty, but it was a little slow at the end. And Matty is someone who is going to pick up time on the field because he's obviously that former North American champion in 3x3. You want him to gain about a second on that last 3x3 stage. And it used to be not that big of a deal, but in an event this tight, a second is a big deal. And Henry's at 42.7. Not a bad start, but he is significantly behind Matty. And Carter Thomas, 39.99 to lead it.
39.99 for Carter Thomas. That's an incredible start for him. He's going to be very happy with that. Max Park will get us started here as well. He placed into this final with a 37.91 average. He is the 2-time world champion in 5x5, 5-time U.S. national champion. Every single accolade you could think of, Max Park has it in this event.
And is probably the sole Redux user, and that's a 10-second center. He's moving, but once again, the edges are what really, really defines his solve in Redux. And Max Park always has an amazing one. Very few flips. He's got to hit Redux. He's got to finish his last 4 soon. Last 4 23s. It's great. What just happened?
This is insane.
What is going on? What was that last 4 edge case?
Oh my goodness!
Amazing solve from Max Park.
Goodness!
31.74. That's just off his PR. What happened?
What in the world was that solving from Max Park? 31.54, the current world record. He just barely missed it. Incredible pacing from Max Park.
I think it's his PR because the world record is definitely 29.
Oh,
you mean NAR?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is the intersection of skill and luck right there. He's on a great pace, and then he absolutely destroys. You get an easy last. You know you're on good pace. You get an easy last 4 edge case, and it seems like it's easy, but when you got that nerves, you're hitting it. It's still so hard to keep that composure, and he does well. And that's what happens. You get a 31 solve 1.
Thank you for the correction there, Kevin. I'm sorry for everyone for missing the other record at home. Arhan Serene.
Carter got 39, and Max is winning by 8 seconds.
That's so insane. The best solve in the first outside of Max was a 39.99. Max with a 31. That just shows how good he is.
I mean, this is a strong field. We are talking 39 seconds, 40 seconds. These are not these are not simpletons by any means. Arhan, unfortunately, with the 49, that is not the start he needs. Arhan has been having a great summer so far. A lot of PRs, a lot of rising, but when you're kind of on that cusp area and you start with a rough solve, it's tough when you don't have a lot of experience to fall back on. We got Maddie. Maybe we can hit the overhead on him next. Let's see if he's...
Yeah.
It looked like he flipped under 20, so we're in a good spot here. We want to be hitting our last 4 right. Yep, right about now at 31. If we can get a 4 seconds and 5 seconds, that's a 40. And here we go.
At Olo at 40, we'll bring it up at 42.72. Pretty happy with that one as well. As we did mention earlier, 41.65 is that PR pace for Maddie, former North American champion in 2022, still showing his skills off at the highest level, Kevin.
Absolutely. If we see Carter Thomas off-stream with a 46.2, he's very likely to be in mean to 3 territory unless he count that 39, which is close to his PR already. And we have Henry, the other competitor that is obviously the main hunt for first, second, and third is Max, Maddie, and Henry. I'm
very curious to see how Henry does because most of his big cube rounds, he hasn't had a
Very
lot
nice.
since
Very
Worlds.
nice.
39-43 for Henry Lickner. As I was saying, he hasn't had a lot of rounds since Worlds last year, but he's been doing an incredible job here at this competition today. Great solve for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one round, like almost some of the big cubes he hasn't competed in at all. Off to a great start. 42.7, a little shaky by his standards, which is crazy, but I mean, it's just such impressive stuff. Do we have forecast view graphics up?
Henry Lickner looking at about 3rd place with a mean of 2 solves right now. Brendan Dunnigan did get a 40.97 off stream as well. So he's doing incredibly well as well to start.
This is the thing with those, like everyone has a chance to get that 40 range, and everyone is so strong and can get a good single. For Henry and Maddie, getting a good start is indicative they're on pace. For the other competitors like Carter and Brendan, I really want to see 2 good solves before I'm considering them in the hunt for that podium.
Looks like it won't be another 40 for Brendan, but it looks like he's finishing up with that 3x3 stage now. He's at a side station, so we don't have the overhead, and it's going to be a 48.74, so definitely not as good as his previous first one, but still well within it for a potential 3rd place finish because a lot of people are getting 45, 46 in the second solve here.
That's exactly what I was talking about. It's the same thing with Carter and Brendan. Both start with a great solve, and they're not in a rough spot. But when you're on that outside, you got to start stringing them together because that pressure is going to build. And Maddie and Henry can rely on the fact that they know they can get 39s on command. Let's see how Max is doing here. Last 4, now at 27, so definitely.
Yeah, edge parity there for Max, so he'll finish off his reduction at 30. And he's still going to get a 37.61 out of it. Incredible stuff from Max, as always.
Another solid at last 4 edge case. Well executed. I mean, it is crazy. I always say it's crazy that 7-second 3x3 stage no inspection on big cubes is a little off the pace for Max, but he straight up averages 6. He lost about 1 second there, but it is. I mean, he's 37. And there's 2
just
solves.
Look at this ending here, Kevin. Like, it's just so. His transitions from finishing the reduction to 3x3 is just incredible.
I caught it off guard. It was 6 seconds. 6-second 3x3 is just another classic. Another obvious from Max is 37. We are on NAR watch from Max. 37 might be hard to count, but you got that 31. He's sitting right now. He's got pace from 34.8. Maddie is on centers at 11. Oh no, lockup. It only cost him a second and a half. The key on those is to not let it affect your mental.
Yeah.
Maddie's 20 is totally on pace.
Yeah, he's still good there, thankfully, but that's one of those things that you got to keep an eye out for, especially at this top level, is that just making sure that you keep constant turning, especially with these big cubes, Kevin.
I'd be much more worried if someone else, because you get that little lockup and you're like thinking every single second matters, but Maddie knows he has a couple seconds to give.
Oh, a little bit lockup of that all, though. He'll still get a 44.23. I mean, considering the fact that he locked up multiple times during that solve, a 44 is still pretty good.
We're sub 40 on Omar pace. Oh, is that a...
Oh, 37.59 for Omar Elaban.
PLL skip saves the day. Was that just a raw anti-soon? I did notice something when Maddie was solving. Maddie is a very relaxed guy. He usually brings that cube up, stops the timer, looks at it. he looked at that timer way faster
Yeah.
than normal. He's a little nervous because he's like, this is the bad one.
Yeah.
Is it? But like he knows he's so good. It's like, can I still count the bad one and get
Now,
second?
now for the viewers at home, that was not quite national record for Canada. That's 36.86, which Omar already has. He has a 44 and 43 in his first 2. So we'll definitely keep an eye out on him as he continues his average here.
We have Henry up, but we definitely want to watch out for Omar. Omar is a vibes-based guy, and if he starts feeling good, we could totally see another mid-30,
Yes.
and he can count that, and all of a sudden he's in the hunt. Henry's got to get this through the 3-stage going because he's fine, but finish the last layer.
42.56 for Henry Lickner. He's not going to be the happiest with that. He knows he can do better.
But he's still pacing top. He's still pacing second. He's fine, but you can see it. It's these tiny lockups. You hit that, like, you work all year to just drop 1 second, and then you hit a couple lockups, and it costs you a second and a half. It's all about keeping that composure. It's about half the game of these major finals, and Henry is doing well. It is Henry, Maddie, and wait, Luke Garrett, where is he? We have him on screen now. Maybe we can hit Luke Garrett right now.
Yeah, maybe we can. Arhan is also on screen. He's been struggling a bit earlier.
He got Luke in the quad box. Now he's about to finish up. It's not a great solve.
Yeah, not a great solve for Luke. Arhan is also struggling. A 49 and a 47 for him to start. So not his best performance by his standards either. But it looks like we'll see another Max Park solve here shortly. We'll go back to Arhan while we wait. Maddie also waiting for his 4th solve after getting the 44. So we'll see how all these cubers do for the remaining solves, their 5-5 average. But we're starting to see a picture be painted here, Kevin, of a potential top 3. It's probably going to be Arhan getting a 41-46. That's a little bit more like his usual self. We're starting to see a...
Oh, no, but Arhan's counting a 47.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Arhan, but yeah, he's out of the running for a podium.
He's out of the running for a podium, but we're starting
to
see a bit of a picture be painted here in terms of who could be jockeying for 2nd and 3rd here. We know that Max Park is likely going to be the favorite, and it's just like
likely going to be the favorite. He's about to run away with it on this.
Yeah,
solve.
he's about to run away with it. Like I shouldn't say likely. He is the favorite.
This one's a little rough though. He's 12 second centers. He was 10 on the first, but obviously that ended with a 31. He's still in great pace, but we're talking pace in 36. These edges, a lot of rotations here and quality stuff.
Yeah.
But he's sitting last 4 at 20. Whoa.
That's an insane transition again. Look at him at 34. What an incredible solve
We are
there to come back.
We are on North American record watch.
We are
right
officially
now.
on North American record pace for Max Park. He's just showing why he's still remaining dominant in this event.
Yeah, and this is what we were worried about. The opposite of what we were worried about after 6x6 round 1. We were watching his solves, and he was making execution errors on things that Max never makes execution errors on. But today we are hitting that 3x3 stage. He's absolutely blistering, 0 mistakes, and that is the scary part about Max. Is that everyone else feels the nerves in these finals, and Max, even if he does feel the nerves, it does not affect his turning.
Omar Elabon just counted a 37.
Can we get the replay on Omar?
I don't know if we can get a replay on Omar Elabon, but he just counted a 37.73 off stream.
Hit overhead on Maddie and then replay on Omar. Yeah,
But
Maddie's at 21, and he's well into his he's one of his yacht ocean. This is going to be a big solve. He needs a good one to keep up the pace with Omar and Henry, or else he's going to slip behind. He cannot count that 44.
Omar Elabon might be...
Oh, pure parity. It's a rough case, but he's got to get like a 4-second 3x3 stage. Hit that ZVL or something.
Oh
no.
No, this is not that great for Maddie here. He's going to count a 44. And yeah, he knows he can definitely do better than that, especially with those cases. Here's Omar Elabon's ending that we missed off stream. He's counting a 37, so 43 and 37.
He's pacing 40. His worst possible average is 41.99. He's
He could
Where's
be
Henry? Where's Henry's on his last little fick? Henry's going. He's under the tail right now, 35. He's on. Oh, he's on last layer, 37. Hilo? Oh, it's on. It's on. It's on. Henry at 39.
We have a 5x5 final, folks. Omar
40.
Elabon and Henry Lickner are going to be fighting for 2nd place here, ladies and gentlemen.
Maddie Hiroto and I was hoping one of them screws up bad, but it's Max on NAR watch, followed by Omar and Henry in positions 2 and 3.
Keep us mainly on Omar and Henry.
They're very far ahead, but we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, can you get quad Max, Omar, Henry, Maddie? Yeah, Arhan, unfortunately, is a bit out of the race. None of our 4 top guys are in it. We have Jack. Oh, okay, Jack is 46. Everyone besides the top, there's only 4 people that are in it right now. It is Max way out in front. He is going to win unless a disaster strikes. We are waiting to see if he's on NAR watch. A really good solve. He might be on world record watch. And Omar with pacing 40.5. Henry 41.0. Maddie hoping one of them screws up.
Omar needs a 43 for Canadian NR. That's totally within his realm. He's currently pacing to beat it by over a second. That's insane.
Okay, those 4-second indicators are what Omar needs to stay in second, what Henry needs to overtake Omar.
So we'll be watching mainly for this storyline here as Max does a sports solve. Omar needs a 41.92 for second. Henry needs to get a 39. So this could be a really huge fight for second and third. Maddie is likely out of podium unless both of them have mistakes on this 5th solve. This is going to be so fun to watch.
Oh no, Max, what is happening? 13 seconds.
Oh, this is not going to be his best solve, but he already has a 31, 37, 34. He's fine to throw away a solve here.
Yeah, but I mean, he's going to win, but like we're talking about records, right?
Yeah, we're talking about records.
If he gets his worst solve right here, he counts it. He cannot get North American record, but I think he's at a good spot.
Look at this 3x3 stage again. The transition he has in edges is insane.
On. Yeah, oh my God.
G-Perm 37.
I think he has.
I
North
think
American
it still
record.
is.
Check North American. Check his BPA. What's his BPA? 34.49. Is that North American record? It's
it
right
would be
on it. Oh my goodness. This is why Max is so good. That G-Perm is.
If he gets
so
NAR single, it's definitely there.
That G-Perm is so hard to execute, and he's under pressure on NAR pace.
32.55 for North American record for Max Park.
Okay,
32.55.
Omar can put it away right here. His best possible average is faster than Henry's. He can secure second place with. The math is eluding us right now because the projections show what they need to overtake Henry's projection, not his best possible. But
yes, we are watching all eyes on Omar Elabon. He can potentially wrap up a runner-up North American champion title with this solve here.
Check this flip here because he's on good pace. Omar is such a vibes competitor, and you know he's feeling good. Oh, he's finishing
just a little bit of luck.
No, but he's on in 19 seconds. And for this speed, to get a high 30, he's totally on pace. You got to hit these edges. You got to not panic. You got to stay calm. Oh, 27 seconds lost for it. Don't panic, Omar. You got a parry case? Omar Alba. No, and he doesn't know his last 2 edge outs, so this is great for him. And he's going to lock up second place if he can just execute right now.
Last one. No, he plus 2s. He plus 2 with a 42. Henry Lickner might.
The door's open for Henry.
The door has opened for Henry.
What is Henry? It's about to go in. What does Henry need to get second
Omar
place?
Elabon has Canadian NR, but
41
away.
Graphics. What does he need for second? 4 seconds. Henry needs 41.
41.20.
Overhead on Henry.
Overhead on Henry.
He's on 3x3 stage.
He's on 3x3 stage.
It's a gimme.
Oh my God. T-Case. A-Perm. He's got it. 39.13 for runner-up North American champion. Henry Lickner locks up second at the death. Omar Elabon will still get third. But what an insane way to end off third and second.
Congratulations to Henry. What a rock. Oh my goodness. What an amazing comeback. Omar just right there. A little mistake. He just had it, and just that +2 cost him a little bit of sloppiness in that timer stop. Henry, just an amazing solver. We saw that composure at Worlds last year. He knows he's on pace. He's excited. That's who you were here for. Congratulations, Henry.
I'll need to see if Omar, without the +2, would have gotten second, because if that's the case, he might have +2'd out of runner-up. But I think Henry's last solve was good enough to
Omar would have
take
won
it outright.
No, Omar would have won by 0.01.
Oh my goodness.
It's 0.67 for a +2, and he won. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my. That is. Look at that +2. Oh, it's just a sloppy finish. No, it wasn't. I mean, it's a sloppy finish. It's like a half table. It's one of those sloppy finishes that get punished by the table. You throw the cube up, and it's just like randomness if you're gonna get punished or not. But it's just you gotta finish that solve. Omar Elabon, though, with a great result, takes Bill Wang's NAR. Canadian NRs have been changing hands so fast. Arhan, Bill Wang, Omar, 3 weeks. 3 or 4 weeks in a row. And Max Park on NAR watch.
So now we're just going to watch to see if Max gets NAR to end things off. It's a guarantee he will win.
Whoa. Is that last 4?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God, he could do it.
He could actually do it here. 32.55.
Come on, Max.
He's on last layer. Does he
know the ZB?
He got it! 32.22! He's got NAR to win it! Max Park on the last solve gets North American record. What a way to win the competition.
That NAR has been standing for so long, Max. I know Max talks about when Tamon beat his record, he talks about getting his PRs again. He talks about breaking world record. He's on he's in the stepping stones. He still has it. It's been so many years. You think he's out 34.
Wow.
65 continental record average. Congratulations. That is so clutch too. 32 is not a common time for Max. Absolutely massive. Just what a final. Oh my goodness. Even Max ran away with it, obviously, but in the most exciting fashion. And then Henry Omar trading blows up until the very end. Maddie ending with a great solve 240 with a 42 average. Arhan pulled it back in 44. Vishal 45. That wraps everything up.
That is a wrap on this first final. What a way to do it. Look at Kevin. He's exasperated right now after that. 2 records, a national record for Canada, the North American record finally being broken. What a way to start off the finals of this competition.
That's so exciting. I'm so happy for Henry and Omar. I mean, it is a little bit of a bummer for Omar, but he got national record. He's on his podium. This is his first big major. And he is going to be down on field with Alyssa, where she's got a dual interview with Henry and Omar. Congratulations.
The VIP.
From an exciting final to a bittersweet goodbye, we will now move to our second final of the day, which will be Clock. We have 20 more amazing competitors to showcase on the stream. We'll momentarily hear from Alyssa Esperez, who will introduce us to our next 20 finalists.
Yeah, we have a very interesting Clock final coming up. Of course, with the removal of Clock, this is going to be the final North American Championship round for Clock. We're going to crown the eternal North American champion, the defending champ right now, Brendan Dunnigan, one of the big names to watch. We saw him start off quite hazy in both round 1 and 2, starting off with a DNF and a 6 in the first round, being able to clutch it up, though, in the semifinals with a low 2 to make his way into semis. We see Carter Thomas returning from his big cube break, not really breaking for big cubes, but on the grind right now, back in it, in our second seed position. We see other top solvers going into here. Alessandro, Sebastian Stone, Volodymyr Kapustiansky, tons of great names. Right now, the main story that we see is Brendan versus Volodymyr, easily two of the best Clock solvers in the world, and we're maybe going to be looking at who's going to vie for third, but really with how electric and all over the place Clock is at the moment, it's anyone's game. And last time we had a Clock round follow up 5x5 record at a U.S. major, it was something electric.
All right, we'll go now to Alyssa Esperez, who will introduce us to our next 20 North American Championship finalists.
USA, Rex Ochvath.
Manu.
In the 19th seed from Michigan, USA, Thomas Grayhor.
That's my computer.
In the 18th seed from Connecticut, USA, Brandon Villadolid. In the 17th seed from North Carolina, USA, Chase Pack. In the 16th seed from New York, USA, Aaron Jake Wong. In your 15th seed from Ontario, Canada, Jake Stevenson. In your 14th seed from California, USA, Ethan Mendelson. In your 13th seed from Connecticut, USA, Quinn Maloney. In your 12th seed from Wisconsin, USA, Zachary Cribb. In your 11th seed, a 5-time North American record holder, including the current North American record single and average, a 2-time world record holder, the silver medalist at the last World Championship, and the defending North American champion. From California, USA, Brendan Dunnigan. In your 10th seed from New York, USA, Evan Waters. In your 9th seed from Georgia, USA, Drake Denton Richard. In your 8th seed from Iowa, USA, Max McGill. In your 7th seed from Virginia, USA, Zachary Shaw. In your 6th seed from New Jersey, USA, Ryan Kern. In your 5th seed from Washington, USA, Adedian Kumarsaran. In your 4th seed, an 8-time national record holder, a 3-time North American record holder, a 4-time world record holder, the current European average record holder, the current world champion from Minnesota, USA, Volodymyr Kapuściański. In your third seed, the 2026 Western champion from California, USA, Sebastian Stone. In your second seed, a 3-time North American record holder, a former world record holder from Illinois, USA, Carter Thomas. And your first seed, a 2025 World Championship finalist from California, USA, Alessandro Diamempo.
All right, thank you, Alyssa, for that incredible introduction. We are now ready to get started with our clock final.
Yeah, things are tense. You can hear the room. It is electric. Everyone in the audience is so stoked. Again, this is Clock's last hurrah on a North American stage, so everyone super excited to show and try and claim the title of eternal North American champion. Of course, Brendan Dunnigan trying to go back-to-back.
And as we mentioned, this could go anyone's way as every sprint event final at our majors goes. This could truly be anyone's game today. It could be the 20th seed or the 1 seed. That's why these short events are so exciting to watch here on the biggest stage. There's going to be 4 people that we'll be watching on the main stations with overheads. Those will be Volodymyr Kapuściański, Sebastian Stone, Carter Thomas, and Alessandro Diamempo. We'll also be taking a look at some other incredible solvers, including Brendan Dunnigan, as you'll see up there on our side stages. Looks like the first waves of clocks are now going to be coming out.
Brendan Dunnigan's first solve of clock finals. We see a center edge skip. Skips 1D move and 7 simul.
180 to start, and incredible.
It's solved. Dude, look at his face.
Wow.
No reaction whatsoever. He is here to win it.
Yes, it's going to be extremely interesting to see how Volodymyr Kapuściański now does in that first solve, given how well Brendan did on that one. Carter Thomas is method neutral. He uses both 7 simul and 7 simul flip. And we'll get to see how he does in this first one.
7 simul flip.
And he'll still put down a 286. Very respectable start for Carter Thomas. He placed second in the last round. Beat his previous PRs a little bit too as well.
Currently projected third right now. Evan Waters 285 is the second fastest single we've seen so far in this final. Aaron Jake Wong 256.
Sebastian Stone will DNF his first. That is gonna be a huge impact. He's probably one of the people that could potentially steal third place today for sure. So it's definitely something to watch out for. Here's Volodymyr Kapuściański, lives in North Dakota. He is likely going to be an extreme favorite to podium at this competition. We'll see how he does. 188. This is going to be so close between Follow and Brendan.
Yeah, again, Volodymyr also wants his shot at the title too. Drake Denton Richard offering 229, the third fastest solve we have seen so far in the finals. We haven't seen Alessandro, our number 1 seed, do solve number 1 yet. Could be seeing something great there too. Here, let's see. We have a replay of Volodymyr solve. Yeah, you see that center edge skip, skipping 1D move. And just flawless execution. 188 for Volodymyr.
The key to today is going to be flawless execution, as you just said.
Alessandro with 307
and
on the first one.
It looks like, I think he did get a successful solve there. He was doing some turns on it after, just trying to maybe get a few extra warm-up turns on the clock before he completes the rest. Maybe he just wasn't feeling right on that first solve. Look, and clock is one of those events. The short events are coming out in waves. So we'll usually see a lot of solvers go at the same time. So there's going to be a little bit of a pause now that most of these solvers have finish their first solve.
Carter Thomas going up for scramble number 2. This is the first time we are seeing scramble 2 on a stream. Let's see how it looks. Looking at, there is a center edge skip, so that saves 1 D move for all the 7 simul users. And it looks like Carter Thomas is a 6 simul.
Brendan Dunnigan off stream 269. Carter Thomas will get a 3 flat for his second solve.
Yeah, we did see only 2 pins pushed up there. I believe that is a 6 simul right there, which means that this scramble is another juicer. If competitors
Sebastian Stone is DNF'd twice. He is officially out of contention for podium.
Yeah, again, that second scramble looks to be quite juicy. Any top solver, if they decide to go all out like Drake Dent Richard does here, we could see something really good. 225.
He's very happy with that. Very, very happy with that.
Counts that 229, or that 229 could be the worst possible solve. We're only 2 solves deep, but amazing performance so far that easily moves him up in the rankings. Again, projected first, Volodymyr right now waiting. 432 on his second solve.
Brandon Dunnigan also got a 2-6 in the second solve off stream. So both of Volo, Brendan, most of the top solvers seem to be struggling with this second scramble, even though it is very nice.
I'm not sure, couldn't see if it was solved or not. Aaron Jake Wong got a 239. Unsure if there's any penalties to be applied to that, but another big name to watch out for. Zachary Shaw 282 on the second one. We see three solvers right now with DNFs: Evan Waters, Adi Hayan, and Sebastian Stone. Sebastian Stone, of course, DNF average. Can't make it on the podium with that.
Few DNFs. Adiyan Kumar Shan, who got 5th, DNF'd. Evan Waters also DNF'd as well.
Brendan Dunnigan about to go up for solve number 3. He'll be taking his time here. Again, Brendan going for the back-to-back. He wants it.
Yep, he for sure does. I think that it would be a great way for him to send this off with an eternal Continental Champion title, winning it back-to-back, and then also with the runner-up World Champion title, finishing off maybe with a World Champion win. I think he wants to go out with a bang in this event.
Again, last time we saw him on the North American Championship final stage, he got North American record average. No D-move skip there. It's just 1 tick, though, not too bad.
Little lock up there. It's going to have to be safety flipped, a 5 flat. It's going to be good. It's an ODNF, but definitely not what you want to see there, Zach.
He's allowed 1 bad solve in the average, and right now he's counting a 269. Has that 1.8. Any good time should account for Brendan.
Here's Carter Thomas for solve 3. He has a 2-8 and a 3 flat. He'll 7 simul flip this one again. 323. Not the happiest with that one, but it is solved.
258 there for Alessandro on attempt number 2, it appears.
Yeah, Alessandro's a little bit behind, but still probably one of the better times we've seen on attempt 2 outside of Drake, Den, and Richard, who will now cut to.
Drake is currently projected first right now, 229, 225. Can really cement himself something great here on this if he's able to keep up the pace. Again, being 3 solves in will not guarantee anything, as anyone can double DNF back-to-back. But if he can hold this momentum, a little lucky there.
369 had to safety flip that one, so definitely not his strongest solve. That a lot of these competitors are now seeming to struggle a little bit on solve 3. We'll keep an eye out. Some DNFs coming in. Brendan Villazola, Chase Pack will record DNFs. Some 4s, 5s, and 6s coming in on our WCA live screen in front of us right now.
I think a lot of competitors starting to feel the nerves, knowing that they only have 3 more attempts in this clock final. Aaron Jake Wong still top name right now, currently projected second. This is attempt 3 for him based on the scramble.
325 for him, so a lot of competitors seeming to be struggling on this 3rd solve. This might not be the best scramble for 7 simul. We'll take a look at Zachary Cribb, the Wisconsinite. 331 for him. We'll cut back over to Brendan Dunnigan for his 4th. He has the 5, but he also has a 1-8 and a 2-6. But one thing that we know about Brendan, he loves pressure. He lives and feeds on this. So if you're looking for a great solve here, it's going to come soon.
Center edge skip. That's 1 D-move skip that makes the solve all the better. 247. It is good. Brendan Dunnigan counts a 247 and 269 on pace for sub 3. That 5 looming over him, though. This last solve isn't free for him. He still has to work for it.
He still does. seeing a lot of these competitors just waiting for their fourth and fifth solve right now. Carter Thomas just living in the moment right now. We'll keep an eye out on these fourth solves starting to come in a little bit more. Alessandro is still waiting for solve 3. Now it looks like Volodymyr, I think, just went on the blue. I think we just got, no, one of the overheads. Sebastian Stone was, who was already out of contention, was just recording his third. I think he's just going all out for single right now.
See a little bit of a break in the cubes being ran. But here we see Carter Thomas getting a clock delivered to him. Again, number 2 seed going this round. Right now he's projected 7th.
Like we said earlier, we're starting to see a picture be painted as more solve 4s are coming in. We have Drake Denham Richard, Aaron Jake Wong, Brandon Dunnigan, Volodymyr Kapuschansky all contending right now for podium spots. We're gonna wait and see what Alessandro gets on 3 as well, but we could be seeing a very tight race for North American champion.
Hopefully we can get multiple angles of these clock solvers. There we go. No Carter Thomas, though, in this picture.
Watch for Drake Denham Richard on the bottom right. He's currently on the best pace of the final so far.
Super quick memo. He's ready.
Oh, not the best turning. And he dropped it, not solved. I think that's a DNF.
It's not enough yet.
It's good, but you saw, I don't know if we're going to replay that later, but you saw as he was finishing it up, it was off, the entire backside was off by 1 o'clock, so we had to safety flip it back, correct it. So 485, so that will count the 369. That's one of those things that could knock you out of podium contention.
Right now we are looking, only a handful of solvers are still in podium contention at this point. Basically, your top 7 are the only ones still with a good shot at it. Brendan Dunnigan going for solve number 5 here.
And Volodymyr Kapuschansky recording a 3:14. Aaron Jake Wong is on really good pace right now. A 2:30 off stream. That's going to be incredibly good news for him. He's got a 242 BPA and a 273 WPA. He could have just completely locked up a podium here, depending on how things go for these solve 4 and 5s.
It looks like we will see him on the podium. It's all going to come down to what Brendan is able to do in this moment.
Brendan could lock up first place for now with a 229. Needs a 382 to place on the podium for now. He's going to go all out here and has to safety flip. Oh, 439. He just counted one of his. That's going to count. So he's probably out of podium.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. 318 for Brenda Dunnigan. Not how you
Here's a
want to go
replay of the Aaron Jake Wong 230 and the pop-off that he just had off the 16th seeded stage. That's exactly what we were talking about. One of these competitors can just fly straight up and take one of these top spots. And he's just playing with the crowd right now.
I think Aaron Jake Wong is guaranteed to be your North American champion. I don't know if he's reacting to that. I don't know if he knows that yet.
I don't know if he knows that yet.
No one's best possible average is able to catch up to him.
Well, he still has WPA of 273, and Volo and Drake can. Drake's out of it, but Volo could still potentially get it if he gets BPA. He needs to count the 188. So we're just going to watch Volodymyr Kapuschansky on his 5th solve. He could potentially take North American champion with BPA, but if not, it's Aaron Jake Wong's title to lose.
Carter Thomas knows that it's not enough there. All eyes on Volodymyr, all eyes on Aaron Jake Wong. Drake Denton Richard also about to receive, or has received, and is about to start inspection. Volodymyr also going up now. Volodymyr, the only person who could take the win away right now.
Here we go. It all comes up to him. All out and has the safety flip. 278. I think that means we're officially locked in. I believe that means Aaron Jake Wong is confirmed North American champion, unless something goes wrong on the final solve, because he still has that 325. But actually, wait. I think that might lock it in.
That is locked in. Aaron Jake Wong, you can see him reacting right now.
We're going to cut over to him right now. He's reacting right now. He has locked it up.
He doesn't even need the 5th solve.
He doesn't even need the 5th solve. He won it on 4. Oh my goodness.
Incredible solving there. Volodymyr Kapuschansky has locked up the podium. 3rd place is still up for grabs right now. Currently, it looks...
And look, here's his reaction to finding out he won. We're going to transition back here. But Wow, you can just see. Here's his final solve here. Doesn't matter at all. He's locked it up. It doesn't matter. He's won North American Championship with a 273 average. Incredible stuff from the New Yorker. Congratulations to Aaron Jake Wong, the 2026 clock North American champion and likely the eternal North American champion in clock.
The emotions just running through Aaron, such a hard worker, been giving it all for clock, has been trying to see the major podium for so long. He's finally got it. I talked to him earlier today. He was nervous going into this, but he's told me he's been practicing more 3x3 than clock lately. And here he is still coming out on top. Third place is still not solidified.
We still need to wait for Alessandro. He still has 2 solves left to go to our knowledge.
And he is on good pace right now. 238 there for Alessandro. Alessandro might be moving up into second place right now.
Yeah, he needs a 387 on last.
Alessandro could win.
Oh my God, Alessandro could win. We didn't realize that.
A 238, no, 252 is all Alessandro needs to be
Oh
North
my
American
goodness,
champion.
he just got the most incredible fourth solve ever.
He might
Wait, hold on,
steal
hold on,
it.
hold on.
It's not over.
Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, Alessandro, Aaron Jake Wong is guaranteed podium, but Alessandro Diamapo will have a chance to win it on 5.
It actually comes down to this last solve. Alessandro has that 544. He might not make podium. This last one, he needs
We had a
to give it
mistake
his all.
with our live results, and we did not see that Alessandro was still potentially able to get first place.
This is what clock is all about. All of these competitors care so much about this event, all of the work that they put
Oh my
in.
goodness.
Alessandro sees it right now. He's seeing that he has potential.
Oh my goodness, that's the worst time to see it, because now he's going to be so nervous going into this final solve stack.
Pressure makes diamonds, Ziller. What can Alessandro do? We're just waiting for that clock to be
It's
set
just a matter
out.
of it being scrambled. That is unbelievable. We didn't even
252.
consider that.
252 for first, 3 flat for second, 387 gets third. Anything worse is off the podium.
But Aaron Jake Wong, like we said, he's been working for that major podium.
It
for a
comes
long
down to
time.
this.
Alessandro Diamapo could win it. He needs a 252 to win it.
It is silent.
No, he
It's
didn't
not
get it. Aaron Jake Wong is your North American champion in clock. Alessandro Diamapo will get second. Volodymyr Kapustansky will finish in third with 289.
Amazing North American champion. You can see him, Alessandro, stoked just to be on the podium. Volodymyr Kapustiansky again in third place. A sub-3 average was needed to make podium.
Wow.
The most electric clock finals we have seen in recent history. Dude, I'm so
goodness.
stoked for Aaron. Not having it guaranteed, we thought it was locked up for Aaron, but Alessandro still had 2 more solves. Alessandro being able to confirm his spot in second place at 282.
What
Just
a way to do
amazing.
it under all that pressure. I don't think he's upset at all with second based on that reaction. I think he's just happy to be up on that podium. But what an incredible performance today for that man in white, Aaron Jake Wong, your 2026 clock North American champion as well as U.S. national champion.
Of course, this being the final clock round at a North American major, everyone was feeling the pressure. All 20 of these finalists, everyone who competed in clock at this competition felt the nerves. We saw 2 semifinalists, Fiona Bao and Ethan Zhuang, both big names for the finals, DNF out, meaning that all of these, every single person in this final felt the full weight of it. I can see everyone from behind the banner right now is just electric. There's so
everyone
much
is so
emotion
hyped.
hidden behind this wall
And as someone
here.
from the Northeast, I lived in the Northeast for 4 years. I competed and delegated so much with Aaron. He's put in so much work for this. I know how hard he's worked, just as you know how hard he's worked. I'm so happy for him. I'm also so happy for Alessandro getting a podium, as well as Volodymyr as well for getting another major championship podium. We're going to go ahead and soon cut back to Alyssa Esperez, who will be talking to our clock North American champion, Aaron Jake Wong.
Aaron Jake Wong, you are the clock North American champion. You came from the 16th seed all the way up to win. Tell us how you're feeling.
Ecstatic. I mean, I haven't been doing great the past month in clock, and I just won. So, I mean, I'm really happy.
You're coming into this competition, you are saying I'm not doing great. Like, how do you overcome that to get a win?
I mean, I talked to my coach, my best friend, Luke Reiser, and he gave me amazing advice to give him my all and know I am one of the best in the world. So I'm really grateful to Luke and to all my friends to help me achieve this today.
You had a national podium last fall. Now you have a continental championship win. What does it mean to you? And just give us a few shout outs and thank yous.
I mean, this is all I ever wanted. I mean, after getting second in last year in All-Stars, I mean, I saw what Fiona did and I wanted it, but I didn't get it. So I set my goal and I did it. So shout out to my dad, my family for keeping me not nervous, and to all my friends.
Aaron, congratulations. Aaron Jake Wong is your clock North American champion.
Welcome back, everyone. That was an insane final that we just witnessed. May be the last clock final we will see at the North American Championship. Either way, congratulations to Aaron Jake Wong. It's a whirlwind. We got to move on to the next event, Zach.
Of course.
It's going to be Pure Minx.
We want to save clock, but we got to save time, more importantly. Pure Minx finals coming up now. Big names. Kyle Mead, 145 PR average in the semifinals, going in again as your number 1 seed. Michael Nielsen as 6. Michael Nielsen going in as 6, the most dominant Pure Minx solver in North America over majors for the last 4 years. Had a little bit of falter in that semifinal. Hopefully he's able to bring it back in. Again, big names. David Andron Silva coming in with a 167 as your 2nd seed. Andrew Mao, reigning North American champion, with 168. So many talented solvers in this Pure Minx finals, and they're all gunning for that number 1 spot, Manu.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely insane. And watch out for the 2 Indians in the field. They're looking to play spoiler here on the North American stage. Darshan Pavanasi and Rishikesh Kakati. It's all happening right here, right now. We're just getting ready for the competitor announcements. Zach, we have a moment we can catch our breath just really, really briefly. Wow. This is the magic of the North American Championship, the major championship stage. We've seen a ridiculous 5x5 final where we saw not just a national record, it's a continental record as
It's
well.
just Friday. It's just another Friday.
And it's just Friday. What is in store here for the Pure Minx final? Only time will tell.
Yeah, no, just amazing. I'm going to be so excited for his Pure Minx final. Big names. Parker Traeger, 1st seed going into Worlds Finals, projected 8th right now. We're going to send it out to Alyssa Esperaz.
Here are your Pure Minx finalists. In our 20th seed from New York, USA, Evan Waters. In our 19th seed from Arizona, USA, Quinton Adisho. In our 18th seed from Indiana, USA, Luke Garrett. In our 17th seed from Washington, USA, Trip Peters. In our 16th seed from Ohio, USA, Dylan Cosson. In our 15th seed from New York, USA, Aiden Dincher. In our 14th seed from Massachusetts, USA, Matthew Jalcutt. In our 13th seed, the current Indian national record holder for Pure Minx single, representing India, Rishikesh Kakati. In our 12th seed, a 2-time world record holder, including the current world record single from Wisconsin, USA, Simon Kellum. In our 11th seed, placing 3rd at the last North American Championship from Texas, USA, Marcus Kamen. In our 10th seed, a former Canadian national record holder from British Columbia, Canada, Ash Chen. In our 9th seed, from Georgia, USA, Keon Wilson. In our 8th seed, from New York, USA, Parker Traeger. In our 7th seed, from New York, USA, Milan Vincent Andrick. In our 6th seed, a 3-time North American record holder, a former world record holder, the 2023, 2024, and defending U.S. national champion, placing 2nd at the last World Championship, the 2022 North American champion, and placing 2nd at the last North American Championship from Virginia, USA, Michael Nielsen. Our 4th seed, a former Indian national record holder, representing India, Darshan Babanasi. Our 5th seed, the current Great Lakes champion from Michigan, USA, Micah David Tice. Our 3rd seed, a 9-time Canadian national record holder, including the current national record single and average, the defending North American champion from Ontario, Canada, Andrew Mao. Our 2nd seed, placing 2nd at CubingUSA All-Stars 2025 from Massachusetts, USA, David Andron Silva. And our 1st seed, a former North American record holder from Pennsylvania, USA, Kyle Mead.
And with that, the stage is set for this Pyraminx final. Buckle in, folks. It's going to be a extremely fast one. Pyraminx is a very, very, very fast puzzle. The winner will almost certainly average under 2 seconds, and if they don't, well, that's a story in and of itself. Manu Singhal and Zach Rydell, we're on the mic here. We will bring you through what's going to be just absolutely lights out if the previous finals are anything to go off of, Zach.
Yeah, really looking at our top 8 seeds, every single one of them has a very valid opportunity to be your North American champion, or to at least take home the gold for those not representing a continent or a country in North America, in the continent. I'm so messed up because I'm so excited. But yeah, Kyle Mead came into this round with a 145 PR average, currently tied for 8th in the world with Clem Tucker, who did not make the finals.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just missed it by 1 spot.
It's a big story in and of itself. We're going to bring you this kind of this quad box view as the competitors get started with their first several solves. After that, the projected rankings will populate on your left-hand side. You can keep track of who is pacing for a gold medal as the times begin to roll in. Marcus came in already in right now. First solve 175. That's a strong bid. Aiden Dincher 179. Quickly following it up. Let's see what Andrew Mao can put together here. It's a 2-tip scramble. A 3-tip scramble, excuse me, and a big fumble there right at the beginning. 331. He's going to be put a bit far behind as he starts to make his championship bid.
That is the worst solve currently out of everyone who has done attempt number 1. Michael Nielsen.
He's going to be at the same time as David. David will finish first, 232. Calm little timer stop there. Now Michael Nielsen, the greatest Pyramix final solver of all time.
Not sure what he got there. Michael Nielsen looking for his time to be put in. Darshan with a 139. Kyle Mead with a 170. Looks like Michael Nielsen got 229 on that first one.
Okay, so we're already seeing like a little bit of a shakeup through solve 1. Of course, you can't win on just one solve. You actually can't win on 2 solves either. Best and worst being dropped here. Zach, what do you see so far from the behavior of the competitors, from the fumbles that we're seeing, from the successes that we're seeing so far?
So something that's really interesting about our current layout of Pyramix competitors is we have a lot of familiar faces, but a lot of new ones as well. Some of these people are very experienced with the major championship stage. Kyle Mead and Michael Nielsen being 2 big ones. Parker Traeger 165, but Parker Traeger actually kind of new to the major stage, only coming back as of recently, making onto these major podiums. Still quite familiar with the pressure, though. I mean, going first seed into Worlds Finals, you got to know what it's like a little bit.
And nerves are definitely going to be a difference maker, or at least a potential difference maker in this one. Who can hold their nerves for as long as possible in this very tight contest? Andrew Mao now, can he bounce back after that 3? Little locky, but a 2 flat. He's coming back into the race a little bit. Better. We'd like to see stuff more like that.
I was going to say, that was a 4-tip scramble as well, as bad as it gets. So being able to execute that quite well still very important.
Looks like Andrew is getting his puzzles first, so he will probably finish his average before everyone else. It's could be an advantage, disadvantage. Sometimes when you hear what other people get, applause and whatnot, can either throw you off or can give you information. So we'll have to see how that goes. That's going to be a +2 from Ash Chen, unfortunately. 3.07, 5.07 now.
We're seeing a warm-up right now from David Andrum Silva. Again, came into this seated second. A lot of expectations here.
Looks like actually Kyle will start his solve first, and then David will start his inspection shortly after that. Again, a 4-tip scramble, not fantastic. What can you put down here? 226 from Kyle Mead. Okay, yeah, feels like he's keeping on pace with the rest of the field. David Andron Silva, moving into your main view now. Oh man, the nerves are real, Zach. You can start to see the fumbles from these competitors who are so good otherwise.
Of course, Michael Nielsen off stream 177 on attempt number 2. Would like to see what Parker Traeger gets on that, as he's currently projected first. Parker sitting right next to Michael. You might see 2 people on a podium from stations right next to each other.
Coming in at seeds 6 and 8 respectively too.
Micah David Fias 190, quite upset with it. Maybe a lot of potential on that one.
Of course, Micah getting a huge PR in round 1, moving into the top 20 in the world in their own right. And we want to follow that up here in the final. Scramble number 3, this is our first look at it. This is a 2-tip scramble here. Just an unfortunate lockup there for Andrew Mao. Not looking the smoothest on this set of scrambles so far. Looks like off the side, we did see Parker raise up the DNF card.
At least laughing it off, maybe taking a little bit of a stride. Very important to have good spirits.
Certainly.
Especially in a sprint event. Darshan 185. That time is counting right now. Projected first in this round. Kyle Mead going up third now. Looks like 2 tips. 243.
That counts that 226. That might be it already, given how fast all of our other solvers are.
Of course, yeah, it's going to depend on the final two scrambles. If they're any good, if they're good, then anybody really has a chance.
Milan Vincent Andrick, 221 on solve 4. 199 best possible average if he can get sub a 1.64, but that 4.52 is looming overhead. Michael Nielsen in the bottom right of your screen, starting inspection now. Again, this is attempt 3 for Michael Nielsen.
Yeah, just due to the way that he prepares himself, he's probably going to be the last one. There's a very good chance that he's the last one to finish his average. Can he put something fantastic together here? Yes, he can. 1.97, so he's going to be counting a sub 1. He's going to tie Darshan, but Darshan has an opportunity to move ahead. There's our first look at scramble number 4, a 3-chip scramble. Oh, big fumble there from Darshan and a +2. That's going to be 4.89, so he's going to count 268. That's not really a time that you wanted to count now. So Michael should be moving up quite a good amount. And yeah, there he is, number 1 in the projected ranking so far.
Again, Michael Nielsen, with only one exception since 2022, has gotten second or better at every major championship he has gone to in Pyraminx. Kyle Mead, solve number 4. Currently counting 226.
Oh. Can Kyle put his name up there as well? 2.12. Unfortunately, not really the time I was looking for. Still in the projected 5th place. I want to bring your attention to Micah David Diaz, who with a 1.47 on Scramble 3 has now moved into 1st place, counting a 1.90. Best counting time of the round so far. Ash Chen currently in 3rd place, projected. Looked a little confused there.
That time is counting now, and a +2. So that time doesn't count. 268 there for Milan Vincent Andrick. Will close out the average.
Aiden Dincher with another sub 2 second solve.
Parker Traeger 184. That is counting because of that DNF. That DNF will loom over him, but he has a lot of potential still in his counting times. Michael Nielsen also 197, currently as his 1 counting time, guaranteed to count because of the 229. Hopefully he's able to bring the average back down.
You saw Milan there. Milan being one of the first to finish alongside Marcus came in. Now Darshan has finished up his average 2.19. That is the best time that is fully in the book so far. So everyone will be chasing that. Aiden Dincher has a chance to beat that. Luca Garrett has a chance to beat that if he gets BPA and counts 1.92. Michael Nielsen, solve number 4. We're going to see where his average is going to go here, but it looks like he will have a chance to beat 2.19 as well, as he steals himself for just a couple more seconds going into solve number 4 of what could be the winning average at the North American Championship.
Darshan sets the bar, 219 average. If you want to get on podium, you gotta beat that. Michael Nielsen getting ready to solve now. Scramble number 4. 4 tips again.
Extremely
180.
solid. Oh my goodness. That is, he's a stone cold killer out there. He's put himself in fantastic position. Of course,
Worst
Kyle
possible is 202, not sub 2. Kyle Mead, 205, even with that long solution, that won't be sub 2, but at least be a decent enough average. Will cement himself ahead of Darshan with a 214 average. Parker Traeger currently projected 1st.
This is a big, big solve for Parker. A bad solve here, and he's instantly out of the race. A good solve, however, keeps him in it, and he's trying to keep his seat at the top. David Andron Silva in your top right as well. Looks like he'll actually solve first, 166.
That could put David back in it. Parker
DNF. That's a DNF.
DNF average for Parker Traeger. He will not be seeing the North American podium here, unfortunately. A sad sight to see.
How the cookie crumbles sometimes, and it can be very, very cruel. Aiden Dincher has a chance to get a sub 2 average with a BPA. Doesn't look like it's going to be BPA 233. Let's see what is going to put their average.
There's that replay miss 1 looking. 112 at DNF earlier in the average. It doesn't matter what Parker gets. He is not going to be able to make it onto the podium. Heartbreaking finish there for Parker Traeger. Michael Nielsen still projected first. He has not locked up the win.
Aiden Dincher 214, but worse on single, which is just wild.
Yeah,
Just
currently
wild.
tied with Kyle Mead, but again, worse single puts Kyle ahead. 214 is the bar right now to make podium. And here's Michael's fifth and final solve. 227 will lock up first, or not lock up, will continue to put him in first place. Best possible average might close it out and make it so no other competitor can get it. So we're looking sub 1.77 here.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like if he gets best possible average, no one else can get there.
Yeah, because Micah David gets DNF, counting the 245.
Wow.
177, potentially even a little bit closer to that.
Can Michael close the door and grab another continental podium, another major podium? His bookshelf is overflowing with accolades.
David Andron Silva also in the top right. It is going to be one of these two competitors potentially at the top of the podium. Who are we going to see go first?
Will it be Michael? Will it be David?
It's Michael going first.
Two scramble.
See, we've seen 197, our only sub 2 in a scramble for Marcus Kamen.
Semi-blocky. Can Michael put it away here? A bit long, a 213. That's going to be accounting time. So he's not going to get WPA, but he's going to get the first sub 2 average.
189. 189 wins it here.
189 to win.
He's got it.
David Andron Silva with a 1.95 average, guaranteed to end up on the podium.
Guaranteed to win. Oh, wait, no. Micah David Theus.
There's one more solve.
Even with that DNF, Micah David Theus needs 151 or better to become your North American champion. Given he's already got a 147, it's not out of reach. All eyes now on Micah. 208 will get him on the podium. Came in here as the 17th seed. How can he finish?
151. That's the time to win. It's not going to be it here. A big fumble there. And
Won't even make it on the podium. A nice little salute offwards. David Andron Silva, your North American champion in Pure Minx. Michael Nielsen, second place, keeping that streak alive. Kyle Mead in third place. 214, his first North American Championship podium. Good sportsmanship there from Michael.
That's a little bit of heartbreak for Aiden Dincher, also with a 2.14 average, but losing out on single by 0.09 of a second, will end up in fourth place. But big congratulations to those two. David Andron Silva, 1.95 average, is the North American champion here in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah, you can hear the crowd finally giving David all of the applause. Looking to get a photo there. I wouldn't blame him.
Oh, absolutely. Live in this moment, David. What a great, great achievement for someone who's still quite young in their cubing career and is just starting to rack up the accolades. I have to say, could not be more impressed with Michael Nielsen and his ability to just hang in there. And as you're right, he continued the streak once again of excellence at major championships. We got to study this guy. Like, we got to figure out, like, take his blood samples or something.
I will be interviewing him tomorrow, so maybe we can get a clue in there.
There
on,
you go.
The secret sauce there. But we are going to be going to an onstage interview with your North American champion, David Andron Silva, here with Alyssa Esperaz.
David Andron Silva, congratulations. You are the Pure Minx North American champion. How are you feeling?
Gosh, it's amazing. I got second at U.S. Nationals last year. A lockup cost me the win, and so I'm so happy to get it after a really rough start.
Tell me what the last few months have looked like from last November until now. What's gone into going from second place to first?
I've been doing like comp sims pretty much every day. I mean, yeah, it's just so unpredictable in a final like this, and so after the first two solves, I kind of thought I was going to lose, but I was able to pull it together.
I know winning a championship, there's so many people behind you supporting you and cheering you on. Do you want to give some shout outs or thank yous to those people?
Yeah, for sure. Well, my parents are in the front row. Thank you for taking me this comp. And my sister's somewhere in the venue as well. And obviously thank you to all my friends and family who are watching and supporting me.
David, congratulations, North American champion in Pyraminx.
And with that, another North
This
American
is a
champion
reminder
has
that-
been crowned here. Congrats to David Andron Silva, Michael Nielsen, and Kyle Mead for making it on to the North American podium here at the North American Championship. It's just incredible stuff. Somehow these majors continue to deliver. We saw a continental record in the first final that we've had in our afternoon slate on day 2. Carter, we have so much more in store as well. Cue us in a little bit on the one-handed finals, which is going to come up very shortly.
Yeah, so we have quite a slate of talented solvers. We have Neo Juarez from the Philippines leading the pack with an 8.7 average. Rue user, importantly. Max Park and Luke Garrett rounding out second and third place, only separated by a margin of 0.01 seconds. We probably won't see any records given 7.6 for Luke is incredible, but there will definitely be some fireworks across this podium.
Yeah, certainly. Loads of other names to watch out for as well. Brian Johnson, and listen out for this name. Alejandro Daniel Salceda Corvera from Mexico has a very good chance to get on to the North American podium here. Third place at the South American Championship just a couple of weeks ago. Can he get it done? Only time will tell. It's time to introduce our finalists, and for that, we will send it down to the field and Alyssa Esperaz.
Happened yet this evening? I don't know. Who's excited for our last final of the evening? 3x3 one-handed. In our 20th seed from Georgia, USA, Caleb Chen. In our 19th seed from Ohio, USA, Nolan Wood. In our 18th seed from Ohio, USA, Jack Pfeiffer. In our 17th seed from Texas, USA, Ryan Ilagan. In our 16th seed from Alberta, Canada, Kyle Santucci. In our 15th seed from New York, USA, Anthony Jong. In our 14th seed from Texas, USA, Ryan Pilot. In our 13th seed from Texas, USA, Ray Bai. In our 12th seed from New Jersey, USA, Sean Mack. In our 11th seed from Minnesota, USA, Andy Wong. In our 10th seed, a former national record holder from Tennessee, USA, Eli Parker. In our 9th seed from New York, USA, Aiden Dincher. In our 8th seed from California, USA, Brendan Dunnigan. In our 7th seed from California, USA, Micah Yo. In our 6th seed from North Carolina, USA, Andreas Lambropoulos. our first seed today, it represents the Philippines. He is the 2025 current world champion, Neo Juarez. In our fifth seed, an 18-time national record holder, including the current national record single and average for Mexico, the 2023 and 2025 Mexican national champion from Puebla, Mexico, Alejandro Daniel Salceda Corvera. In our fourth seed, a 2025 World Championship finalist from Wisconsin, USA, Brian Johnson. In our third seed, the current world record average holder and defending U.S. national champion from Indiana, USA, Luke Garrett. And finally, in our second seed, a former national record holder, a 2-time North American record holder, a 10-time world record holder, the 2017, 2018, 2019, 2023, and 2024 national champion, 2017 and 2019 world champion, placing second at the last World Championship, and the defending North American champion from California, USA, Max Park.
And with that, welcome to the one-handed finals, everyone. It is going to be just insane here. Neo sitting off to the side because he is not representing a North American country, but of course we will still bring you his times as they come in. I'm going to be watching Max and Luke in particular, both color neutral, one-handed solvers. They have a very similar style in terms of using the table. Both competitors honestly use the table more than the cube is like in the air.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how they can go about their solving. And of course, Brian Johnson also a color neutral solver as well. And you heard from Alyssa, Alejandro Daniel, so many accolades for his country of Mexico, representing Mexico on the biggest stage North America has.
Yeah, I mean, 10:48 in that last round. The North American podium is going to be a 10:29 average from that last round, given Neo is not in the continent of North America. So he's still a pretty interesting competitor in terms of how this podium will be rounded out.
Already getting some solves in Nolan Wood right now. The best is quickly usurped by Eli Parker, 9.83 second solve on the first. That's a good start for Woji. Let's see if Luke Garrett or someone else can live up to that. Brian Johnson looks like he's attempted a ZBLL. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows full, but there he must have just misrecognized. Oh, 7:42.
All right.
Wow, what a start.
And that is a dramatic way to start the final. The world record holder, Luke Garrett, with a 7.42 second solve. Max Park is certainly capable of sub-8 solves as well.
Yeah, Luke really setting the tone here. Hopefully he doesn't get too nervous about starting off the average so well.
How will Max respond? Surely Max heard a little bit of the applause. Looks like he also picked blue cross as well, so same cross color is the choice. Looks like the solution is significantly different though, as he gets a 9.8 and Neo with a 7.87 just behind Luke Garrett. We're through one solve already, and it is chaos out here, Carter.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a replay of Luke Garrett's 7.42 solve. Yeah, really good turning for last layer there. I think he had maybe a V perm, kind of hard to tell, but very good turning for last layer, leading to that 7.4.
Also want to shout out a guy from my region, actually,
pretty close to me from the Bay Area in California, Micah Yo, 9.17. He's third place overall at the competition so far. He's a replay of Neo. Neo's using Ru, so he's actually the only Ru user, I believe, in this entire field. So you'll see him start on one side, then another side, and then start to use the table as he makes a bunch of M moves to solve the remaining slice. Brian Johnson now was looking pretty decent, but not able to get the solution kind of together as he gets an 11. Looks like Alejandro also had an 11-second solve.
Yeah, seeing Brian get OLL PLL is not what he wants to see, given he can do full ZB. Eli Parker counting a 9.9. That's, or at worst, counting a 9.9.
Right.
We've only got 2 solves done, but that's a great start for him.
Yeah, 9.9 is absolutely fantastic. We'll want to keep up that pace. Micah struggling a little bit, it looked like, at the tail end of F12 going into OLL. 11.26, not too bad, considering that he already has a 9. But we'll definitely need to get something closer to a 9 than an 11 if he is to keep up his pace. Near the top of this incredibly stacked field, Luke Garrett has his puzzle now in front of him. Neo is going to be solving as well. Looks like we'll go to Neo first. His route turning just so smooth, so calm, so collected. Struggled there on the CMLL. Unfortunately, looks like he had bad EO. This is going to be one that he's probably not going to count. 1097 for Neo.
Luke here.
White cross.
PLO at 5.9, 7.9.
Yes, an incredible.
Counting 7. Wow.
I want to see the replay on that. It looked like he sort of got some sort of skip. Either that or he just went flawlessly into OLO. And I want to say he had an A-perm. Something very, very nice there at the end as he gets his second 7-second solve here. Yeah, here we go. Here's what we're looking at. Okay, yeah, just flawless. Just flawless OLO. And yeah, indeed an A-perm for OLO. Fantastic stuff from Luke Garrett. I mean, if he keeps this up, we are on world record watch again?
Yeah, I mean, it's frankly ridiculous, Luke's turning, even with the constant table abuse that a lot of one-handed solvers claims to slow down times. Doesn't really stop Luke.
Just masterful stuff from Luke Garrett. Love to see him performing at this level.
He hasn't counted a 7 since UAUC Spring 2026, which was in April. So this is his best start to an average in at least the last 3 months.
Luke definitely one of the best solvers in this field if you look at average of 100, which measures consistency over the last several official rounds. But Eli starting pretty strong with the 9-9 himself, getting a little lost there on what looked like the OLL, maybe trying to do a different alg for CP potentially. 13-14 instead. You have 1 solve to give, so we'll have to see where Woji's average goes from here.
Yeah, Eli also, I believe, knows full ZB. I'm
okay.
not sure how confident he is in some of the ZBLS cases, but I would not be shocked if he did ZB on every solve. See Max Park go up for his 3rd solve, 9.8, 10.2 so far. Definitely not an ideal start for him. He'll need to claw his way back if he wants to get first place.
Yeah, still anything can kind of happen with Neo, but if Max is going to win, I think he's going to want to put down an 8-second solve right here. I think was White his choice as well? Yes, it was. And that's a 7.08. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Max Park is back in it. Neo now, after that small applause, 9.25. It's kind of just staying on course, but maybe a little bit off, certainly from his qualifying average.
Yeah, Max got bailed a little bit. He had to skip into a very short PLL. We'll see a replay here. Done with his first 2 layers at around 5.8. That skip really just helped him out there. Nonetheless, a 7.0 is a 7.0, and so took advantage of it.
3rd solve for Luke Garrett now. He has 2 7s already. Can he add another one here? Not quite, it seems. 10.46. He is human after all, it seems. Red cross the choice there. Just couldn't quite get the F12. Just a little bit too long there.
Yeah, it seemed like he was kind of struggling with his solution. 10-4, even if that counts, he's definitely still in the running. That counting 7 is going to do him wonders. See Eli getting his cube for his 4th. Really needs to avoid counting that 13. Has a counting 9 already. Hopefully we can see him count another.
13 is a little bit of a trap. Something like an 11 and 12 are also going to count now, and that's going to really, really rock the boat. You don't want to end up with something like that. But his turning is looking pretty good. Ooh, that Y2 is really, really rough.
Yeah,
And that's going to be a ZBLS of 9, though.
Okay.
Very, very nice.
Yeah, that wide move ZBLS looks like a pain to execute on one-handed, and it looks like he struggled a bit, but a nice recovery there nonetheless. 9.5. That'll count a 9.8 and a 9.9 for Eli.
Max is kind of looking at almost an average of 2, somewhat 8.9. Great solve from him. Yeah, so he's back in it now, too. He's going to count that along with 8.91. The average of those two, 9.36. That's just behind Neo's counting time of 9.25.
Yeah, Eli slotting in for a third on the North American podium right now. Alejandro is kind of right there. He has an 11 and a 9, which makes it a little dangerous and not clear in what direction his average is taking, but we will see Neo do his fourth.
He's the world champion despite having competed in only 15 competitions so far, 9.62. Kind of looks like he kind of got tripped up a little there on the LC as Alejandro gets a 9.86. So yeah, so he's going to count a sub 10 as well. He's going to actually slot ahead of Eli at the moment. Neo's going to fall back to third actually because Max counting that 8.91.
Yeah, Neo looks like he messed up his last 6 edges a decent bit, but obviously he can still count a 7, and he has done that before. 8.9 best possible. Max has an 8.6 best possible because of that 7.0. Obviously unrealistic that he can count that, but Luke right now, his median is 796. See if he can keep that streak going.
Has a lot of opportunity to count a really good solve because of the twin 7s. He could potentially run away with this right here if he were to get another 7. Let's see what he's going to do.
You also see Eli Parker in the bottom middle.
Big cube fumble there right at the beginning.
Oh, Eli 8.2. Oh my goodness.
Right at the bottom there. 9.35, a solid solve from Luke despite the interruption.
Wait, so Eli will be having a 9.78 average. It might not be enough. For North American podium, it's most likely there. It really depends on Alejandro. Neo also can potentially fall lower than Eli, and Eli can take third overall. But nothing is set in stone quite yet.
Max is going to finish ahead of Eli, it seems, regardless of how this one turns out. It actually turned out quite well for him. He's going to count that time as well, so he's going to end up with a 9.04 average.
Man, if he knew that ZV, he was there at like 4.4. We'll see a replay of Eli's solve. Nice little LZB to round it out.
Wonderful. Wonderful recognition. All right, so for the overall and NA podiums, we're looking at 3 people right now. Luke Garrett can still lose this. In order to get first place, he needs to be a 9.79. Alejandro is on his third solve, his fourth solve, excuse me. So he could actually theoretically lose it right here if he can't get a time that would give him a BPA better than Max and Neo as well. Solve number 5. Can Neo get another major win here?
Oh,
it's going to be a 10 flat from Neo. That's going to be a counting solve and a 9.62. Neo will not surpass Max Park here.
And a low bar here for Luke to clear for his standards, a 979 to clinch the North American title.
Looks like Alejandro is ready to do his fourth solve after all. He's now populated in your bottom left and moved into the front view now. A 9-second solve would put him solidly in the race still. He has a 9.86 that's counting. He will need to lower that considerably if he is to contend with Max Park, who is already in the clubhouse with a 9.04. Just the turning is not quite there, unfortunately. Can Alejandro save it on the back half? Here's the last layer. This
Eli
is
might be
not it.
guaranteed the podium. I think he got the North American podium right there. Counting 11, there's no way. Yeah, Eli, I think, is guaranteed.
He is.
Third place on that North American podium.
He
so
is.
Big shout out to him.
Congratulations to Eli Woji Parker with an 8.20 to clutch it out in the end. We'll get. He was guaranteed a third place. Luke Garrett guaranteed on the North American podium, but he is hungry for a win. The time to beat is 9.79.
8 seconds.
It's something Luke has beaten many times before.
12.
Is it going to come together here for Luke Garrett? Can he back up his national champion title with another title here? He's so close. And there it is. He's got it. Luke Garrett will win the North American Championship over the world champion Neo Quares, over the former world champion Max Park. He backs up his 2025 national championship title with another big one here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Congratulations to Luke Garrett.
Wow, even with some garbage luck on that last layer, I believe he ended with an E-perm and still manages to clutch out a 9.0 under those circumstances. Hats off. That was brilliant.
And here it is, the winning solve at NAC. Yeah, break this down for us, Carter.
Yeah, so I believe we will see him do yellow. Pretty easy first two pairs. Mediocre OLL, and then, oh, it might have been V. Oh, it was definitely V. That's also still a bad case for one.
Wow. He got 2 V-perms in this average, and yet he still won because he started off just like a bullet from a gun. 7.42, 7.96. Counting that 7 was absolutely critical. He's the only competitor to have a sub-9 average in this final, 8.79, and he has sent off Day 2 of the North American Championship with an absolute bang. Luke, it's the 3rd of July. The fireworks are scheduled for tomorrow, my friend.
And this is also historic for Luke. That was the first time he started an average with 2 sevens in this
Wow.
final.
Wow.
Even on his world record, he started with, I believe, an 8-1, and then got a 7-1 after that. But he was able to hold his composure in a situation that was completely foreign to him. An incredible showing by
What
Luke
an
Garrett.
angle. What an angle. Fantastic job by the replay team to capture the pure jubilation of winning the North American Championship. Just amazing. Let's hear it from the man himself, Luke Garrett.
Luke Garrett is your 2026 North American champion for one-handed. Luke, you have had lots of highs and lots of lows in your cubing career. Where does this rank?
This is, right up there at the top. It's hard for me to perform well in these big championships, so this really means a lot to me.
You take me through that average. Like, you got that 10 in the middle. How did you kind of pull it back?
So this whole competition, my turning's been a little off, it felt like, in the first 2 rounds of one-handed, so I reset up my cube and really didn't get to do much practice because I was just in a couple of these finals, and starting with 2 sevens was a better start than I could ever imagine, so I was just happy I was able to keep my composure even with the other 3 solves that weren't as good.
Luke, becoming a champion, obviously so much goes into that, so many people go into that, so can you give us some shout outs and thank yous?
Yeah, I want to thank my family, Brad Garrett, Karen, Megan and Joseph, my girlfriend Nari, Jim Feist, Sujin Feist, Jack Pfeiffer, Eli Parker, Brian Johnson, everybody who made this happen. I love you all.
Luke, congratulations. You are a 2026 3x3 one-handed North American champion.
And with that, we have wrapped up another final at the North American Championship. Luke Garrett, take a bow, my friend. The Midwestern Phenom has done it once again, 8.79 to win it over Max Park and Neo Quares. Eli Parker sneaking onto the North American podium as well. Oh, my goodness. We're finally done with the day so we can take a breather. But what an incredible set of finals we've had, Carter.
Yeah, absolutely. We started off with a North American record from Max Park and a national record from Omar Alaban, and then we had a riveting clock final where the 2.8 average got 3rd place, which is, I believe, top 20 in the world as a normal result. And then we had Pyraminx, where we had David Anjon Silva upset the multiple-time national champion Michael Nielsen. And lastly, we saw Luke Garrett take home the gold with a clutch 9.0. Really couldn't ask for much better of a performance there.
Can you believe that it is only day 2? We have seen so many spectacular solves thus far, and we will see some more incredible solving
tomorrow. And don't forget, there is Sunday as well. We will resume tomorrow with the 3x3 blindfolded event, then going into Scube, then another block of semifinals for you all as we lead up to 4 more finals tomorrow. 4x4, square one, 2x2, and a 6x6. Let's see if the thank you from Luke Garrett to Sujin Feist will carry over to the 2x2 final tomorrow. You will just have to wait and see. Take a deep breath, everyone. Day 2 comes to a close. It's been absolutely phenomenal. The fireworks are scheduled for tomorrow, and when they're scheduled, something tells me it's going to be a magical day here in the city of Oaks, Raleigh, North Carolina. For Carter Thomas, the rest of the commentary team, we will sign off for tonight, and we will see you back here at 8:30 Eastern Daylight Time, for Day 3 of the Rubiks WCA North American Championship 2026.